Chapter 3552. Lin Xian was a little surprised because he noticed her necklace. It was a defensive Dharma treasure at the half-step saint level. However, that wasn't what surprised him. What surprised him was the fact that there was an array inside the necklace. That array had a tracking function. This necklace had been tampered with. It seemed that this woman was being tracked, and she probably didn't know about it. Lin Xian immediately realized what was going on. Who was following her? Was it an enemy? He didn't ask too much. At this moment, the veiled woman also saw the surprise in Lin Xian's eyes. She also revealed a look of confusion. "Hey, what are you looking at?" The little maid in green snorted and stood in front of her mistress. She looked at Lin Xian. "You're too dishonest. Don't think that we'll be grateful just because you helped us. Let me tell you, we can solve this without you. Little Qing, don't be unreasonable." The veiled woman chuckled. Then she looked at Lin Xian. "Thank you for helping us." After that, she turned and walked towards the spirit ship. It seemed that she had no intention of befriending them at all. Lin Xian shrugged. Since she didn't want to talk to him, he didn't need to tell her about the necklace. On the other side, the man in green armor's eyes flickered. He didn't even say thank you. He directly led his people into the spirit ship and left. "Let's go." Lin Xian waved his hand and left with the North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon. Damn. Why are these people so arrogant? I saved them. The Dark Red Dragon was unhappy. The North Demon said, maybe their identities aren't ordinary. The three of them also entered the spirit ship and headed towards Blue Moon Planet. Soon, they arrived at Blue Moon Planet. North Gazing Pavilion. It was a very famous place on Blue Moon Planet. It was the most well-informed place. Therefore, most saints would come to North Gazing Pavilion when they arrived. Lin Xian and the others naturally went to North Gazing Pavilion. When they reached the 9th floor of North Gazing Pavilion, they saw a familiar figure. The veiled woman was also here. Lin Xian didn't go over to greet them. Instead, he found a table by the window and sat down with Northern Devil and the Dark Red Dragon. They ordered some dishes and some wine. They were preparing to gather some information. On the other side, the masked woman's group had also discovered Lin Xian's group. Immediately, the little maid curled her lips. "Humph, this guy really is like a ghost that won't leave." "Sis, they're not following us, are they?" the middle-aged woman said. "That shouldn't be the case. This place was called North Gazing Tower. It was a good place to gather information. They should be here to gather information. Therefore, it was very normal for it to appear. What a coincidence." At this moment, another voice came from the staircase. It turned out that the green-armored man had come up. As soon as he saw the masked woman, he smiled and went up to greet her. The veiled woman did not wish to attract too much attention. Thus, she nodded in response. However, her tone was not very enthusiastic. When the green-armored man saw Lin Xian's group, he was surprised. He said, "We meet again. Since that's the case, let's have a drink." That was good too. Lin Xian's group also wanted to gather some information. Thus, the three of them went over. The few of them got to know each other briefly. Lin Xian could tell that other than the green-armored man, the veiled woman did not tell him the truth at all. She must have fabricated an identity. However, he did not mind because their identities were also fabricated. The man in light armor was called Tumshan. He was the young master of a large family. This time, he was also heading to the second astral realm. As for the veiled woman, everyone called her Fairy Rain. These people were said to be from a herb-gathering family. This time, they wanted to go to the second astral realm to gather an extremely precious spiritual herb. That was why they were heading there. As for Lin Xian's group, they did not hide much. They reported their names. However, the name Lin Xian was not famous. What was famous was the name Lin Wudi. Thus, when he said his name, the green-armored man was stunned. He only felt that it was a little familiar. However, he could not recall where he had heard it before. He did not think that it was Lin Wuti either. As for the veiled woman, it seemed like she had never heard of him before. Thus, they only exchanged some simple pleasantries. However, since both parties already had a preliminary understanding of each other, Lin Xian said calmly, "Fairy Rain, can you let me take a look at your necklace?" "Kid, I think you are very suspicious. You have been eyeing my sister all this time." The young maidservant was a little displeased. A strange glint appeared in her eyes. The veiled woman was stunned. Could it be that there was something special about her necklace? She asked, "Young master, do you like this necklace? Is it just an ordinary half-saint weapon?" As she spoke, she handed it over to Lin Xian. Lin Xian took it and carefully sensed it. He realized that his previous guess was right. Thus, he returned it. "I don't know where you got this item. If it is just an ordinary item, I advise you to throw it away or sell it as soon as possible. Don't keep it with you. Sell it or throw it away." The other party was stunned. The light-armored man was also stunned. Could it be that there was something special about this necklace? Lin Xian shook his head and did not say anything else. He had already reminded him clearly enough. He could not say that the other party was being targeted. What if he provoked some unknown person to kill him again? Thus, he only kindly reminded him. As for how to deal with it, that was the other party's problem. The young maidservant asked several times for the reason. However, in the end, Lin Xian did not say anything. This made her very depressed and angry at the same time. Why was this guy so arrogant? He was just a first heaven sage. What was there to be arrogant about? What was the status of their young lady? Damn it, this guy was even more arrogant than their young lady. She could not tolerate this. Thus, she did not pursue the matter. The masked woman was also stunned. She nodded but did not immediately throw it away. She just put it away. They were here. At this moment, a cold voice sounded. Immediately, many people came up to the 9th floor. These people had powerful auras. Some even took out formations and boundaries to seal the entire 9th floor. The people on the 9th floor were discussing. A few of the sages were dissatisfied and released their divine aura. However, they were quickly warned. The Yun family is handling matters. Those who are unrelated, get out of the way. Whoever dares to resist will die without a doubt. What? The Yun family, many people trembled. Even the sages were stunned. They withdrew their divine aura and did not say anything. Instead, they silently walked into the distance. For a time, only Lin Xian, the masked woman, the green-armored man, and the others were left on the scene. These people were completely surrounded. It was them. Damn it, how dare they hit me? The bandits who escaped before were also here. Chapter 3553. I was wondering who it was. So it's you guys who don't know what's good for you. How dare you come here? Do you want to die? The dark red dragon looked at these people and sneered. The others were in an uproar. Who are these people? How dare they go against the Yun family? Are they tired of living? The Yun family was one of the top families on Blue Moon, so no one dared to be impudent. Capture this snake. I'm going to pull out his tendons and skin him to make a belt. The robbers gritted their teeth. At the same time, I want these people to kill him as well. He pointed at Lin Xian, the man in light armor, and the others. Then he looked at the masked woman. This girl is not bad. Capture him. I'm going to give him to young Master Yun. As soon as he said that, the surrounding people quickly attacked. Damn. I'll kill you. The dark red dragon rushed out and fought with those people. The masked woman and the man in light armor did not move because the dark red dragon looked very domineering. There were only a few people left. However, there were still people who broke through. They took the lead to kill the demon and Lin Xian. One of them was a burly man. He was a late-stage First Heaven sage. He held a mountain-splitting axe in his hand and directly chopped down. This time, it could split the entire world in half. Boom. The terrifying axe landed on Lin Xian's body and made a sonorous sound. Many people closed their eyes, because this attack could definitely split Lin Xian in half. It might even be able to kill him directly. Even many people on the side of the masked woman and the azure-armored man frowned. However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they saw a shocking scene. The attack that could split the world landed on Lin Xian's body and made countless sparks. However, Lin Xian did not move at all. He was not injured. There was not even a trace of a crack. How is that possible? Everyone on the 9th floor went crazy. Who is this person? The man in green armor and the masked woman were also stunned. What a strong physique. Could it be that he's a body-tempering expert? Damn it, die. The burly man's hands were numb from the shock. At the same time, he let out another roar and chopped down with all his might. This time, the power was stronger than before, and the laws were also stronger. However, this time around, the axe was directly shattered. Not only that, the burly man vomited blood and was sent flying. His arms instantly turned into a bloody mist. The North Fae also joined the battle to help the dark red dragon. In no time at all, they sent all those people flying. This scene shocked everyone. The bandits were also stunned. They were so scared that they started to tremble. Heavens, aren't these three a little too ferocious? One of them swept through everything, and the other one's body was actually so valiant. Damn it, who are you people? The warriors of the Yun family roared crazily. Lin Xian said coldly, "You are not qualified to know my name." A middle-aged man walked over. "However, it's a pity that you met me. Let me tell you, we're from the Yun family and we're young Master Yun's subordinates. If you offend us, you're dead meat." If he obediently surrendered now, he might still have a chance to live. What young Master Yun? Young Master Go? It has nothing to do with me. Lin Xian said indifferently. The moment he said that, everyone's face changed. There was actually someone who dared to look down on young Master Yun and even dared to insult and humiliate him. Does this kid want to die? Good kid. You've got guts. Just you wait. Those people obviously wanted to call for more help. Lin Xian smiled. He was willing to accompany them anytime. Most of the people left, and only a small number of them stayed. The middle-aged man also stood in the distance, laughing coldly. The North Fae and the dark red dragon came back again, and the masked woman was shocked. Lin Xian did not even move from the start to the end, and his expression was incomparably calm. This person was very strange. Who was he? This piqued her interest. Thinking of this, she took off the green veil on her face, leaving only the last layer. Although it was still a little hazy, they could see a little more clearly. Instantly, many people exclaimed, "What a beautiful girl!" No one of the Yun family wanted to make a move. Even if young Master Yun saw her personally, he would be incomparably moved. Lin Xian was also surprised. He had to admit that this woman was very beautiful and had a myriad of different kinds of charm. Although half of her face was covered, her eyes were like limpid autumn water and could captivate souls. Was it an eyebrow technique? He looked and shook his head. No, it was innate. Thinking about it, it should be related to her body constitution and bloodline. Lin Xian guessed in his heart. On the other side, the light-armored man's face was flushed, and his eyes shone brightly. He said, "Don't worry, Fairy Rain. I know some people on Blue Moon Planet. I'll help you settle this matter." As he said that, he asked one of his subordinates to leave. It seemed that he was going to call for more help. Not long after, the subordinate returned, and at the same time, another man came. That man looked like a typical young master of a large family. He was dressed in luxurious clothes, and many of them were half-step sage artifacts. One could imagine that his identity was not ordinary. When the light-armored man saw that person, he immediately smiled and said, "Brother Yang, long time no see. It's indeed you." When Yang Tai saw Ting Shan, he waved his hand and said, What? Is it difficult? What trouble did you cause that you need me to settle? There were indeed some matters that required Brother Yang's help. Tung Shan invited the other party over. Yang Tai raised his chin arrogantly, as if his identity was more honorable than Tung Shan. However, when he came near, he saw the masked woman. His eyes lit up, and he did not know how to address this fairy. Tung Shan said, "Brother Yang, this matter is related to Fairy Rain." As he said that, he gave a simple explanation. Then he said, "Blue Moon Planet's young Master Yun dares to have designs on us." As he said that, he snorted coldly. Yang Tai was originally greedy for the masked woman's beauty, but when he heard that, he was stunned. He asked, "Young Master Yun? Which young Master Yun?" Blue Moon Planet had a moon bay. The spiritual energy of heaven and earth gathered there, and the essence of the sun and moon. It was really an excellent place to cultivate and live. Blue Moon Bay was like a crescent moon that flowed on the ground. Those who could build palaces here were definitely the top families and sages with status. At this moment, in the center of the Moon Bay, there was a majestic hall. In the hall, there was singing and dancing. Every single one of the dancing ladies was extremely beautiful, and their cultivation was excellent. Some of them were even cultivation cauldrons for martial artists. At this moment, they were all surrounding those people. If there were other people here, they would definitely be shocked. These were all sages. Moreover, they were all extremely famous sages in Blue Moon Planet. At this moment, all of them were gathered together. Who could have such great power? These sages were facing such beautiful ladies. They were the best cultivation cauldrons. However, they did not care at all. Their gazes, they were all placed in front. At the forefront, there were two figures sitting there. They were two men, and they looked very young. One of them was wearing a brocade robe and had a smile on his face. Chapter 3554. Young Master Gao, come and have a drink. This is a 7,000-year-old spiritual wine. It's very precious. I've specially prepared it to entertain you, young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe smiled. The other man in a Taoist robe, young Master Gao, nodded slightly and drank a cup. However, there was a look of disdain in his eyes. A 7,000-year-old spiritual wine specially prepared to entertain him? To be honest, he didn't take it seriously. His status was much higher than the other parties. He had even drunk a 10,000-year-old spiritual wine before, let alone a 7,000-year-old spiritual wine. All of you, quickly serve young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe said again. He waved his hand, and the surrounding ladies swarmed around young Master Gao. The young man in a cloud robe was called Yun Hai. He was a young master of the Yun family. The Yun family was one of the top families in the Blue Moon Star. Hence his status was extremely honorable. Wherever he went, he would be surrounded like a moon surrounded by stars. Even those sages had to be under his feet. However, at this moment, he was extremely fawning over young Master Gao because young Master Gao's background was even more extraordinary. Young Master Gao wasn't from the Blue Moon Star, but from the second astral realm. To be exact, he was from the second astral realm, Sky Thunder City. Sky Thunder City was much stronger than the Yun family. Not to mention the Yun family, even the entire Blue Moon Star combined couldn't compare to Sky Thunder City. Hence, he had to curry favor with young Master Gao. As long as he had young Master Gao's support, he would become the family head sooner or later. Not only that, he could make the Yun family the only overlord of the Blue Moon Star. Thinking of this, he was extremely excited. At this moment, the sages below started chatting. Most of them were sucking up to young Master Gao. They also knew young Master Gao's identity. One of them said that there were more, and more people heading to the Blue Moon Star. It seemed that they all wanted to go to the second astral realm. That's right. I heard that Wushuang City had a sage king recruiting disciples. This is definitely an earth-shattering event. Humph. So, what if it's Wushuang City? At this moment, young Master Gao snorted. The other sages were so frightened that they broke out in cold sweat. Young Master Gao was right. No matter how powerful Wushuang City was, it couldn't be compared to Sky Thunder City. That was natural. The Sky Thunder City was extremely powerful, and as the genius of the Sky Thunder City, young Master Gao would definitely be able to sweep across all directions. I'm afraid no one in the younger generation of our first astral realm is a match for young Master Gao. Young Master Yun, who was at the side, also laughed. However, he snorted coldly in his heart. No opponent? That might not be the case. Putting aside the fact that Wushuang City had a Saint King overseeing it, it was not any weaker than Sky Thunder City. Furthermore, it was said that someone had killed 2 experts from the Sky Thunder City when they were refining the gold star. This matter caused an uproar. Of course, they didn't dare to mention it in front of young Master Gao. Otherwise, he would definitely go crazy. He wondered how many geniuses would be heading there this time. There should have been quite a lot of them in the past, but now there would probably be less of them. It was impossible for the 6 great sects to join. That's right. I heard that he was beaten by Lin Wudi to the point that he went into seclusion and didn't dare to come out for the next 500 years. That Lin Wudi was too strong. It was said that even the successor of a great emperor had been defeated by him. It was estimated that there were not many people among the younger generation in the first astral boundary who could be his opponent. Those sages sighed. This was definitely a peerless genius. At this moment, young Master Gao sneered. Lin Wudi? He was really arrogant. How dare he claim to be invincible? He was just an ant. If he went to the second astral boundary, he would probably be killed by anyone. Young Master Gao's eyes were filled with disdain. In his opinion, the people in the first astral boundary were just SOSO and couldn't enter his eyes at all. What Lin Wudi? He was just a bunch of ants. He was bragging too much. The other sages didn't dare to speak and could only nod repeatedly. Young Master Gao was disdainful, but they didn't dare to. They were in the first astral boundary and knew too much about the legends of Lin Wudi. Therefore, even young Master Yun didn't dare to say anything. If he really faced Lin Wudi, he would probably wet his pants. Anyway, Lin Wudi had nothing to do with them. They were mainly responsible for sucking up to young Master Gao. However, at this moment, the voice of a guard came from outside, and then a guard walked in. What's going on? Can't you see that I'm entertaining young Master Gao? Didn't you say that no one is allowed to disturb me? Young Master Yun was very displeased. However, the guard said that young Master Gao had an urgent matter to attend to. He leaned close to young Master Yun's ear and quickly transmitted his voice. Young Master Yun was instantly furious. What's going on? The saints below also asked the same question. Young Master Yun said, someone dares to provoke me. Moreover, my subordinate said that he found a peerless beauty and wanted to offer her to young Master Gao. Young Master Gao didn't care about the peerless beauty at first, but when his subordinate conjured that illusion, he was stunned. Then, a glint appeared in his eyes. Although the woman in the illusion was wearing a veil, he could tell at a glance that she was a peerless beauty. She was even more beautiful than all the other women combined. More importantly, she seemed to have a hint of charm that the others didn't have. Therefore, his interest was immediately piqued. Where is this woman? Initially, young Master Yun didn't care about a few ants. He could let the sages under him deal with them, but now that he saw young Master Gao, his interest was piqued. He also said, where are those people? Young Master, they are at the Northview Tower. The Northview Tower isn't too far away. Young Master Gao, why don't we go there? This Northview Tower is a very famous place on Blue Moon. Young Master Gao stood up. He didn't care about the Northview Tower, but he had to see the peerless beauty on the 9th floor of the Northview Tower. At this moment, everyone was silent. Yang Tai's expression was very unusual. Tung Shan said, I don't know who young Master Yun is, but Brother Yang, you have to help us this time. At least protect Fairy Yu. Yang Tai's eyes flashed. If it was an ordinary young Master Yun, he naturally wouldn't care. However, he was afraid of the Yun family. If it was the top Yun family, he really didn't know how to deal with them. At this moment, the martial artists who were still standing in the distance sneered. The middle-aged man also snorted. Oh, isn't this the young master of the Yang family? What should I do? How dare you interfere in my business? Does the Yang family want to be exterminated? The moment those words came out, Yang Tai was instantly enraged. Someone actually dared to threaten him, and even dare to exterminate his Yang family? I want to see who it is. He slammed the table and stood up. The next moment, he almost knelt on the ground. He realized that he knew the middle-aged man. He was a deacon of the Yun family. Why was he here? Could it be? Chapter 35:55. Tung Shan said, That's right, it's them. They called for reinforcements. We took care of them. Take care of your sister. Yang Tai quickly sat down and said in a low voice, How did you offend him? Thus, Tung Shan gave a simple explanation of what had happened earlier. Yang Tai disappeared after hearing that. He looked at Lin Xian and the other two as if he was looking at a dead man. Then he said, Brother, do you know that you're in big trouble? You'd better not care about these people. They're going to die. He looked at Lin Xian and the others again and said, I advise you to let go of this woman because you can't afford to offend those people. What? Tung Shan was stunned. He couldn't believe his ears. Brother Yang, what did you say? I sent you here to protect us. How could you say something like that? Could it be that you're afraid of them? That shouldn't be the case. Isn't the Yang family a big family? Tung Shan, although we know each other, you can't frame me like this. Do you want me to die? Yang Tai's voice was cold. He even distanced himself. He said, Do you know who you've offended? You've offended the young master of the Yun family. And the Yun family is one of the top families on Cerulean Moon Planet. The enormity of their strength is not something you can imagine. You're going to die for offending them. And you want me to help you? What a joke. As he spoke, he stood up. Seeing that we are acquaintances, you should go over and kowtow to him as an apology. I'll plead from the side. Maybe they'll spare your life. But them? Don't even think about it. They're going to die. The Yun family was one of the top families. They could do anything. Tung Shan was completely stunned. The guards beside him were also trembling in fear. They knew that they had kicked an iron plate this time. Although the Tung family was a big family, they couldn't even compare to the Yang family, let alone the Yun family. If they fought head-on, they would definitely die. The masked woman frowned. It seemed that they were in trouble. The North Beast looked serious. The dark red dragon snorted. So, what if they're from a top family? I'll kill them with a slap. Just you? Yang Tai sneered and glanced at the dark red divine dragon and the others. 3 saints of the first heaven dared to boast like this? After all, just how many saints did the Yun family have? In their eyes, a first heaven sage was no different from an ant. He looked at Tung Shan again. You've befriended such a person? Aren't you afraid of implicating your family? Hearing this, Tung Shan took 2 steps back and distanced himself from Lin Xian and the others. He looked at the masked woman and said, Fairy Rain, why don't you come with me and apologize to him? Perhaps he will let us go. Impudent. Don't talk nonsense. How could my young miss possibly apologize? The little handmaiden instantly jumped up and retorted. Beside him, the northern demon let out a cold snort. He actually wanted to kowtow and apologize? What a spineless person. We disdain to associate ourselves with people like you. However, they were all top geniuses who had once stood at the peak of the world. Now, they were kowtowing and apologizing to someone else? What a joke. They wouldn't do that even if they were beaten to death. However, Tung Shan actually wanted to do that in order to save his own life. How despicable. Tung Shan looked at the northern demon and sneered. You've completely offended the Yun family and will definitely die. Therefore, there's no need for me to talk to you. I'm trying to persuade Fairy Rain. What do you think, Fairy Rain? Have you thought it through? Do you really want to go against the Yun family? We've only met by chance. You don't have to care about this. If you want to kowtow and apologize, go ahead. It has nothing to do with me. The masked woman's voice was extremely cold as she rejected him directly. With her status, she naturally wouldn't kowtow and apologize to the Yun family. She just didn't want to expose her whereabouts. First, he was mocked by Lin Xian and the others. Now, he was rejected by the masked woman. Tung Shan's expression was extremely ugly. However, he knew the seriousness of the matter. He immediately stood up and sneered. Humph, since you don't know what's good for you, forget it. As he spoke, he looked at Yang Tai with a pleading gaze. Yang Tai said, "Follow me." Then they came to the side of the middle-aged man. Yang Tai smiled and said, "Uncle Yun, this friend of mine is ignorant. He came from another world and doesn't know how powerful the Yun family is. I hope Uncle Yun can forgive us for offending the Yun family." As he spoke, he gave Tung Shan a look. Tung Shan immediately knelt on the ground with a plop. The guards beside him also knelt on the ground. "We offended Uncle Yun. We admit our mistakes. I hope Uncle Yun can spare our lives." As he spoke, he kowtowed and begged for mercy. Then he took out his storage ring. There were 50,000 gene of divine crystals and some natural treasures. "I hope Uncle Yun can kindly accept it and spare us." The middle-aged man narrowed his eyes and looked at this scene. He nodded slightly. "Oh, if you know your mistakes and can change, you can still live." He looked at the storage ring again and held it with 2 fingers. He probed his soul spirit into the ring and smiled. "Young Master Tung, you can rise." "Thank you, Uncle Yun." Tung Shan and the others felt as if they had been pardoned. They quickly stood up and heaved a sigh of relief. Then they turned their heads and looked in the direction of the masked woman and Lin Xian. They sneered. "Let's see how you will die later. Damn. You really kowtowed and apologized? That was way too spineless, wasn't it?" The dark red dragon snorted coldly. "I can't believe I am drinking tea and chatting with you. How unlucky." As he spoke, he kept spitting saliva. "Hey, what do you plan to do?" The little maid looked at Lin Xian and the others. She realized that Lin Xian didn't seem to care at all. Other than the North Beast, who looked gloomy and serious, the other 2 didn't seem to care at all. Especially this dragon, who was basically provoking and ridiculing them. The other man, Lin Xian, sat there with a calm expression. He didn't seem to care at all. Was he pretending, or was he scared out of his wits? "What should I do? What should I do? If they don't offend me, I won't offend them. If they dare to attack, I will fight back. At most, I will destroy the Yun clan." Lin Xian drank a mouthful of spirit tea and said indifferently. When the others heard this, they were stunned. "Destroy the Yun clan? Damn it, he dares to say this? Who is this kid? Is he crazy?" On the other side, Yang Tai sneered. Tung Shan was also scared. Fortunately, he kowtowed and apologized early. Otherwise, he wouldn't be able to escape. He didn't expect this kid to be such an idiot. Even the masked woman and the others were stunned. They didn't expect Lin Xian to say such arrogant words. Where did he get his confidence from? They weren't afraid because they were strong. That was why they weren't afraid. What did he rely on? 3 people at the first celestial layer. No matter how strong they were, how strong could they be? Chapter 3556. Kid, how dare you provoke the Yun family? You're courting death. The people in the distance roared furiously. However, they didn't dare to make a move. The dark red dragon and the North Demon's performance had shocked them. They could only wait for the experts from their families to arrive. Who's the one who doesn't put the Yun family in their eyes? At this moment, a cold shout came from outside the North Gazing restaurant. It was like thunder. Immediately, the middle-aged deacon and the others were overjoyed. Great, someone from the family had come. They looked at Lin Xian and revealed sinister smiles. Kid, let's see how you'll die later. There was a commotion on the lower floors. Then, many people came up the stairs. These people's auras were very powerful. They were all saints. The laws on their bodies revolved around the world. Young Master Yun, you actually came personally. The middle-aged man had a high and mighty look in front of Yang Tai and Tung Shan. But now, when he saw the young man in front of him, he immediately became humble and walked over like a dog. This was because the person in front of him was the young master of his family. He was his master. Young Master Yun was also here. Yang Tai took a deep breath. Tung Shan's scalp went numb. Fortunately, he had kowtowed and admitted his mistake. Otherwise, he wouldn't dare to imagine what would happen to him. It was the young master of the Yun family. The surrounding people were discussing animatedly. Lin Xian and the others turned their heads. The masked woman and her group also looked over. In the next moment, they were stunned. They didn't know who young Master Yun was, but they felt a familiar aura from the person beside him. The laws that he cultivated were very similar to those of Sky Thunder City. Could he be from Sky Thunder City? That's right, he was from Sky Thunder City. At this moment, an old man at the back said in a deep voice, he was a late-stage third heaven sage. He was the strongest person in the group, so he could recognize the other party's identity at a glance. Hearing this, the woman frowned and put on a few more layers of veil. It seemed like she wanted to hide her identity better, afraid that the other party would recognize her. This scene surprised Lin Xian. What was going on? Could it be that this woman knew the other party and didn't want to be recognized? He felt that this masked woman was full of mysteries. Up ahead, young Master Yun looked around and saw the veiled woman. Young Master Gao also saw her, and his eyes began to shine. However, the veil on her body actually blocked his soul probing. Therefore, he could not see what the other party looked like at all. However, the other party's eyes and the graceful aura on her body made his heart flutter. Before he could say anything, the middle-aged deacon beside him said respectfully, "Young Master Yun, it's that brat. Those fellows actually dared to provoke our Yun family. They even beat up our men. Young Master Yun, you must punish them properly." Humph! Young Master Yun turned his gaze over. Young Master Gao, who was beside him, also glanced at him. Then he didn't care at all. In fact, his heart was filled with disdain. 3 people at the first celestial layer were just ants. There was no need to care about them. Young Master Yun's eyes were also filled with disdain. You guys can't even handle 3 first celestial layer ants? What a bunch of trash. The middle-aged man was shocked and quickly knelt on the ground. Young Master Yun, don't blame me. The 3 of them are too strange. They don't seem to be ordinary first celestial layer saints. Humph! What's so special about them? Send a second celestial layer saint to capture them for me. I want them to suffer a fate worse than death. Behind them, a saint walked up with a strong aura. Damn it, do you want to fight? I'll definitely tear you guys to pieces. The dark red divine dragon jumped out, and the North Demon looked serious. Lin Xian didn't care at all. He shook the teacup in his hand and said calmly, "Oh, you dare to fight me?" As soon as he said that, the people on the 9th floor were speechless. This kid is too awesome. He's still so calm in front of young Master Yun. He even dares to threaten me? Young Master Yun also laughed. Who do you think you are? How dare you threaten me? Kid, which family are you from? Don't think that you can show off in your world. On Cerulean Moon, I'm the king. You have to kneel in front of me. Do you understand? I'm afraid you don't have the ability to make me kneel. Lin Xian stood up. Immediately, the people beside young Master Yun had cold expressions. They emitted biting cold killing intent and locked onto him. However, he didn't care at all. He took a step forward and arrived in front of young Master Yun. The distance between the two of them was very close. At that moment, Lin Xian's voice sounded again. Those who oppose me don't have a good ending. They either have their souls destroyed or their families exterminated. Even if they're lucky, they'll have to go into seclusion for hundreds of years. Are you sure you want to be my enemy? Who is this kid? How dare he talk so big? That's right. Even the Yun family isn't that arrogant. Young Master Yun sneered. Men, capture him. I want to see how he can be arrogant in front of me. The second celestial layer saint attacked. A hand of law grabbed at Lin Xian. However, it stopped 1 meter away from Lin Xian. It couldn't move forward at all. This scene caused everyone's expression to change. The second celestial layer saint's expression changed drastically. He roared angrily, and the power of law danced around his body as he exerted all his strength. However, he couldn't move forward 1 centimeter. This scene caused him to be terrified. Oh no! This young man seems to be an extraordinary person. Young Master Yun's eyelids twitched. He asked again, "Who are you?" Although he was shocked, he wasn't afraid. He had brought many second celestial layer saints with him. Even if one of them couldn't defeat the other party, a group of them would definitely kill him. "My name is Lin Xian." Lin Xian? Young Master Yun was stunned. He had never heard of that name. However, he was stunned in the next moment. That was because he heard the other party transmitting his voice to him. "I have another name. My name is Lin Wudi." "What? Lin Wudi?" Young Master Yun's body trembled, and a hint of shock appeared in his eyes. "The other party is the rumored Lin Wudi? That's impossible." After the shock, he shook his head in disbelief. However, in the next moment, he saw the other party's golden eyes. Through those golden eyes, he saw an image. It was an image of Lin Xian leading the Langistar to attack the 6 major sections. In that battle, countless powerhouses of the 6 major sects fell and were forced to seal their mountains for 500 years. The scene of a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood made young Master Yun kneel on the ground. Cold sweat soaked the ground. The kneeling caused the entire 9th floor to be stunned. What's going on? Young Master Yun actually knelt. Moreover, he's kneeling to an unfamiliar young man. That was unbelievable. The people of the Yun family were also stunned. Even young Master Gao was stunned. "Get up, young Master Yun. What's wrong with you?" The surrounding saints roared crazily. Some of them even stared at Lin Xian. "Damn brat, you actually dared to plot against young Master Yun. Die." Chapter 35:57. "Damn it! Stop it!" At that moment, young Master Yun roared. Hearing this voice, the 3 second heaven saints all stopped in midair. They felt their bodies stiffen, and their eyes were filled with doubt. Why won't you let us kill him? That's right. Could it be that you're under an illusion and are being controlled by him? These people roared crazily. They did not believe that their young master would kneel to someone else. "Damn brat! What kind of sorcery did you cast on our young master? Undo it. Let our young master go. Kneel and accept your death. Otherwise, I'll let you know what regret is." They roared crazily and quickly surrounded Lin Xian. Their eyes were filled with killing intent. However, young Master Yun remained kneeling on the ground and shouted coldly, "Do you want me to die? He's Lin Wudi." "What? Lin Wudi?" The sages were stunned. In the next moment, their eyes widened and their bodies trembled. "Lin Wudi? Is he the legendary Lin Wudi?" At that moment, they were terrified. Many of them almost knelt on the ground. On the 9th floor, the others were also in an uproar. They looked at Lin Xian in shock. "He's the legendary Lin Wudi? He's even younger than the rumors." Cries of surprise rang out one after another. At this moment, everyone was stunned. Even the masked woman's group looked at Lin Xian with great curiosity. Is this person very famous? Young Master Gao looked at Lin Xian with a cold smile. Lin Wuti? The legendary peerless genius of the first astral realm? It seems that he's just SOL. How strong can a level 1 sage be? It seems that the rumors are exaggerated. Indeed, there are no geniuses in this astral realm. They're all trash. His eyes were filled with disdain. On the other hand, the Yun family members were scared silly. How dare they go against Lin Wuti? What a joke! What happened to those who offended Lin Wuti? The great demon must have been killed. Yan Nanshan's fate was unknown. As for the 6 great sects, how many saints and geniuses had been killed? He had already been in seclusion for 500 years. Although the Yun family was strong, could they be stronger than the 6 great sects? Even the 6 great sects were no match for him. If they wanted to provoke Lin Wuti, their families would probably be annihilated. Thinking of this, these people were terrified. On the other side, Yang Tating and Teng Shan were completely stunned. They didn't know Lin Xian before, but they had heard the name Lin Wuti too many times. There were legends about Lin Wuti everywhere. Now, they didn't expect this legendary person to be right in front of them. Previously, they had even ridiculed the other party. They were simply courting death. Thinking of this, the 2 of them went limp and fell to their knees with a plop, trembling nonstop. In an instant, all of the saints fell to their knees. Impossible! Damn it! How is this possible? How can he be Lin Wuti? Among them, Teng Shan was extremely shocked. He couldn't believe it at all. Even Yang Tating was stunned. They had Lin Wuti by their side. Did they still need to apologize to him? What a joke! Teng Shan especially regretted it. If he had a little backbone back then and waited for Lin Xian to reveal his identity, he could have enjoyed the Yun family kneeling to him. He wouldn't have knelt to the Yun family in advance. This made him completely embarrassed. He couldn't wait to find a hole to hide in. Lin Xian stood with his hands behind his back. He glanced at the surroundings and said calmly, "Now, no one dares to make a move, right?" The surroundings were silent. Indeed, no one dared to make a move. Who would dare to make a move? The 6 great sects were the same. Isn't this too cool? The dark red divine dragon and the North demon also widened their eyes. They thought that Lin Xian would attack fiercely and kill everyone. However, they didn't expect that just by saying his name, he could intimidate a group of saints. This scene was too cool. Humph, Lin Wuti? A bunch of ignorant ants. In this world, who dares to claim to be invincible? At that instant, a cold laugh was heard, breaking the silence of the 9th city. Everyone's scalp went numb. They couldn't believe it. Who was that? Who dared to provoke Lin Wuti? Was he courting death? In the next moment, they saw that the person who spoke was a young man beside young Master Yun. This young man looked arrogant. He was wearing luxurious clothes, and he was carrying weapons. They had never heard of him. This person's identity shouldn't be simple. Previously, they thought that he was from the Yun family. However, it seemed like that wasn't the case. Even young Master Yun had knelt down, but the other party still dared to provoke him. Young Master Gao, you? Young Master Yun was stunned. He didn't expect the other party to refute him. Under normal circumstances, he would definitely suck up to Sky Thunder City. He wanted young Master Gao to fight with Lin Wuti. However, Lin Wuti's reputation was too strong. The Yun family didn't dare to take the risk. Hence, they knelt down directly. Young Master Gao's identity was obviously not ordinary. He said, "What kind of invincible are you? How dare you be arrogant in front of me? I'll give you a chance. Kneel down and lick my shoes. I'll consider leaving your corpse intact. Otherwise, I'll chop you into pieces. Who do you think you are?" Lin Xian frowned. He then looked at young Master Yun. "How dare you provoke me? Do you want to wipe out your family?" Hearing this, young Master Yun's scalp went numb. The sages behind him were also trembling. They hurriedly explained, "No, he's not from the Yun family. This was young Master Gao from the second astral realm. He was from Sky Thunder City." "What? He's from the second astral realm." The crowd was in an uproar. No wonder he dared to go against Lin Wuti. He's from the second astral realm. The Sky Thunder City was definitely an extremely terrifying power. Most likely, no one here could be compared to them. No wonder they were so arrogant. They finally knew where they got their strength from. Among them, the masked woman's group sighed. Sure enough, their guesses were correct. Lin Xian laughed. Someone from Sky Thunder City? If they were from other saint cities, he might consider it. But Sky Thunder City? He didn't need to consider it all. Previously, he had killed 2 people from Sky Thunder City. One was a genius, and the other was a level 4 sage. Therefore, he instantly laughed when he met someone from Sky Thunder City. Damn brat, what are you laughing at? Do you dare to look down on Sky Thunder City? Young Master Gao was instantly enraged. Lin Xian's laughter was obviously malicious. He couldn't stand it when Lin Xian dared to look down on him. Humph! I'm laughing at you for being reckless. Do you people from Sky Thunder City still dare to be arrogant in front of me? As he spoke, the bones on Lin Xian's face changed. Suddenly, a face appeared. When young Master Gao saw that face, he was scared out of his wits. Damn it, it's you? His eyes almost popped out because he was too familiar with this face. It was this face that had killed Lei Qianzhong and a 4th-layer sage. How could he forget it? This was simply a nightmare for Sky Thunder City. It's you? Chapter 35:58. Run. Without another word, young Master Gao tore apart the void and fled. Everyone on the 9th floor was stunned. Heavens, he actually fled. How was that possible? Even young Master Yun and the others were shocked. Although they had guessed that young Master Gao wouldn't dare to fight Lin Wuti, they hadn't expected it to be like this. The other party had actually fled. Fleeing without a fight. Was the gap between the two really that big? At this moment, everyone was shocked. Even the geniuses of Sky Thunder City in the second astral world couldn't stop Lin Wuti. Even the masked woman and the others were stunned. Did Lin Wuti really have such power? But why had they never heard of him? Humph! Seeing him flee, Lin Xian coldly snorted. With his strength and speed, he should have already fled far away. He might even be about to leave this world. However, he didn't care. His heavenly fate divine, I transformed into a bow. His dragon-shaped sword Qi transformed into an arrow and shot out, piercing through the void. In the outer realm, young Master Gao let out a sigh of relief. He had already flown to the edge of this world. Soon, he would leave this world. Damn it, it was too dangerous. It was actually that ruthless person. He had to report this to the holy city and get experts to kill him. However, right after he finished thinking that, an arrow pierced through his body. Then his body exploded into pieces with a loud bang. Ah! Young Master Gao screamed in fright. His broken body fled, leaving behind a trail of blood as it disappeared. He was truly stunned. His opponent had been able to injure him so easily from so far away. That method was heaven-defying. Lin Xian's simple attack had caused the Yun family to kneel and young Master Gao to flee. That method stunned everyone. Let's go! Lin Xian waved his hand, calling the dark red divine dragon and the northern Yao. The 3 of them learned about the bewilderment fog ship from young Master Yun and prepared to leave. Only after Lin Wuti left did the 9th floor's people let out a sigh of relief. The Yun family's people were shocked. Lin Wuti wanted to take the bewilderment fog ship. It seemed he was going to the second astral world. That's great. That ruthless person is finally leaving the first heavenly realm. I wonder what kind of huge waves he will cause in the second heavenly realm. On the other side, the masked woman and her group also left quietly. Not long after they left, a young man with a pale face walked up the north-gazing tower. He sensed the aura around him, and a cold, killing intent appeared in his eyes. "I can feel your aura. You just left. You can't escape." Red flames danced in his long and narrow eyes, as if there was a huge vermilion bird phantom. He instantly tore open the void and disappeared as well. The bewilderment fog ship was at the other end of the world. When Lin Xian and the others arrived, they felt a gust of sea breeze. The sea breeze was extremely cold. When it hit their bodies, it felt like a knife was cutting them. The storm seemed to be even more terrifying than the astral winds. Lin Xian and the others were shocked. This should be the sea breeze blowing from the chaotic star ocean, and this was only the seaside. This storm was already so terrifying. From this, one could imagine how terrifying the storms in the chaotic star ocean were. No wonder ordinary sages didn't dare to go to the chaotic star ocean. They also saw the so-called bewilderment fog and the dark red divine dragon. They sucked in a breath of cold air. Damn it, is this a ship? It's practically an island. That's right. Lin Xian was also shocked. They thought that the bewilderment fog ship was something like the spiritual state, but now it seemed that it wasn't. There were many islands floating in the sky, and they were huge. Moreover, there were cities, pavilions, and even mountains, forests, waterfalls, and springs on the island. Everything was there. Was this the bewilderment fog ship? They weren't sure. After asking around, they learned that it was indeed the bewilderment fog ship. It turned out that to go to the chaotic star ocean, especially to fight against the death fog, one needed chaos chi. These islands contained chaos soil. Therefore, it could lead to the death fog. Otherwise, other spirit ships wouldn't be able to pass through, unless those people brought along chaos soil alone. However, chaos soil was very precious, and ordinary people couldn't get their hands on it. Although these 5 bewilderment fog ships were on the Blue Moon planet, the forces and masters behind them were all from the second astral realm. This time, there were a total of 13 bewilderment fog ships heading to the second astral realm, and 5 of them had already left. Lin Xian raised his head and looked at the ship closest to him. This bewilderment fog ship was called the Milky Way because one could clearly see a Milky Way running through the entire huge island. Lin Xian and the others inquired about it. Just the boarding fee alone required 10,000 caddies of divine crystals per person. It could be said that it was very extraordinary. It was really a profiteering industry. This time, just this ship alone could accommodate millions of people. This wasn't the kind of situation where people would sit next to each other. Instead, everyone had their own cave abodes and were very far away from each other. There were even some top-notch places where no one was allowed to step into. Even so, it could still accommodate millions of people. One could imagine how big this island was. Just the boarding fee for this trip alone would be an astonishing figure. Moreover, this was just boarding the ship. The various expenses on it were even more astonishing. It could be said that without status and background, one wouldn't dare to board these islands. Lin Xian and the other 2 paid the boarding fee and boarded the ship. After boarding, they sensed that there were actually supreme-grade spirit veins intersecting. There were a total of 8 spirit veins scattered about. The closer a palace was to a supreme-grade spirit vein, the more expensive it was. Lin Xian and the others didn't need to pursue supreme-grade spirit veins, as they already had cultivation resources in their hands. Therefore, they found some ordinary palaces to stay in. Not long after Lin Xian boarded the ship, the masked lady and the others also arrived. The little maidservant's eyes lit up when she saw the Milky Way. "Miss, it's the Milky Way. Our luck is really good. If it's the Milky Way, then we can completely relax." The other guards also heaved a sigh of relief. Although the Milky Way wasn't controlled by their family, it was still under the banner of their ally. Therefore, the group of people walked over quickly. The masked lady took out a token, and the guards on the ship immediately reported it. Not long after, an old man flew down from the Milky Way ship and said respectfully, it was Fairy Rain. Greetings, Fairy Rain. No need for formalities. Keep a low profile and bring us in. Yes, please, Fairy Rain. The old man personally brought the masked lady and the others to the island. The surrounding people were completely stunned. Tianya, who was this woman? That old man was an elder on the Milky Way and had a very high status. Lan Yueshin and the other family leaders of the big families had to be respectful when they met him. Yet now, this old man was actually acting so respectfully toward a woman. This made them extremely curious. Chapter 3559. This woman was not simple. In fact, she was extremely complicated. Thinking of this, their faces turned bitter. One of them was Lin Wudi, a peerless genius whose name shook the first astral realm, and the other was a mysterious woman with such a noble status. As for him, he was also extremely arrogant and did not put anything in his eyes. However, in just a few short days, his confidence was completely shattered. Therefore, for a moment, he stood in front of the Milky Way, and his expression changed incomparably. This time, was there a need for him to go? Blue moon, in a dark hall, the mysterious man was still shaking the wine glass in his hand. In front of him, the warrior who left returned once again and knelt on one knee on the ground. Young master, they have already boarded the ship. Oh, which one is it? The Milky Way. The Milky Way? It seemed that his luck was not bad. However, it was still useless. Even if he boarded the Milky Way, he could not save her fate. The mysterious man drank the spirit wine in his hand and then stood up. She was already in the net. It was time to make a move. You Shurchia, you can't escape from our grasp. The Milky Way. There were more and more people on the ship, and it had already exceeded 2 million. At this time, the pale man who seemed to be sick also came. He felt for a while, and a flame appeared in his eyes again. She came here? It seemed that she wanted to leave. Well, he would deal with her on the way. He also paid 10,000 caddies of divine crystals and then boarded the island. When it reached 3 million people, an array formation was set up around the Milky Way, and no one was allowed to board the ship. Next, the huge island slowly flew into the distance. Not long after, it completely left the blue moon and entered the universe. Whoosh! On the island, everyone looked around curiously because most of them boarded the Milky Way for the first time, and it was also their first time going to the second astral realm. Therefore, they were very curious about what the legendary scattered star sea was like. They had not seen the scattered star sea yet, but they first felt a huge storm blowing from all directions. The wind blew on them, making a thunderous sound. Soon, the array formation around them flickered and blocked the storm, but it did not completely eliminate it. Feeling the sea breeze of the scattered star sea was also a unique experience. What a terrifying sea breeze! Was that the scattered star ocean? Heavens, this disarray star ocean is too big. Isn't it? Those worlds and planets are actually like islands. Exclamations of surprise could be heard. The surrounding people all saw that they had already entered the chaotic star ocean. Light flickered all around them. They were worlds of various sizes, but compared to the scattered star seas, they were like islands in the middle of the sea. The scattered star seas was truly too vast. Flying alone was simply courting death. Compared to heaven and earth, humans were truly too insignificant. Looking at the strange sea scenery, the northern monster was filled with emotion. At the side, the dark red divine dragon said, "It wasn't just humans. Compared to the universe, a world was much more insignificant. The two of you Don't be discouraged. Although we seem very insignificant now, we can still shine brightly without a future. The primeval emperors could suppress the entire universe by themselves. At that level, the disarray star C was just a puddle of water in his palm. Lin Xian's eyes shone brightly. That's right. We have to advance towards the path of the primeval emperors. The northern monster and the dark red divine dragon also took a deep breath. Oh my! The three of them at the first heaven were actually fantasizing about the primeval emperors. What wishful thinking! What a joke! They were courting death. At that moment, a disdainful voice was heard. Lin Xian frowned. He turned around and saw a group of people walking over arrogantly. The one who spoke was a man. He was sitting on a majestic demon wolf. The demon wolf had actually reached the sage state. That was the Howling Moon demon wolf. It was extremely terrifying and powerful. Ordinary first heaven sages were no match for it. At that moment, it was actually being used as a mount. This man's identity was definitely not ordinary. That person revealed a disdainful smile, and then left. Damn it, I really want to kill them. What's there to be arrogant about riding a stupid wolf? The dark red divine dragon was unhappy. The northern monster said, "Forget it. How can a sparrow know the ambitions of a swan? There's no need to get into a conflict with them." In the following days, they began to familiarize themselves with the island. It had to be said that this island was very magical. They also saw the Milky Way that shuttled through the island. They could feel the powerful aura of the Milky Way and were extremely emotional. At night, Lin Xian stood on the Milky Way and looked at the distant scattered star ocean. Looking at the night scenery, he was even more emotional. This was very useful for him to comprehend the great path of heaven and earth, especially after experiencing the vastness of the scattered star ocean. Although the Milky Way was very big, its speed was not slow at all. It was almost twice as fast as the spirit ship that Lin Xian and the others were on. Even so, it would still take a year to reach the second astral realm. It seemed that they would have to spend this year on this island. However, just 10 days later, something happened. That night, suddenly, the Milky Way shook violently. Everyone was awakened by the shaking. They walked out of the palaces and pavilions, their faces full of confusion. What's going on? Is the Milky Way under attack? The sages who were meditating outside also opened their eyes, their faces full of confusion. They had no idea what was going on. They only saw monstrous waves in the distance that were enough to swallow an entire world. In the center of the island, where the Milky Way surrounded, there was a palace. That was the best control hall for the Milky Way. That was where the person in charge of the ship lived. At this moment, the powerhouses and sages in the main hall were also awakened. Through the array formation, they looked at the scene outside and soon frowned. It shouldn't be. We've deduced that there shouldn't be such a powerful storm these days. Moreover, our route was planned, so there shouldn't be such a violent storm. Two old men held the 8 trigrams, their expressions uncertain. The others were also discussing. What happened? Did someone attack us? Impossible. They didn't feel the aura of others. Some people also held the light ball and frowned. Suddenly, someone exclaimed and pointed at the array formation light screen, his face extremely pale. "Look, what's that?" Everyone turned their heads and looked. The next moment, they gasped. That was because they saw a huge black tentacle on the screen. It slapped the seawater, stirring up waves that could swallow the world. Doomsday octopus. Heavens, why is that thing here? In the Milky Way, those people were completely stunned. They hurriedly activated all the arrays and let everyone in. Also, change the route and avoid the Doomsday octopus. It shouldn't be attacking us. It's just passing by here. We still have hope of survival. These people moved quickly. Chapter 3560. They also saw a huge tentacle that blotted out the sky for tens of thousands of miles. It fell from the sky and hit the nearby seawater. The waves created by the explosion engulfed the entire island. Everyone retreated in fear. But at this time, the entire island was incomparably dazzling, directly sealing the island. The seawater hit the formation and then quickly flowed away. At the same time, a loud voice sounded between heaven and earth. Everyone listen up. Immediately enter the palace. We will activate the formation. Hearing this, everyone moved. They turned into a stream of light and flew to their own palace. During this time, some experienced people also said to leave quickly. This is a world-destroying octopus. It's very terrifying. What? World-destroying octopus? That's a terrifying existence that can destroy a world. It's definitely a heaven-defying beast. Countless screams rang out, and even the dark red dragon gasped in shock. At this time, the elder on the Milky Way spoke again. Everyone, don't panic. Although it's a world-destroying octopus, it's not attacking us. It should be just passing by. We will quickly change our course. As he said that, everyone could clearly feel that the Milky Way was changing direction. Lin Xian looked at the huge octopus and was also shocked. Without the Milky Way's formation, it would be absolutely difficult to escape from such a world-destroying octopus. Even a minor saint wouldn't be able to escape, right? Kid, don't just stand there. Hurry up and leave. The dark red dragon said. Lin Xian said, it shouldn't be a problem. I want to feel the power of this world-destroying octopus up close. Well, if they stayed here, they would be able to see that huge figure outside. Every attack was incomparably terrifying. The Milky Way flew for 4 hours before completely shaking off the world-destroying octopus. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief. It's too terrifying. This scene greatly touched Lin Xian. Next, he began to cultivate and comprehend the great Tao. In the blink of an eye, a month had passed. On this day, Lin Xian and the others came out again. They heard that the blue sky flower on the Milky Way had bloomed, and many people went to see it. Bai Luo, which meant blue sky, was rumored to be even rarer than the Bai Luo flower. Who would have thought that there would be one on the Milky Way? At the foot of the mountain, there was a small valley. Inside the valley, there were some jadefall flowers. It was abnormally ethereal. It was as dazzling as the blue sky. What was even more shocking was that there was a woman standing near the falling jade flower, a woman with a veil on her face. That woman was so beautiful. Yes, although I couldn't see her face clearly, I felt that she was very enchanting. Get out of the way. A loud voice rang out. Following that, a huge force surged forward, pushing back the people in front. Those who came here were either saints or geniuses. They were naturally furious that they had been forced to retreat. Their bodies were surrounded by nomological laws, and a powerful force suppressed the surroundings. But soon, they cried out in surprise. An even more terrifying power swept over, forcing them to retreat. Who was it? They all turned their heads. They saw a gigantic howling moon demon wolf appear before them. The demon wolf was tall and terrifying. Its demonic aura surged into the sky, and on the howling moon demon wolf, there was a man sitting cross-legged. His face was arrogant. There were some saints walking around him. They were obviously guardians. It was someone from the Yu family. It was young Master Yu. Many people exclaimed. When they heard this name, they all stepped aside to make a path. Young Master Yu sat on the demon wolf and walked forward with a cold smile. He had also come to see the blue jade, falling flower. However, when he saw the beautiful figure standing beside the blue jade, falling flower, his eyes immediately lit up. There was a beauty. He jumped off the demon wolf and walked forward. He didn't expect to meet such a beauty here. How should I address you? Young Master Yu went up to her. Yushurtia's eyes flickered, as if she was in a daze. When she saw someone walking over, she frowned slightly. To be honest, since she was already on the Milky Way, she could completely relax. So if someone dared to get close to her, she would have scolded them. But now she didn't. 2 days ago, she was tidying up her storage ring and found her necklace. She had been carrying this necklace with her, but when she met Lin Xian, she was told to sell or throw it away. At that time, Yushurtia didn't care. But when she found out about Lin Xian's identity and strength, she was shocked. There must be a reason why he said that, so they studied it carefully. Sure enough, they found a problem with the necklace. It turned out that there was an array on the necklace. It was a tracking array that could lock onto her position. She immediately destroyed the necklace and checked everyone's body, including the things they were carrying. Although she didn't find any tracking arrays, their expressions were not good, especially Yushurtia. She knew that she was being followed, and it was almost a month after she stepped on the Milky Way that she found out. Damn it, who was following her? That person must have also boarded the Milky Way, so she couldn't be careless now. Because the bloodline of the Yu family was very special, many people had ideas about her. Because of this idea of keeping a low profile, she didn't chase this Suryu away. Otherwise, she might have killed him with a slap. Seeing that the beauty didn't reject him, this Suryu was even more proud and began to show off. In the valley, the others were chased away. Get lost. Our Sir is here to admire the flowers. Everyone else get lost. Many people were forced to retreat. Some of the stronger ones stayed, but they were very far away. The howling moon demon wolf sat at the entrance of the valley, its powerful body suppressing the area. The Yu family was very strong. This time, they had brought many saints, so ordinary people didn't dare to provoke them. The valley in front should be the falling flowers. Lin Xian and the others also walked over. There were many people outside the valley. It seemed that many people were admiring the flowers. But when they arrived, they found that something was wrong. These people were only outside and didn't dare to go in. Looking carefully, they found that there was a demon wolf at the entrance of the valley. No one of the others didn't dare to go in. The demon wolf was blocking the entrance, and it seemed that this group of people's identities were not simple. Kid, what should we do? The dark red dragon looked at Lin Xian. Lin Xian said, "What can we do? We're here to admire the flowers. No one can stand in our way." Previously, the other party had mocked them. At that time, Lin Xian didn't care. How could a swallow know the ambitions of a swan? So he didn't care. Now, he didn't expect the other party to be so arrogant. They directly blocked the path and didn't let others admire the flowers. Chapter 3561. That brat actually went up. Many people exclaimed. 3 first firmament people were too ignorant of the immensity of heaven and earth. Right? That's right. Not to mention whether they could beat the howling moon demon wolf or not. Even if they could, would they dare to make a move? Ignorant of life and death. Someone sneered. Of course, there were also people who kindly reminded that the 3 of you must not go over. That was the Yu family. Didn't you see that even ordinary second firmament saints did not dare to oppose them? The 3 of you should not go over and court death. Regarding the discussions of those people around, Lin Xian and the rest did not pay attention to them at all, walking forward in large strides. Very soon, they arrived at the front of the valley. In front of the valley, the howling moon demon wolf raised its huge head and looked at Lin Xian trio. Its eyes were filled with thick disdain. 3 ants scram. It spoke human language, its voice like thunder. The surrounding people shook their heads and sighed. These 3 people were really too ignorant of life and death. Already reminded it that that was the Yu family's young master, and the other party actually still dared to go up. Looks like there should be 3 more corpses. A wolf cub actually also dares to be arrogant in front of this emperor. Who gave you the guts? The dark red divine dragon laughed, coldly and directly roared. Dragon blood surged, instantly enveloping the Howling Moon Demon Wolf entirely. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf originally still wanted to show its might and finish off the three ants. But in the next instant, it was enveloped by this aura. Immediately, it was frightened until its entire body turned cold, directly prostrating on the ground. This shocking scene left everyone dumbfounded. What was the situation? The Howling Moon Demon Wolf was actually prostrating on the ground. It shouldn't be. One had to know that this was young Master Yu's mount. Normally, even when encountering second firmament saints, it would not take them seriously. It could be said that it was used to strutting around. At this moment, why was it prostrating in front of 3 first firmament saints? They had yet to figure it out when they saw Lin Xian walk up. With a kick, he directly sent the Howling Moon Demon Wolf flying. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf cried out miserably. Its body was like a meteor crashing into the valley. Fuck! Everyone sucked in a cold breath. Who was this person? So fierce. Even though the Howling Moon Demon Wolf was not big in size, it was still a rare breed after all. The strength of its body was absolutely terrifying. Ordinary saints of the same level would not be able to break through his defense at all. But now, there was actually someone who could send him flying with a kick. This young man was incredible. Someone sneered. He dared to hit young Master Yu's mount. He was dead meat. Offending the Yu family, he reckoned that he would not be able to walk out of this valley alive. Boom! An earthquake came from the valley. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf crashed into the ground, causing countless cracks to appear on the ground. Miserable cries could be heard, and the valley was in a state of chaos. Clearly, the people in the valley did not expect such a scene. Young Master Yu was also stunned. His mind was blank. What was going on? His mount had been sent flying by someone? Furthermore, he was severely injured. In the next moment, he screamed, "Damn it! Who is it? Who dares to attack my mount? Get over here and accept your death." The others also looked at each other. It seemed like there was going to be a good show to watch. Where did this dog come from? How dare he block our way? A faint voice came from outside the valley. Then Lin Xian and the other 2 walked over. "Damn it, it's you guys." Young Master Yu saw Lin Xian at a glance. His face immediately turned completely gloomy. "It was you guys who attacked my mount?" His eyes surfaced with a piercing, killing intent. Regarding these 3 people, he still had an impression, because a few days ago, he had once met these 3 people. At that time, these 3 people were still yearning to be great ancient emperors. He mocked them in disdain. 3 first firmament ants, daydreaming like this. What fools. It was just that he did not expect that today these 3 people were actually so daring to injure his mount. No matter what, he would not let these 3 people off. "The 3 of you kneel down and kowtow to my mount to apologize. I can give you guys an intact corpse." Regarding this kind of threat, Lin Xian did not care at all. "You guys better apologize to me obediently first, then bring your people and get out of this valley. Don't disturb my mood of admiring flowers. Otherwise, your outcome will be very miserable." Threatening me? Young Master Yu was stunned. Everyone in the surroundings was stunned. They had not seen such a scene for many years already. Someone actually dared to threaten young Master Yu. Was he tired of living? Young Master Yu was so angry that he laughed. "Good lad, it has been many years since anyone dared to say such things to me. You are the first. I will make you pay a painful price. Men, catch him and break his limbs. I will pull out his tendons and skin him. I will train him to be my second mount. This is the consequence of offending me." Hearing young Master Yu's words, the surrounding people were so frightened that their scalps went numb. This was simply a demon. "Yes, young master." 2 sages walked up. One of the sages stretched out his hand and grabbed at Lin Xian. His expression was incomparably cold and disdainful. Sigh, I already said that I don't want to attack, but you guys don't know what's good for you. I have no choice. Lin Xian shook his head. He did not attack, but the dark red divine dragon, and the north demon beside him did. The dark red divine dragon slapped with his claw. You bastard! How dare you attack me? His dragon claw collided with the other party's palm. The sound of bones breaking could be heard, and the laws of heaven and earth were shattered. Screams rang out. The sage's hand was directly shattered. He screamed as he retreated. On the other side, the north demon also punched and sent the sage who had rushed over flying. In the blink of an eye, 2 of the Yu family's sages were injured. No one dared to believe this scene. Young Master Yu's expression darkened. He was incomparably savage. Damn it, what are you guys doing? Can you even deal with 3 ants? Just kill them directly. There's no need to hold back. He was winning the heart of the beauty. He had already pretended to be impressive. Now, someone actually dared to destroy his noble image. How could he tolerate this? If he couldn't even deal with 2 or 3 ants, what would this masked woman in front of him think of him? Hence he was furious. The sages under him instantly charged over. 5 sages surrounded Lin Xian and the others. On the other side, Yu Shijie was also shocked. It was him. She also saw Lin Xian. She didn't expect him to also come to admire the flowers. What a coincidence. But looking at the other party, it seemed like he was in endless trouble. Oh, my, he still dares to attack and kill us? The dark red divine dragon laughed coldly. North Demon, the 2 of us don't need to hold back. The 2 of them charged up and stood together with the 5 sages. The battle was very intense, but it ended quickly. Sage Wuzun was beaten up like a dead dog. He fell to the ground and kept screaming. The dark red divine dragon and the North Demon stood in the void and laughed coldly. Everyone went crazy. These 2 saints of the first celestial layer were too strong, right? They could actually fight 2 against 5. It was simply unbelievable. You guys, young Master Yu was scared silly. The sages under him were all sent flying. This was simply too unbelievable. Chapter 3562. Soon he calmed down and sneered. You have some tricks up your sleeve, but so what? I'm from the Yu clan. Do you dare to touch me? After he finished speaking, he was enveloped by a large golden hand that grabbed him. Lin Xian grabbed him and sneered. Why, do you think I don't dare to touch you? The last time you provoked me, I was in a good mood and spared your life. Now you want to kill me. Looks like I have to teach you a lesson on behalf of the Yu clan, you good-for-nothing thing. How dare you touch me? Young Master Yu screamed, crazily. He had never encountered such a situation. However, the answer he got was a slap. With a smack, half of his face was smashed into mush. Why wouldn't I dare? Although Lin Xian didn't say anything, he used his actions to prove his point. After the first slap, there was a second and third slap. Crisp slaps were heard. After young Master Yu's face was smashed, it recovered immediately. However, it was smashed again. This scene was too shocking. Everyone was dumbfounded. That was young Master Yu, the young master of the Yu clan. He was high and mighty and looked down on everyone. At this moment, he was being held by the neck and slapped crazily. Young master! The surrounding sages screamed again. Their young master was being beaten. They rushed over crazily. However, they were all sent flying by Lin Xian with a slap. Many sages' bodies were smashed. Their sage blood danced between heaven and earth. Young Master Yu was dumbfounded. This young man in front of him was definitely a heaven-defying genius. Therefore, he quickly begged for mercy. Hero, please spare my life. I was wrong. I'll apologize to you. In the face of death, pride and dignity were all useless. No matter how arrogant young Master Yu was before, he had to bow to Ling Xian now. Oh, apologize? How are you going to compensate me? Lin Xian stopped. Seeing that he was no longer being beaten, young Master Yu heaved a sigh of relief. He said, I was in the wrong today. I offended the hero. I'll compensate you. I'll give you 10,000 caddies of divine crystals. How about that? 10,000 caddies? Do you think I'm a beggar? The dark red divine dragon snorted coldly. The boarding fee was 10,000 caddies of divine crystals. This was not enough at all. Then I'll give you 50,000 kilograms. Young Master gritted his teeth. 50,000 was already a lot. Many people were moved. It seemed like young Master Yu was really going to beg for mercy. However, Lin Xian waved his hand. 500,000, and I'll spare your life. What 500,000 caddies? Young Master Yu screamed. This is robbery. One must know that back when he bought the 3,000 ancestral green gold, he had only spent 50,000 jin. Now that he had 500,000 jin, how many precious metals and materials could he buy? It was definitely enough to make those sages go crazy. Sure enough, the eyes of the surrounding people instantly turned red. They couldn't believe that this kid was asking for too much. What? The dignified Yu family's young master could not even take out 500,000 caddies of divine crystals? How disappointing. In that case, I can only continue to educate you. With that, Lin Xian raised his golden hand. Seeing this scene, young Master Yu was so frightened that he trembled. He was about to cry. He was not willing to be slapped in the face in public again. Moreover, he was unable to resist at all. However, he really wasn't willing to take out 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. Therefore, he cried and said, Hero, I didn't bring so many divine crystals with me when I came out. Why don't you let me go? And I'll gather some. He was obviously trying to escape. How could Lin Xian not understand? He said with a smile, You didn't bring so many with you, right? As he said that, he waved his hand. A biting cold sword light accompanied by the law flew out. It directly split the Howling Moon Demon Wolf beside him into two halves. The Howling Moon Demon Wolf screamed, and its body twitched. Its soul was directly destroyed, and it couldn't be reborn at all. Everyone was stunned by this scene. What a terrifying method. Young Master Yu was so frightened that he wet his pants. He was so frightened that he trembled all over. This person in front of him could destroy the Howling Moon Demon Wolf's body and soul with one move. He reckoned that killing him was also a matter of a sword. Thinking of this, his eyes were filled with horror, and he stuttered. Now, have you brought them all? Lin Xian asked. Yes, I've brought them all. Young Master Yu kept nodding. He took off his storage ring and said, There are about 200,000 caddies of divine crystals in it. The rest are some medicinal pills, cultivation technique manuals, natural treasures, and so on. They should be worth 200,000 caddies of divine crystals. I'll get my subordinates to gather the remaining 100,000 caddies. As he said that, he turned his head and looked at the 5 sages. The 5 of you, quickly hand over your storage rings. Young Master, the 5 sages were obviously unwilling. Damn it, do you want me to die? Young Master Yu roared crazily. Sage Wazoon had no choice but to throw out his storage ring. Young Master Yu said, These should be enough for 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. Lin Xian threw it to the dark red divine dragon. The dark red divine dragon glanced at it and nodded slightly. Lin Xian said, Don't be too arrogant, especially outside. Your family can't protect you. Understand? Understood. Young Master Yu nodded desperately, but he was gritting his teeth. Damn it, I've completely lost this time. I must get back my face. Lin Xian said again, I'll spare your life this time. But if you dare to provoke me again, I won't hesitate to destroy your body and soul. I don't care which family you're from. Speaking of this, a cold, murderous intent appeared in his eyes. Young master, you was scared out of his wits. He felt like he was surrounded by a sea of blood. What kind of murderous intent is this? Who is this guy? Why is he releasing such a terrifying, murderous intent? The surrounding people were also trembling, their faces filled with fear. All right, you can get lost now. Lin Xian waved his hand, and young master Yu hurriedly left with his men. This scene made everyone inside and outside the valley gasp. They thought that the 3 first heaven cultivators would definitely die after offending young Master Yu. Who would have thought that the unlucky one would be young Master Yu? Not only was he slapped, but he also had to pay 500,000 caddies of divine crystals. For a moment, everyone was guessing who these 3 people were. Within the crowd, a man with a pale face looked like he was sick. He looked at Lin Xian and sneered. How dare you be so arrogant? You'll die soon. Buzz. As if he felt a murderous intent, Lin Xian suddenly turned his head and looked behind him. The people behind him were shocked. They didn't retreat. Lin Xian glanced around and frowned. He realized that the murderous intent had disappeared without a trace. What's wrong? Northern Demon asked. Lin Xian said, someone seemed to be staring at me just now, but the gaze was burning. Could it be someone from the Yu family? Dark Red Divine Dragon asked. Lin Xian shook his head. I'm not sure yet. He turned his head and looked ahead. Fair Yu, what a coincidence. You're admiring the flowers too. Yu Shirqia nodded. Yes, what a coincidence to meet young master again. I have to thank you. What are you thanking me for? It's nothing. Chapter 3563. She said, I want to thank you for reminding me about the necklace. Have you discovered the secret of the necklace? Yu Shirqia nodded. She had already discovered it, but it was too late. Still, she wanted to thank her. Lin Xian wanted to ask a few more questions, but Yu Shirqia didn't seem to be in the mood to admire the flowers. She nodded slightly and left. After Yu Shirqia left, a man in a black robe in the crowd sneered and disappeared. No one noticed this. On the other side, Lin Xian frowned. It was too late. What did that mean? Could it be that the person who followed Yu Shirqia had already arrived on the Milky Way? He was very confused about this, but he didn't pay much attention to it. Yu Shirqia's status was obviously not ordinary. Even if there was trouble, he didn't need to do anything. Not long after this, an old man walked over. Lin Xian recognized him. He was one of Yu Shirqia's guards. Lin Xian was very surprised by his arrival. The old man's expression was serious. Mr. Lin, you've met my young miss a few times. Is it intentional or is it fate? Lin Xian frowned. What did that mean? Did he suspect him? As expected, the dark red dragon snorted. Old man, you don't know the rules. We're the ones who saved your little big sis, okay? You don't have any gratitude at all. How dare you threaten us? It's not a threat, it's a warning. I hope you can keep a distance from our young miss. This is for your own good. I think you're overthinking. The first time was because of the trip to Blue Moon. The second time was because of the Yun family. The third time is this time. I'm here to admire the flowers. I'm not here for your Yu family. This is for the best. With that, the old man turned toward open the void and left. Lin Xian frowned slightly, but he didn't care. The dark red dragon was furious. Fuck. Good intentions were treated as bad intentions. Lin Xian waved his hand. Forget it. It was best to keep a distance. They were probably being watched. Let's not get involved in this mess. Let's take care of the flowers. The jade fall flower was very beautiful and contained a mysterious aura. It could allow Lin Xian and the others to comprehend the great Tao of heaven and earth. Furthermore, after Lin Xian chased young Master Yu away, there were more and more people in the valley. After a few days, Lin Xian left. On the other side, Fairy Rain returned to her palace. Elderly, did you look for young Master Lin? Yes, I warned him to keep his distance from us. Sis, he is too flamboyant and has offended too many people. Although he is Lin Wudi, he is no longer in the first astral realm. The more people he offends, the more attention he will attract. Now that we are being followed, we shouldn't be too conspicuous. Therefore, it was very wise to keep a distance. Qian nodded and didn't say anything. Indeed, she had been feeling uneasy for the past few days. She kept feeling as if there was a pair of eyes staring at her. However, even after searching the entire Milky Way, she still couldn't find who the suspicious person was. Until now, she felt that everyone was suspicious. Therefore, she just shut herself in. After admiring the sky-falling flowers, Lin Xian and the others also went back. After about 10 days, it became lively again. It turned out that some people had teamed up to organize a small banquet. Firstly, it was too boring on the Milky Way. Secondly, there was still a year before they reached the second astral realm. Therefore, it was best for everyone to gather and get to know each other. This banquet was held in a huge palace near the Milky Way. Many young prodigies were preparing to go. After all, they were all going to the second astral realm. They were unfamiliar with the place, so they naturally had to stick together. Lin Xian and the others naturally went as well. After arriving, they realized that there were many people. He looked around and didn't see the masked woman. It seemed that she didn't come. Next, they found a place. The three of them sat down and waited for the banquet to begin. After the banquet began, Lin Xian felt a little bored. Because these people were flattering each other and forming cliques, there wasn't much that was really valuable. As for the strength of these people, he glanced at them and shook his head slightly. Among the younger generation, there wasn't anyone that caught his eye. However, among them, there were two people that surprised him. One of them was a man with a pale face who looked like he was sick. When he saw him, the other party turned his head and didn't look at him. He only saw the side of his face and back, which made him feel very strange, because he felt that he had seen him somewhere before, but he couldn't remember where. The other person was a man in a black robe. He sat there very leisurely and calmly, as if he was a king who ruled over everything. He coldly looked at the entire hall. When Lin Xian looked at him, the other party also looked at him with a shocking light in his eyes. This person was not simple. Lin Xian was astonished. Someone who could pique his interest was definitely a genius of a region. However, he didn't know him, nor had he heard of such a person in any of the major sections. The banquet was quite boring. Lin Xian and the others were about to leave, but at this time, someone said loudly, "Everyone, after chatting for so long, why don't I tell you about the second astral realms?" The second astral realm. Hearing this, everyone was interested and walked towards that person. Lin Xian and the others were also stunned. They stopped and sat back down. They originally wanted to leave, but now that there was news about the second astral realm, they might as well stay and listen. The person who spoke was on the Milky Way. He often traveled between the first and second astral realms. Therefore, he knew a little about the second astral realm. Everyone couldn't wait to ask, which sects are the most powerful in the second week? Your question is too broad. The second astral realm is very vast. If you want to ask about the most powerful sects, I really don't know. Actually, I only know a rough idea. Let me tell you this. The most powerful sects in the second astral realm are those who are famous. For example, Wushuang City, which is preparing to accept disciples this time, is one of the most famous sections. They have a saint throne. Generally, the top saint cities are like this. One level lower is the Saint Venerable. Although they are not as powerful as the Saint King, they are still extremely terrifying. Saint King and Saint Venerable, everyone gasped. To them, these were legendary figures. They were like immortals. Then, who are the more famous geniuses in the second astral realm? Someone asked again. As soon as this question came out, everyone was interested again. Well, I do know a little about this. Listen carefully. The man cleared his throat and looked at the excited and worshipful eyes of the crowd. It was really cool to be the center of attention. Chapter 3564. The Rain Clan was extremely powerful, occupied 2 star worlds. In the Rain Clan, the most famous geniuses were their princess and young master. The princess of the Rain Clan, Yushurtia, was incomparably beautiful and charming. Moreover, her bloodline was very special. It was the most famous 10,000 spirit bloodline in the Rain Clan. The Rain Clan's bloodline was originally very special. Water nourished all living things. Therefore, if one married a member of the Rain Clan for a long time and cultivated, it would have a great effect on one's strength. Therefore, in the Rain Clan, regardless of gender, they were very popular. Especially the disciples of the other large clans and sects, they wished they could marry a beauty or a genius of the Rain Clan. Yushurtia's 10,000 spirit bloodline was the most powerful one among them. Therefore, the number of people who pursued her could probably circle the planet 3 times. She also had a younger brother, who was even more extraordinary. He was called Uchenya. He was not old, but his strength was extremely strong. He was already a 3rd heavenly layer saint. That man roughly explained the situation of the Rain Clan, causing the people in the main hall to be dumbstruck. Were the women of the Rain Clan so mysterious? When they married, they could actually improve themselves and even change their life, level, and bloodline. No, wait until I reach the 2nd heavenly realm. I must find a way to marry a beauty of the Rain Clan. The effect of ordinary Rain Clan disciples would definitely be weak. Only extremely talented people would have a significant effect. For example, the legendary Yushurtia. If I could get her, many people laughed. Idiot. The man in black who looked down on the main hall sneered. Others also said that such a person should not think about it. Unless one was a peerless genius, it would be impossible to get her. As expected, the man who introduced them laughed. You guys don't have any ideas about Yushurtia. The experts of the 2nd heavenly realm are all watching. You guys should cultivate for a few hundred years first. Many people were silent. However, there were also people who refuted. Were the people of the 2nd heavenly realm really so powerful? Yes, they were indeed very powerful. The 2nd heavenly realm was divided into 2 types of people. The first type was the native clans and sects of the 2nd heavenly realm. Think about it. They all had Saint Venerables and Saint Kings. Their inheritance and foundation was not something we could compare to. When these words were spoken, the others also agreed. After all, a small saint had appeared in their clan. Saint Venerables were more powerful than small saints, let alone Saint Kings. The second kind of people are geniuses who have stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky. They're rushing from the 1st star realm to the 2nd star realm, just like you. Although they might not be able to show their talents immediately, they would definitely be able to make a name for themselves in the 2nd astral realm as long as they had the strength and talent to do so. For example, there is a person that you are very familiar with. He has already made a name for himself in the 2nd astral realm. Is it someone from our 1st astral realm? Many people asked. That person smiled. That's right. That was indeed the case. Who was it? The crowd was puzzled. Yanantion? Linwoody? This was a person whose name resounded throughout the 1st star realm. However, when they thought about it, it was impossible. The 2 of them had probably never been to the 2nd astral realm. Who was that? They were extremely puzzled. Di Ling. You should be familiar with this person. What? Di Ling. Everyone exclaimed. How could they not know this person? This was the first person on the Abyss rankings. Until now, he was still number 1. That's right. Lin Wuti was so powerful. Back then, he was only tied with him for first place. Moreover, Lin Wuti was a latecomer. This Di Ling, who knew how many years he had cultivated earlier than him, now that Lin Wuti was already so powerful, that Di Ling was probably even more terrifying. Was he already so famous in the second astral realm? That's right. Di Ling was very famous. Previously, I told you about Yu Shijie. You should all know about her, right? In the second astral realm, it was rumored that among the younger generation, only Di Ling was worthy of Yu Shijie. Was he so powerful? Everyone sucked in a breath of cold air. At the same time, they were extremely excited. They must go to the second astral realm and make a name for themselves. After Lin Xian heard this, he was also surprised. Although he had never seen Di Ling before, he had always heard of his legend. Indeed, when he had just stepped onto the ancient path of the starry sky, the other party had already resounded throughout the star realm. At that time, the other party was ranked number 1 on the Abyss rankings. It could be said that Di Sheng surpassed everything. He and Yan Nantian only started to make a name for themselves later on. And at that time, Di Ling had probably already left this place and went to the second astral realm. Thinking of this, the corners of his mouth curled up into a smile. It seemed that in the second astral realm, he would be able to meet this legendary Di Ling for a while. Humph, what perfect match. It was just a bunch of nonsense. Right at this moment, a cold snort sounded. Who was it? Everyone cried out in surprise. Could it be that someone else knew the news? The man on the Milky Way also frowned. He also sneered. Who was there to refute? Could it be that what I said was wrong? Everyone in the second astral realm knew about this matter. No, my ass. Di Ling was powerful. However, to want to get your shirt xia, just based on this, these words were said too early. Moreover, how many things could the crew on the Milky Way know? These are just some of the most basic rumors. This time, everyone finally heard clearly where this voice came from. They turned their heads and saw a man in a black robe sitting there, looking at them with a cold and arrogant face. Hearing this, the man on the Milky Way was provoked. He snorted coldly. You dare to question my words? He stood up, his body emitting a powerful aura. However, the man in the black robe sneered. I advise you not to fight with me. Otherwise, you will die a terrible death. There was a terrifying killing intent between heaven and earth that swept out. Moreover, the man on the Milky Way instantly retreated, his face pale. In that instant, he felt like he was about to die. The other party was very strong and could even kill him instantly. Thinking of this, he didn't dare to stay here any longer. Instead, he muttered, "What bad luck?" As he said that, he turned around and left as if he was running away. Hey, don't go. Tell me more about the second astral realm. The surrounding people shouted, but the other party seemed to be determined to leave. They had no choice. They sighed and looked to the other side. They discovered that, unknowingly, the man in the black robe had also disappeared. They were just getting excited from listening. They didn't expect him to stop talking. That's right, other than the Rain Clan and Di Ling. Who else were there? Forget it. Let's not talk about the second astral realm. Let's talk about our first astral realm. Everyone, let's talk about how many people from our first astral realm can make a name for themselves in the second astral realm. Chapter 3565. It's hard to say. It depends on one's fate. But I feel that there are a few people, and it shouldn't be a problem. For example, Lin Wuti. With his strength and talent, if he went to the second star realm, he would definitely be able to make a name for himself. Maybe he would be like Di Ling and make a name for himself again. The pitiful 6 big sects went against Lin Wuti and were forced to seal their mountains for 500 years. Otherwise, if the six big sects sent their geniuses there, they would have a high chance of rising up. That's right. That was a place that one had to pass through on the ancient path. It was a pity that they couldn't go there now. Talking about Lin Wuti, they had to talk about the six big sections. Everyone was discussing, and Lin Xian listened by the side, his eyes shining. At this moment, another voice snorted. What Lin Wuti? Bullsh *T. He just used some tricks. If it was a head-on battle, how could he defeat the six big sects? Not to mention the six big sects. Any expert from the six big sects would be able to destroy him. Fuck. Who is this? How dare he say such things? The surrounding people gasped. They didn't expect that someone would dare to slander Lin Wuti and speak up for the six big sections. Was he courting death? Instantly, someone laughed coldly. Who was spouting nonsense there? Didn't he know that the six big sects had sealed their mountains? That's right. If the six big sects were so powerful, why would they be attacked and forced to seal their mountains? Speaking of which mountain valley did you come from? Don't tell me you don't even know about this. There were no more six big sects now. Damn it. You guys are spouting nonsense. Someone roared and stood up abruptly. A strong flame aura emanated from his body and engulfed the entire hall. Damn it. You dare to lay your hands on us? The others were enraged and turned their heads to look. They saw a pale man who looked like he was sick standing there. His eyes were burning and the flames on his body kept jumping. He had a strong and terrifying aura. Those people also saw the pale man. Then they were puzzled. Who was this person? He looked unfamiliar. Someone immediately sneered. Do you dare to say that we're wrong? Who, in the younger generation, can compete with Lin Wuti? Lin Wuti was indeed strong, but he was not truly invincible. Moreover, he walked the path of the great emperor. It wasn't just the younger generation. He wanted to compete with everyone. Although he was strong now, it did not mean that he could survive forever. The pale-faced man's voice was ice-cold. From the looks of it, this person was unwilling to submit to Lin Wuti. Everyone was discussing animatedly, and even Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had noticed this person before, and he felt that the other party's aura was extraordinary. He didn't expect the other party to say such words at this moment. After saying so much, how is your own strength? Come out and fight if you have the ability. The dark red dragon jumped out. He would not allow anyone to speak ill of Lin Xian behind his back. You? The pale-faced man stared at the dark red divine dragon and sneered. You're no match for me. Let him come personally. As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian. Lin Wuti, you're already here. Hearing so many people talking about you. Aren't you proud? Humph. I'll personally teach you how to pluck your head off later. I'll show these people that the legendary Lin Wuti is not that great after all. What? That person is Lin Wuti. Everyone was in an uproar, and they all turned to look at Lin Xian. There were legends of Lin Wuti in the universe, but not everyone had seen Lin Xian before. Hence, everyone was shocked when they heard the news. Lin Wuti was actually on the same boat as them, and he was sitting right beside them. Wasn't this too shocking? That's right. I'm the Lin Wuti you're talking about. Since he had been recognized, Lin Xian stood up and looked at the other party. Are you sure you want to fight me? That's right. Not only am I going to fight you, I'm going to kill you personally. Today will be the day of your death. Terrifying flames appeared on the pale-faced man's body, shooting straight into the sky. The entire space was completely distorted. Everyone felt the destructive power and frantically retreated. A hint of shock appeared in their eyes. What a terrifying aura. What was going on with this person's power? They were really shocked. This person looked very young, but the great Tao of heaven and earth was unparalleled. It was beyond their understanding. Could it be that he was a third heaven sage? They sucked in a breath of cold air. In the first astral realm, there was a young person who had cultivated to the third heaven. It was too unbelievable. One had to know that there had been third heaven sages before, such as Lei Qianzhong, but that was someone from the second astral realm, or even someone from the sacred city. Now, there was a third heaven sage on the Milky Way, and he wanted to kill Lin Wuti. Lin Xian also frowned. What a terrifying law of heaven and earth. Why did the aura of the flames feel so familiar? But for a moment he really couldn't remember who it was. But he still said, "Since you want to fight, then let's fight." Golden light appeared on his body as the 9 young divine body bloomed, making him look like a god of war. Buzz, the pale-faced man, didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and endless flames condensed into a vermilion bird. It quickly flew over and engulfed the entire world. Everyone was frightened and retreated. The sages were all pushed far away, their faces full of fear. Lin Xian's pupils shrank to the size of needles. Vermilion Bird Divine Fist. You're from the Vermilion Bird Palace. He finally understood what this familiar aura was. It was the aura of the Vermilion Bird's flames. Buzz. He quickly dodged, and at the same time he raised his hand and slapped out a blue stone tablet. It was completely condensed from waves and directly suppressed the Vermilion Bird. Boom, boom, boom. The two roared, and the sky collapsed, and the earth cracked. The laws collided continuously. The Vermilion Bird roared at the sky and directly sent the blue wave stone tablet flying. Then it looked down at Lin Xian from above. "What, Lin Wuti? You're just SOL. Today, you're going to die." How terrifying. It could actually break Lin Wuti's attack. The people in the distance were shocked. Even the dark red divine dragon and the northern devil were incomparably shocked. Who was this person? "Kid, do you have a clue?" Lin Xian shook his head. The Vermilion Bird Palace's people were very strong, and their laws were terrifying. They didn't seem like the younger generation. The most powerful of the younger generation was Yen Nantian, but he had already been killed by him. There was also the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, who was simply not enough. But now the young man in front of him had clearly surpassed the Vermilion Bird Holy Sun, and even Yen Nantian. Not to mention that even Lei Qianzhong probably couldn't compare to this person in front of him. Did the Vermilion Bird Palace really have such a powerful younger generation? If they did, how could they have fallen to such a state? "Kid, don't think about it. You'll never guess who I am. Just obediently accept your death." As he spoke, the flames on that person's body were incomparable. They turned into 4 vermilion bird phantoms and circled again. The 4 vermilion birds stood in 4 different directions and locked down the space around Lin Xian, sealing the space around him. Chapter 3566. This was a terrifying ability that could burn everything in the world. A level 3 cultivator would definitely die inside, and it could even threaten a level 4 cultivator. Boom. Lin Xian didn't dare to be careless. With a roar, sword chi surged, and the great destruction spear danced in the air, breaking through the void. However, the 4 vermilion bird phantoms locked onto him, as if they really wanted to burn him to ashes. Terrifying flames wrapped around his divine body, and for a moment, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. Lin Xian pushed his power, striking out with the 5 elements law, the terrifying sword of law, together with the great destruction spear, broke the 4 vermilion birds. Lin Xian charged out, extremely powerful. At this moment, the entire hall had collapsed, and the surrounding people had all left. Who dared to attack on the Milky Way? On the Milky Way, the law enforcement team quickly flew over. They came with a powerful array to suppress the situation. Although the Milky Way was huge, it couldn't withstand the crazy attacks of the Saints. So fighting was not allowed on the ship. Now that someone dared to break their rules, they would not hesitate to kill the person. I didn't want to attack, but someone wanted to kill me. Lin Xian stood in the void and said coldly. On the other side, the pale-faced man sneered. 2 balls of flames appeared in his eyes. Then 81 balls of flames appeared. They twisted into an array in the air, directly wrapping him and Lin Xian. The next moment, the void was torn apart. The 2 of them disappeared without a trace. Damn it, what happened? The dark red dragon roared, and the northern demon's face turned cold. He stared at the people on the Milky Way. The law enforcement team frowned and snorted. It wasn't us. It was that pale-faced man. That should be a teleportation array. They had probably left the Milky Way. What? They left the Milky Way. The dark red dragon and the northern demon's faces turned ugly. The surrounding people were also shocked. They looked around, and sure enough, someone exclaimed, "Look outside." These saints' eyes flashed across the sky like lightning. They saw that outside the Milky Way, in the chaotic star sea, there were 2 more figures. It was Lin Xian and the pale-faced man. At this moment, the 2 of them were already fighting, and monstrous waves were stirred up in all directions. "Damn it, stop!" the dark red dragon roared. The people on the Milky Way said coldly, "Stop the ship? What a joke!" That was impossible. Since that kid had already left, there was no possibility of him coming back. The 2 of you should accept your fate. Don't look for trouble. Otherwise, we will directly teleport you out. Damn it, this emperor will fight it out with you. The dark red dragon roared, wanting to attack. However, he was stopped by the North Demon. Don't get too excited. Believe in Lin Xian. He will definitely be fine. We will wait for him here. He would definitely come back. Upon hearing this, the dark red divine dragon gradually calmed down. He began to set up an array formation in preparation to receive Lin Xian. On the other side, Lin Xian was wrapped in 81 flames and brought out of the Milky Way, arriving outside the chaotic star sea. Damn it, you actually dared to bring me out. Don't you want to go to the Earth? To Star Realm? Lin Xian asked coldly. The pale-faced man laughed maniacally. The 2nd Star Realm? I have no interest in that. My target has always been you. The reason I boarded the Milky Way was to kill you. Damn kid, you actually dared to make me lose so many disciples. I will definitely not let you off. As his voice fell, the pale-faced man's aura erupted once again. He directly reached the 4th heaven, the Sage Realm. Terrifying fire laws swept through the world. A sea region of the chaotic star sea turned into a sea of fire. 4th heaven, who exactly are you? Lin Xian asked coldly. Kid, I will let you die with understanding. The pale-faced young man shouted coldly. His face began to change. He gradually grew older and finally turned into a middle-aged man's face. When he saw this face, Lin Xian was stunned. He was extremely familiar with this face. It's you, Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He really didn't expect that the other party was actually the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. But this was impossible. Wasn't the other party killed in Vermilion Bird Town? How could he still be alive? He did not doubt the power of the Holy Slayer formation. After that battle, he was sure that no one had survived. At this time, Black Mountain said telepathically, the Vermilion Bird Palace should have cultivated the Vermilion Bird super technique. The Vermilion Bird and the Phoenix are related, so they should have some rebirth techniques. The Palace Master of the Vermilion Bird Palace must have used this kind of rebirth technique to survive and preserve his life. If I remember correctly, he should have been a 5th heaven sage. Now that he has been reborn, his cultivation has dropped by 2 heavens. Now that he is at the 4th heaven, he should have activated a secret technique and can't maintain it for long. So that's how it is. Lin Xian understood. Then he sneered. I didn't expect you to have this kind of rebirth secret technique. If you had obediently returned, you might have been able to keep your life. But you don't know what's good for you and dare to kill me? You actually know. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master was stunned. He didn't know a rebirth technique. That day, he was killed by the Holy Slayer formation. Before he died, he activated a secret technique and turned into a vermilion bird stone. In the end, he survived. Later, he broke out of the vermilion bird stone, and his cultivation dropped by 2 heavens. Under normal circumstances, he wouldn't be able to recover without 1 or 2,000 years. This price could be said to be very painful, but in order to kill the other party, he couldn't care less. Now that he had used a secret technique to raise his cultivation to the 4th heaven, he didn't believe that the other party could still survive. Kid, without that formation, let's see what you have to fight me with. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master waved his hand and drew 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. They bloomed in the air. Each one was like a peerless divine sword, emitting a terrifying light. If you had continued to hide your identity, I might have let you live a little longer. But now that your identity has been exposed, I don't have any reason to let you live. Since that's the case, there's no need for me to keep you alive. I'll kill you today. Lin Xian didn't delay. He took out the Great Sage Pagoda. He didn't want to waste time with the other party because he still had to return to the Milky Way. The longer he delayed, the more dangerous it would be. After all, he had just seen the apocalyptic octopus appear a few days ago. If he encountered such an existence, there was no way he could escape. So after taking out the Great Sage Pagoda, he opened the Great Sage Pagoda. The astral fire inside was mobilized by him. Do you really think that I don't have any tricks up my sleeve? Damn it. How can you still have that kind of flame? The Vermilion Bird Palace Master's expression changed instantly. The smugness and arrogance from before were all gone, replaced by fear. How could he forget that flame? Previously, it was this flame that was used in conjunction with a peerless formation to completely destroy the 6 major sections. But at that time, he guessed that the other party couldn't possibly have that kind of flame anymore. Chapter 3567. At this moment, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master was very decisive. He controlled the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers and quickly escaped. Previously, his confidence in himself was based on his absolute cultivation and strength, but Lin Xian's trump card was beyond his expectations. He didn't dare to fight against the other party. You want to leave? Can you? Lin Xian snorted coldly, and a monstrous space fire flew out. The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. The 9 vermilion bird divine feathers formed a sword formation to block, while his main body fled crazily. Boom! Lin Xian used the Kun Peng movement technique and quickly chased after the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. He attacked again, and the space fire wrapped around the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. Damn it! Get lost! The Vermilion Bird Palace Master screamed. He stretched out his palms, and 2 vermilion birds roared, but they were still burned. He was burned miserably by the space fire. Damn brat, if you have the ability, don't use fire. Fight me one-on-one. He screamed crazily. Are you out of your mind? Why are you saying such things? Lin Xian sneered. The other party had lived for nearly 3,000 years, and he wanted to fight a person who was not even 100 years old? What a joke. He wouldn't be so stupid. Soon, the Vermilion Bird Palace Master couldn't resist at all and was completely burned to ashes by the space fire. This time, Lin Xian attacked again with a dragon-shaped sword Qi, and the ashes of the Vermilion Bird Palace Master were shattered, making it impossible for the Vermilion Bird Palace Master to be reborn. After killing the Vermilion Bird Princess, Lin Xian returned and sealed the 9 vermilion bird divine feathers. Then he turned into a light sword and quickly shuttled through the chaotic star sea. He had to return to the Milky Way as soon as possible. The Milky Way. Those people had already dispersed. They knew that even Lin Wudi wouldn't be able to survive after falling into the chaotic star sea. Many people sighed. Was Lin Woody going to die like this? It was really surprising. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon were extremely anxious. Time passed slowly, and the Milky Way's speed was extremely fast. They were indeed not confident. But at this moment, they suddenly saw a stream of light flying over from afar. It's here. It's finally here. The Dark Red Dragon was overjoyed, and the Northern Devil heaved a sigh of relief. Everyone else also looked over. Heavens, he was actually still alive. How could he? Everyone was incomparably shocked. Had Lin Woody already defeated his opponent? That was a saint of the fourth heaven. Not necessarily. It was possible that Lin Woody had escaped. It was rumored that his movement technique was very powerful. Perhaps he could escape from the chaotic star seas. Only then could everyone accept this explanation. Otherwise, it would be too heaven-defying for a first celestial layer to kill a fourth celestial layer sage so easily in such a short time. They simply could not accept it. Damn it, hurry up and activate the formation. The North Demon roared because Lin Xian had already arrived beside the Milky Way. However, the Milky Way did not seem to have activated its array formation. The Dark Red Divine Dragon roared. Damn it, where is the law enforcement team? Don't play dead. A law enforcement team rushed over. Looking at the surrounding scene, their expressions were cold. They couldn't activate the formation for you. We're about to reach the death fog area. We can't take that risk. What? Fog of death? Everyone was shocked. That was rumored to be a place where even small saints couldn't survive. Thinking of this, their faces were filled with horror. At the same time, they looked at Lin Woody, who was outside the formation. No matter how strong this Lin Woody was, he couldn't escape from the death fog area. If he couldn't board the ship now, he would probably die. Damn it. Since you know that there's a death fog in front of you, hurry up and activate the formation. The Dark Red Divine Dragon roared. They were angry. That was the extremely terrifying death fog area in the legends. No matter how powerful Lin Xian was, they weren't confident in their hearts. Therefore, the two of them wanted to fight. The law enforcement team coldly snorted. Hee, you dare to fight with us? Do you believe that we won't chase you two out too? Many experts and saints appeared in the surroundings. Each of them looked as if they were facing a great enemy. Outside, Lin Xian saw this scene. Although he didn't know what the other party was talking about, he knew that there should be a conflict. It seemed that the other party was unwilling to activate the formation. Thinking of this, a hint of coldness appeared in his eyes. He directly shot out a starry sky flame, instantly burning a hole in the formation in front of him. With a swoosh, he rushed in through the crack. Boom! The entire Milky Way let out a sharp roar. Everyone was alarmed. What happened? They were terrified. As for the law enforcement team, their expressions changed drastically. Not good, the formation was damaged. Their eyes were like rainbows as they looked into the distance. Lin Xian, who was outside the formation, had already entered, and there was a big crack in that place. Damn it, he actually destroyed the formation. How was this possible? These people were angry, but then they became terrified. Their formation was so powerful. However, the other party could actually break it in an instant. What kind of method was that? They didn't know. Just as they were in a daze, Lin Xian had already arrived nearby. Kid, you're back. That's great. The Dark Red Divine Dragon heaved a sigh of relief. The North Demon said, he came at the right time. After a while, it was said that the death fog would appear. We wanted to fight with them just now. Death fog. Lin Xian was stunned. Then his face darkened. That was a close call. He was almost killed by them. He said it, but you still didn't repair it. Do you want everyone to be buried in the death fog? The law enforcement team's expressions changed drastically. At the same time, the elders and formation masters on the Milky Way came out one after another and began to repair the formation. Fortunately, it was only a crack, and the loss wasn't great. Moreover, the defensive formation against the death fog wasn't the one that Lin Xian destroyed, so there was no need to worry too much. Soon, the formation was repaired, and the seawater that poured in was all disposed of. Everyone heaved a sigh of relief. However, the law enforcement team surrounded Lin Xian. Damn it, you actually dared to destroy our formation. Do you really think we won't dare to punish you? Sorry, the situation is urgent. I heard that the death fog is in front, so I have to keep it a secret. So I use some tricks. I can pay the boarding fee again. Of course, if you insist on killing me, I'm afraid it won't be so easy for you to kill me. Since I can destroy your formation once, I can destroy it a second time. At that time, our Milky Way's formation will be completely destroyed, and it will be impossible to pass through the death fog. How dare you threaten us? The law enforcement team roared in anger. All right, this matter ends here. If you pay another 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals, we'll let bygones be bygones. However, if you dare to break the rules of the Milky Way again, we'll immediately expel you. The higher-ups of the Milky Way gave the order. The law enforcement team was unwilling, but there was nothing they could do. Next, the storm finally subsided. Everyone was shocked by Lin Wudi's strength. He didn't even put the Milky Way in his eyes. He was really arrogant. Chapter 3568. Soon, everyone's gazes and thoughts were diverted by other things. That was the fog of death. They finally saw the legendary Forbidden Land of Death. Outside the surrounding array formation, there was another layer of hazy aura. That was the strongest defense formed by the wonton clay combined with the array formation. The fog of death. From this moment on, a trace of gray fog had appeared around them. The further they went, the thicker the gray fog. In the end, they could not see anything clearly. Everyone knew that this was the fog of death. Once they left the island, even a small saint would die instantly outside. There was nothing to see in the fog of death. Although they were separated by the array formation, everyone could feel the cold aura. The entire Milky Way seemed to have become silent. Everyone stopped making noise and stopped comprehending. They returned to their respective pavilions and waited silently. They waited for the Milky Way to leave the fog of death. However, the good times did not last long. 10 days later, the Milky Way suddenly shook violently. It was as if the ship was about to capsize. This scene frightened everyone, and they all walked out of the palace. Their faces were filled with fear. Damn it, what happened? Could it be that they were attacked again? Could it be that a world-destroying monster was attacking them again? Some people guessed that because they had encountered the world-destroying octopus before, perhaps this time was similar. Impossible! They had already entered the fog of death. What kind of monster could travel through the fog of death? If there was such an existence, they would die without a doubt. Everyone was discussing animatedly. They were very frightened. Even the elders on the Milky Way were stunned. Damn it, what was going on? They controlled the array formation and looked in all directions. Suddenly, there was another violent tremor. The sky fell, and the earth cracked. The Milky Way was almost overturned by someone. Boundless waves swept across, and the fog of death around them danced. This time, everyone could finally see it clearly. A beam of light that reached the sky fiercely slammed into their array formation. Attack. Someone was definitely attacking them. As for whether it was a human or a monster, they did not know. It's over. Damn it. How could this be? Screams rang out one after another. Lin Xian and the others also came out, looking at the scene around them. Their faces were incomparably solemn. On the other side, Yu Shijie and the others also had serious expressions. How could they encounter such a thing again? This trip was really not going well. First, it was the apocalyptic octopus. Now, it was this kind of attack. He really didn't know if he could reach there safely. "Haha, you sure, Chia? Do you think you can return safely?" What a joke. A cold voice sounded in the surroundings. Yu Shichia's face changed. The guards around her looked as if they were facing a great enemy. "Who was it? Come out." "Oh no, it's targeting them." Yu Shichia's face was extremely pale. Damn it. Was it the person who was tracking him? The other party was right beside them, but they couldn't find him at all. For a moment, they felt as if they were facing a great enemy. At this moment, the old saint of the third heaven roared, "Hurry up and contact the Milky Way so that they can leave as soon as possible." Soon, they contacted the elders of the Milky Way and asked them to speed up. However, the Milky Way's elder's expression was extremely ugly. He said, "Fairy Rain, it's not that we don't want to help you, but we can't move forward at all." He couldn't move forward. What was going on? Everyone, look. The elder controlled the array formation and pointed. In front of them, in the fog of death, there were two huge black shadows. Upon closer inspection, they found that they were actually two islands. The two huge islands were like them. They were surrounded by arrays and emitted a terrifying light. Fog ship, it was actually a fog ship, and there were two of them. Yu Shichia and the others were extremely shocked. These two fog ships directly blocked their way. Damn it, which world's fog ship was this? Why were they blocking their way? The people of the Milky Way roared crazily. They could only turn around now. As they spoke, they began to control the Milky Way. The huge island slowly rotated and turned around. However, at this moment, a few more hums sounded, causing them to shake nonstop. Immediately after, a few more fog ships appeared around them, completely surrounding them. Outside, Lin Xian and the others stood on the island and saw the surrounding scene. When they saw that there were many similar fog ships around them, they were completely stunned. What was going on? They were being besieged. Impossible! Who would dare to attack the Milky Way? Behind the Milky Way was a sect from the second astral realm. Were they trying to become enemies with the second astral realm? Yes, the Milky Way had joined the Fog Alliance. All fog ships had to abide by the rules and help each other. Once they encountered an enemy, they would immediately join forces. Who would dare to go against such an alliance? Everyone screamed, crazily. Basically, no one dared to attack the fog ships, but now they were actually being stopped. Look, what was that symbol? Someone exclaimed. They saw that the fog ships around them were getting closer and closer. Finally, they could see the scene on the other side clearly. The most eye-catching thing was that on the other side's island, there was a black flag. It was black and looked like a pagoda. And on that flag, there was a picture of a demon bearing its fangs and brandishing its claws. That was the people of the demon planet. The people on the Milky Way screamed. It was actually the demon planet. Demon planet. Yu Shichia and the others were also shocked. A hint of fear appeared in their eyes. The surrounding people were puzzled. What kind of force was this demon planet? Could it make the Milky Way so afraid? The demon planet was also a world of stars, but it was a very special world. Originally, the demon planet was a place of exile. Some martial artists who were expelled from their sects and families were exiled to the demon planet. But gradually, it became a place where all kinds of bandits, murderers, ruthless people, and strong people gathered. Those notorious characters would all live here, and they had joined hands to create a fiend star. It was a sinful world. Inside, all kinds of killing and darkness coexisted. Ordinary people probably couldn't even survive a day there. Moreover, the demon planet often robbed other fog ships in the chaotic star ocean. I didn't expect to encounter it this time. It was actually such a thing. After everyone heard that, they understood. Robbery, wasn't this a bandit? It was just that they had never encountered such a powerful bandit before. It's over. What should we do? Run away? The people on the island discussed animatedly. Run my ass. Can you block the fog of death after you go out? But what if we don't run away? We can't beat these demons. There were whales. Boy, what should we do? The dark red, divine dragon asked. Lin Xian also frowned. They didn't expect to encounter such a thing. They would wait and see the reaction of the Milky Way first. Chapter 3569. People on the Milky Way, listen up, give up resistance, and let us go up. We might be able to give you a chance to live. If you dare to resist, we will kill you without mercy. We will sink you and let you all die in the fog of death. Damn it, this was really a group of demons. The people on the island felt their scalps go numb. The elders and law enforcement team of the Milky Way also rushed out crazily. They looked at the fog ships around them and roared crazily. Damn it, how dare you attack the Milky Way? Do you know the power behind the Milky Way? Humph, so what? To be honest, we didn't want to attack you. It's too troublesome. But unfortunately, your Milky Way is unlucky. It's carrying someone we want. Hand over that person obediently, and there might be room for negotiation. Someone we want. Everyone was shocked when they heard this. Could it be that the people from the Fiend planet were here to capture someone? Who was it? Who could make the Fiend planet mobilize so many people? You Shurtia, come out obediently and surrender, or continue to hide in the Milky Way and let these people die with you. A cold voice was heard, resounding in all directions. The people around were all stunned when they heard it. What? Yushurtia. They sucked in a breath of cold air. They didn't know who Yushurtia was before, but at the last banquet, someone had personally explained some things to them about the second astral realm. Yushurtia was a little princess of the Rain clan. The Rain clan was a big family in the second astral realm. It could be said that Yushurtia's status far exceeded theirs. Was such a prodigy really on the Milky Way? With them? But how come they didn't know this? Who was Yushurtia? Really, here on our side? Could the people from the Fiend planet have made a mistake? All kinds of rumors spread. Lin Xian frowned when he heard this. Yushurtia? Rain fairy? In an instant, he thought of the masked woman. He had felt that the masked woman's identity was not ordinary, and now this situation had occurred. He could immediately confirm that Rain fairy was Yushurtia. Thinking of this, he took a deep breath. It seemed that the other party was indeed targeted. She had a tracking necklace. It seemed that it was set up by the people from the Fiend planet. Sure enough, after Yushurtia's people heard this, their expressions became extremely ugly. Sis, what should we do? Everyone was at a loss. Yushurtia. Even the people on the Milky Way were at a loss. Yushurtia. She looked at the people on the Milky Way. She understood the Fiend star very well. It was really a group of fiends, so she must not fall into the hands of those people. The elder of the Milky Way took a deep breath and controlled the array formation on the Milky Way. An incomparable light bloomed and turned into a stream of light, wanting to break out of the siege. The surrounding islands emitted terrifying rays of light, forming pillars of light that directly bombarded the Milky Way. The Milky Way ship trembled violently. The array formation was directly torn apart. Even the ground on the island had countless cracks. On the island, everyone was in a mess. They opened their saint domains, their faces full of fear. The array was broken. In an instant, they felt a cold aura around them. It was the aura of the fog of death. They were so scared that they huddled together, not daring to move at all. If they fell into the chaotic star sea outside, they would definitely be killed by the fog of death. Not good. The faces of the elders on the Milky Way also became incomparably ugly. Their eyes were filled with deep shock. In an instant, their array had been destroyed by someone else. There was no other way. The difference was too great. The other party had come with at least 5 fog ships, and they only had 1 ship. How could they fight? Rain Fairy, we've tried our best. You'd better run. There's some chaos soil here. Yushurtia took the wonton soil to make the battle armor. Then she took a deep breath. Let's go. They walked out. At the same time, figures appeared on the surrounding fog ships. Their bodies were flickering with light. They were connected to the array formation. At this moment, they had passed through the crack and arrived on the Milky Way. They looked down like gods and demons. Everyone, listen up. Don't move or resist. Otherwise, we'll completely sink you and let you die in the fog of death. If you cooperate obediently, we might give you a chance to live. Hearing this, the saints who wanted to resist fell silent. They did not want to die. Therefore, everyone stayed in place and did not move. At this moment, a few figures flew out from the Milky Way. It was Yushurtia. Humph, you're finally out. The surrounding experts on the fiend planet looked forward and sneered. The others also turned their heads, wanting to see who the legendary Yushurtia was. Lin Xian and the others also turned their heads. In the next moment, they closed their eyes. Sure enough, their guess was right. It was the masked woman and her group. The masked woman and the others stood in the void and said coldly, "Fiend planet, you dare to capture me? Aren't you afraid of the Rain Clan's revenge? Besides, I don't have any grudges with the Fiend planet." Grudges? We don't have any, but who told you to have a special bloodline? Our fiend child has taken a liking to you, so obediently come back with us and enjoy glory and wealth. The others would also be able to live. If you dare resist, I can guarantee that you will die miserably. Don't think about escaping. You can't escape. Damn it. Yushurtia's face was gloomy. As expected, these people were after her bloodline power. The surrounding guardians also had solemn expressions. Sis, let's prepare to break out of the encirclement. They knew that they could not fall into the hands of these demons. Otherwise, they would never be able to see the light of day. Therefore, in the next moment, these people let out low cries and rushed into the sky. Escaped? How was that possible? How could Yushurtia and the others escape? The surrounding people were stunned. Without the protection of the array, how could these people block the fog of death? However, in the next moment, they were stunned because they discovered that Yushurtia and the others did not die. Instead, they entered the fog of death and disappeared. What was going on? These people were stunned. Didn't they say that the fog of death was very terrifying? Humph! The fiend planet's people sneered. Armor made of chaotic earth. No wonder they dared to escape. However, can you escape? Chase them. Chapter 30, 570. Armor formed from Chaos Earth. Everyone was shocked. It was the aura of Chaos Earth. Rumor had it that these formations were formed by combining Chaos Earth, which was why they could block the death mist. Of course, armor formed from Wonton Earth could also block it. Yushurtia actually had such a treasure in her hands. Many people's eyes turned red. The other party could escape, but they could not. For a moment, these people turned their heads to look at the people from the fiend planet. Yushurtia has already left. Let us go. That's right. We have no grudges. Yes, we still have to go to the second astral realm. I hope you can do us a favor and let us go. Voices sounded one after another. These saints and prodigies did not want to be captured. They just wanted to settle the matter peacefully. Moreover, the person who the fiend planet wanted to capture had already left. They should not make things difficult for them. However, the people from the fiend planet in the sky laughed loudly. What a joke! Are these people from the first astral realm? They're pitifully naive. It was true that they had no grudges, but who said that there had to be a reason to attack them? Because you're weak? You deserve to die. Is that not allowed? The people on the island were stunned. Because you're weak, you deserve to die. To be honest, they had never thought that there would be such a thing. Of course, that was not rare. It was just that in the first astral realm, they were high and mighty existences. They could decide the life and death of others with a single glance. Now that they were here, they had become ants. Others could decide their life and death with a single glance. It was the first time they had experienced that feeling. Therefore, for a moment, these people were stunned. Damn it, I'll fight it out with you. Immediately, a few young masters could not hold back. They were also geniuses of large families. They had come to the second astral realm to increase their strength. How could they be manipulated by others? Immediately, the terrifying laws of heaven and earth surrounded their bodies. Do you want to die? At that moment, another person walked out of the island. It was a black-robed man. When he took a step forward, the sky collapsed and the earth cracked. A group of black demons rushed out of his body, releasing a terrifying light. A large black hand reached out and enveloped the world. It directly slapped the resisting young masters into a bloody mist. Miserable cries sounded. The young masters roared angrily and shattered their souls to escape, but they were caught by the large black hand. Everyone felt their blood run cold. Who was this person? His strength was too strong. No matter what, those young masters were saints of the first heaven. But at this moment, they were like ants, unable to resist at all. Was this the strength of the Fiend Star? He was really too strong. So strong that they were terrified and in despair. Lin Xian was also extremely shocked. It was him. He could tell that he had seen that person before. Previously, at the banquet, he had seen two extremely mysterious people. One of them was a pale-faced man who was later confirmed to be the Vermilion Bird Palace Master, who had been revived. The other person was this black-robed man. At that time, he had felt that the other person's aura was very powerful. Looking at it now, it was indeed true. This person should be from the demon planet as well. He should be the person who was following Yu Shijie. Lin Xian thought. Merciless tyrant sneered. There is only one outcome for anyone who dares to oppose our fiend planet. Death. Who else wants to die? Step forward. Seeing how powerful this black-robed man was, the others all felt their scalps go numb. Right now, their lives were truly in the hands of the Fiend Star. What do you want? The elders on the Milky Way also gritted their teeth and roared. It's very simple. This island belongs to the Fiend Star. All of you will obediently follow us back to the Fiend Star. We can spare your lives. Everyone went crazy and followed the other party back to the Fiend Star. Wouldn't they become the other party's slaves? Just as everyone was in a daze. The elders on the Milky Way roared angrily. Run! They also soared into the sky. The elders on the Milky Way all fled. The people on the Fiend Star sent people to chase after them. Merciless tyrants said coldly, "Take over the island and the people on it. Take all their things. They are all our spoils of war. Whoever dares to resist will be killed without mercy. If they dare to join forces to resist, we will destroy the island and let them all die in the fog of death. I will chase after Yu Shijie." After saying that, he turned into a stream of light and left. Everyone went crazy. Yu Shijie had left, and the people on the Milky Way had also left. Only they were left. How could they escape? They didn't have the chaotic soil, so they couldn't leave. I submit. Please, spare my life. Some people didn't have such a strong backbone and immediately surrendered to the Fiend Star. This seemed to be contagious. After the first person surrendered, more people quickly fled. None of the 3 million elites dared to resist. Very well, hand over your storage rings obediently. Also, keep this chain on you. We won't kill you. The people of the Fiend Star stepped forward. Everyone had no choice. In order to save their lives, they could only obey. In the crowd, Lin Xian frowned. The northern direwolf and the dark red dragon's expressions also became incomparably ugly. Kid, what should we do? Are we really going to become their slaves? How could we become their slaves? There was no way Lin Xian would surrender. He said telepathically, although we don't have the chaotic soil, we still have some trump cards in our hands. We might be able to resist them. Hearing that, the dark red dragon and the northern direwolf nodded. However, they were not careless at all. Whether or not this trump card could block the death mist was another matter altogether. However, they knew what they had to do. In particular, Lin Xian had too many secrets on him. If he was captured by the people of the Fiend Star, he definitely wouldn't be able to survive. He would probably be sliced into pieces, so he had to leave. You want to escape? How dare you send a voice transmission? Can you leave? Suddenly, an extremely cold voice came from behind them. Not good. The voice transmission was heard. How was that possible? Lin Xian and the other two's pupils constricted. Such a situation had never happened before. However, they didn't expect the people of the Fiend Star to have such powerful souls. They directly received their voice transmission. It was too unbelievable. Let's go. They soared into the sky and turned into 3 streaks of light. You want to leave? Can you leave? An old man sneered. He held a black bug in his hand. The black bug was very strange. It had a long ear on its back. It was this bug that had heard Lin Xian's voice transmission. It should be a mutated creature that specialized in eavesdropping on soul voice transmissions. Seeing that the other party wanted to escape, the people of the Fiend Star attacked. One of the sages took out a large black net that carried a cold aura. Chapter 3571. Not good. In an instant, Lin Xian and the other 2 were enveloped. Don't hold back. Lin Xian shouted. Sword chi erupted from his body and shot into the sky, hitting the black net. The sword chi trembled, and the black net trembled. However, it was not damaged. How is that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. The North Demon and the Dark Red Dragon were also stunned. They also launched shocking attacks, but they did not tear the net apart. Catch him! Those people rushed over. Lin Xian shouted angrily, Ruffian Dragon, come over here! As he spoke, he took out the Great Sage Pagoda, and a wisp of astral fire flowed out. The astral fire flowed out, and a crack immediately appeared on the black net. Lin Xian rushed out. The Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon followed closely behind. However, in the next moment, they were hit by a golden bracelet, and the 2 of them fell from the sky. It's the universe bracelet. Not good, kid. Run. That should be a replica of a sacred artifact. It's very terrifying. Don't get hit by it. Black Mountain quickly transmitted his voice. The Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon also roared angrily. Kid, run. Run. Yes, we're not ordinary either. They won't kill us. When the time comes, go to the Fiend Planet to look for us. All right, you 2 must protect yourselves. I'll go find you. Lin Xian also let out a long roar and soared into the sky. He knew that he could not delay any longer, or he would not be able to leave. Moreover, he believed that with the Dark Red Dragon and the North Demon's bloodline talent, they would be valued even if they went to the Fiend Planet. He thought that his life would not be in danger. He turned into a streak of light and rushed into the distance. You want to leave? The middle-aged man sneered and threw out the diamond bracelet again. It was a bracelet that flickered with golden light. There were runes all over it. It was a very terrifying sacred artifact. According to Black Mountain, it was a replica. The real diamond bracelet was rumored to be able to knock out everything. Its effect was similar to the white monkey's claws. The diamond bracelet quickly shot toward Lin Xian. It arrived in front of him in an instant and was about to hit him. Boom! Lin Xian roared and swung the annihilation spear. With a clank, it struck the diamond bracelet and sent it flying. At the same time, he used the Koan Peng movement technique and tore open the void. Did he escape? The middle-aged man put away the golden bracelet. His face was full of surprise. There was actually someone who could block his attack. This kid was not simple, but it didn't take long for him to laugh coldly. So, what if he's formidable? This fellow is only a person who boarded the ship, so he probably doesn't have any chaotic soil on him. There's no need to pursue him at all. Once he entered the fog of death, he would definitely die. The other people on the Fiend planet also sneered. Indeed, no matter how powerful that kid was, he wouldn't be able to escape the death fog. Therefore, they all turned their gazes away and ignored him. As for the others, their faces were filled with shock. Lin Wuti had escaped. However, could Lin Wuti avoid the death fog? Could it be that a prodigy of the generation was going to fall just like that? They shook their heads and sighed. Soon they were no longer in the mood to care about Lin Wuti. They couldn't even protect themselves now. Lin Xian left the Milky Way, turned into a stream of light, and instantly flew into the distance. However, as soon as he came out, he felt a cold aura that seemed to want to devour him. He felt that his vitality was about to be sucked away. Not good. This was the death fog. He was so frightened that he hurriedly used his divine body. Billions of rays of light bloomed, and he was like a golden war god. However, the result didn't change at all. He discovered that his vitality was still flowing away. If there was no other way, he would soon become a pile of bones and completely rot. Was this the death fog? It was too terrifying. Even his divine body couldn't resist it. No wonder no one dared to trespass here unless they had chaotic soil. However, Lin Xian really didn't have such a thing. He snorted coldly, and the dragon sword soul in his body roared. Countless dragon-shaped sword chi surged out, forming a sword domain that enveloped him. The dragon sword soul could destroy everything, so it should be able to destroy this death fog. As expected, his guess was right. He could feel that the life force in his body was slowly weakening. Soon, it stopped. The great dragon sword spirit blocked the death fog, but soon he began to worry. Although the dragon sword soul was powerful, there was too much death fog. Moreover, he had to use the dragon sword soul with all his strength to resist it. In this way, his flying speed was very slow. Who knew how big the death fog was? If he flew for a year and a half, he would be exhausted to death. Once his strength was exhausted, he wouldn't be able to resist it at all. Moreover, there were pursuers behind him. Thinking of this, he was bewildered. He turned his head and found that no one was chasing after him. What was going on? Didn't the people from the demon planet chase after him? On second thought, he understood. These people probably thought that he couldn't survive in the death fog. Therefore, they didn't even bother to chase after him. Thinking about it, even the 9-yang divine body couldn't resist it. If it weren't for the dragon sword soul, he would have died in the death fog. However, this time, the people from the demon planet miscalculated. He could still survive. He took a breath and asked, Black Mountain, do you have a way? Black Mountain said, the death fog is very powerful, but the dragon sword soul is even more magical. If you are strong, like a great sage like me, you shouldn't be afraid of the death fog. Of course, even if you are a Saint Venerable, you can enter and exit the death fog at will with the help of the dragon sword soul. But now, you are only a first heaven saint. You are too weak. Lin Xian's face turned black. I didn't call you here for you to lecture me. Do you have a way or not? He said, there is a way. You can only use the great sage pagoda. However, the great sage's sacred artifact should be able to resist the death fog. Buzz. Lin Xian took out the great sage pagoda and directly entered it. Then he controlled the great sage pagoda and turned into a stream of light and left. Black Mountain was right. The great sage pagoda was indeed able to resist the death fog. The great sage pagoda was left behind by the space-time great sage. It was a great sage artifact that surpassed ordinary sacred artifacts. It was not surprising that it could resist the death fog. There were probably not many great sage artifacts in the world. Therefore, it was unheard of for Lin Xian to have a great sage artifact. However, Lin Xian did not have it easy. Since the great sage pagoda was a great sage artifact, it consumed too much energy to activate it. Even though Lin Xian was a peerless genius, it was not easy for him to control the great sage pagoda. He had to fly for a while, and then stop. The most important thing was that he didn't know the direction. He could only choose a direction and bite the bullet and fly. Now, he only had one thought, and that was to see if he could meet other bewilderment fog ships and then follow them from afar. The following days were more difficult. Lin Xian controlled the great sage pagoda while enduring the burning of the starry sky flames. After all, there was a lot of starry sky flames in the pagoda. Although most of them had been used, there was still some left to temper the black earth. There was still some left. Although he had pulled away from the starry sky flames, the scorching temperature still made him grimace. He knew that this was also a kind of cultivation. Sure enough, his physique had strengthened during this period. However, this pain was not something that anyone could endure. Chapter 3572. Lin Xian did not expect that Yushirchia would cause such a commotion. Not only was he forced to leave the Milky Way, but he was also separated from the dark red dragon and the North Demon. He could not find the way to the Emperor II astral realm. Hopefully the North Demon and the North Demon were fine. Lin Xian sighed and continued flying. The days were very boring, but a month later, he was suddenly stunned. Black Mountain said, "Kid, there's a star ahead. Do you want to go and take a look?" There was a star world in the fog of death. Lin Xian's eyes widened. Impossible. How could this place be so terrifying that even a minor saint could not survive? Could it be that a group of sage kings lived there? It's not as exaggerated as you think. If there was a sage king of a world, the other worlds would not be able to survive. Black Mountain shook his head and said, "That's a dead world. There's no life in it. Do you want to go and rest?" All right. Lin Xian changed direction and flew towards the star world. At the same time, he asked, "What's up with this fog of death? Do you know?" Black Mountain used to be a great sage, and a great sage from tens of thousands of years ago. Perhaps he knew the origin of this fog of death. However, Black Mountain shook his head. "I don't know. When I was alive, the fog of death already existed. This place is very strange. I don't know how it was formed, but the power of death is a headache even for sage kings. Under normal circumstances, no one would come here. Of course, it was unknown who discovered the chaotic earth that could resist the fog of death. Therefore, even if you were not strong enough, if you had the chaotic earth, you could still survive in the fog of death. Of course, even if you could survive, it would be very dangerous. Therefore, before coming here, you would take the huge fog ship." Black Mountain said that the fog of death was very dangerous. As for how it came about, no one knew. It was really mysterious. Lin Xian frowned. He continued to control the great sage pagoda. Gradually, he discovered that there was indeed a star world in front of him, but it was dim. Looking from this direction, the death world was broken. Many places had been directly corroded. The entire world was gray, without a trace of life. For him, at least he had a place to stay. So Lin Xian flew towards the world of death. Landing on land, he heaved a sigh of relief. The entire ground was gray, and he even discovered that there were plants here, but they were also gray. Some of them were even black, which was the color of the fog of death. He walked out of the great sage pagoda and felt around. He found that the aura here was very cold, but he could still resist it. It wasn't like the death mist, which directly deprived him of his vitality. He let out a sigh of relief and put away the great sage pagoda. He found a place to sit down and began to recover his strength. 5 days later, Lin Xian's strength had recovered to its peak. Then Lin Xian began to investigate his surroundings. Flying at a low altitude, Zhang Xian circled the area and found that other than some gray plants, there was not a single human or demonic beast in sight. Later on, he discovered some skeletons that were scattered all over the world. It seemed that this place used to have humans and demonic beasts in the past, but for some reason, they all died later on. Black Mountain guessed that it might be because the death mist invaded a large area, so it directly deprived these humans and demonic beasts of their lives. As he was flying, Lin Xian's body suddenly trembled. As if struck by lightning, he fell down. With a boom, he landed on the ground. The powerful force crushed countless white bones. What was going on? Someone ambushed him. Lin Xian had goosebumps all over his body. He released his god body and scanned the area. Streaks of sword chi crisscrossed around him. Who was it? He didn't find anyone. He felt extremely strange. Was it a ghost that ambushed him just now? That power was too strong. Fortunately, his physique was strong, or this attack would definitely have torn him into pieces. Damn it, was there no one? Lin Xian began to search the area, but after a round of searching, he didn't find anything. It was safer for him, but in the latter half of the night, the surroundings fell into darkness. There wasn't even any light. Suddenly, he was hit again and was sent flying. The blood in his body was boiling. Lin Xian was completely enraged. Damn it, was it addicted? With a roar, the sword chi rushed through the 9 heavens and 10 lands. A pair of golden eyes were like the eyes of a god, searching in all directions. Buzz, with a wave of his hand, 9 flaming divine feathers flew out of his body. These were the vermilion bird divine feathers used by the Vermilion Bird Palace Master. After he obtained them, he used the star fire to completely refine them. He destroyed all the soul imprints on them, and then replaced them with his own soul imprints. The Vermilion Bird Divine Feathers were really good stuff. These were the feathers left behind by the real Vermilion Bird Sacred Beast. The 9 Vermilion Bird Divine Feathers were connected together, like 9 divine swords under his control. They spread out in all directions. At this moment, he finally locked onto something with the heavenly secret god eyes. He blasted towards the ground. The ground was directly penetrated. The Vermilion Bird Divine Feathers were like a long dragon, roaring and hitting the thing. With a boom, the void shattered. Lin Xian appeared below. He saw that it was a bone, a gray bone in the shape of a human. After that thing was hit, it emitted a frightened soul fluctuation. It instantly tore through the void, trying to escape. However, how could Lin Xian let it escape? He had already found the other party. Controlling the Vermilion Bird Divine Feathers, the terrifying power of the 5 laws attacked in all directions, fighting with the gray bone. Finally, he fought until the heavens collapsed and the earth cracked. He tore that bone into pieces. Lin Xian roared. There was a dragon-shaped aura on the Vermilion Bird Divine Feathers that could destroy everything. The gray bone immediately became frightened. It sent out a soul fluctuation. Stop. Stop fighting. Let's make peace. Make peace. Lin Xian snorted, but at the same time, he was extremely shocked. The bone still had soul fluctuations. It didn't seem to be completely dead. Who are you? How dare you sneak attack me? You can't beat me, so you want to make peace? Do you think that's possible? That person said, I had no choice. I wanted to leave this place too much. So, when someone came over, I subconsciously attacked. Now, I admit that I can't beat you. I don't want to attack you. Don't try to kill me. I've been here for 5,000 years. I'm very familiar with this place. You can't kill me. Had he stayed there for 5,000 years? Lin Xian was stunned. Then he narrowed his eyes. How did you die? When you died, was there anyone in this world? What happened to turn this place into a world of death? Ka, ka, ka. The gray bone began to combine, forming a skeleton. It shook its head and made cracking sounds. There was a gray aura in its eyes. It said, when I came, this place was already a land of death. There was no one. I was forced to come here. In the end, I was swallowed by the aura of death and became like this. How could you survive after being swallowed by the aura of death? Chapter 3573. I'm a Saint King, and I died here. White Bones said. Hearing this, Lin Xian sucked in a breath of cold air. Saint King? This was too shocking. However, Black Mountain sneered. No, he's not a Saint King at all. At most, he's a small saint. Lin Xian was also stunned after hearing this. He narrowed his eyes, and his eyes flickered with a golden light. Saint King, are you sure? Of course, I don't even know what my cultivation is. White Bones was stubborn. Lin Xian sneered. Is that so? But why do I feel that you're just a small saint? You found out. White Bones was shocked and in disbelief. Lin Xian snorted. It seemed that Black Mountain was right. The other party was indeed a small saint. Then what's going on? How could a small saint survive in the death fog? Did he have the chaotic soil? If he had that kind of thing, he wouldn't have died. The other party was now invaded by the death fog, but he wasn't completely dead. It was very strange. It seemed that the other party had a secret. Lin Xian continued. Tell me your secret. What secret? White Bones pretended to be stupid. Lin Xian said, It's impossible for you to block the death fog. How did you survive? I don't know either. I just survived by chance. I'm already a skeleton now. What secret can I have? If I really have a secret, I shouldn't have died. Kid, look at his skull. There's a problem. I don't think it's his own. Hearing Black Mountain's voice, Lin Xian looked up. Under the heavenly secret god eyes, he indeed saw a trace of difference. The other party's skull was indeed mysterious. It was different from the surrounding bones. However, it was covered by the other party. Ordinary saints couldn't see it at all. You don't want to say it, right? Do you think I won't know if you don't say it? Lin Xian probed. A big golden hand grabbed the other party's head. Damn it, what are you trying to do? White Bones roared. Starlight jumped out of its eye sockets to resist the golden hand. With a cracking sound, the starry gaze was smashed into pieces, and the golden hand grabbed the opponent's head. He directly grabbed the skull and pulled it off. White Bones let out a miserable shriek. The moment the skull left, its body began to shatter, and its life force rapidly weakened. You can't treat me like this. Give it back to me. Give it back to me. He screamed crazily and begged for mercy. It seemed that without this bone, he had no strength at all. Lin Xian didn't pay any attention to him. Instead, he carefully examined the bone. He discovered that this bone was indeed very magical. It was very light in his hand, as if it was weightless. However, when he tried to break it with force, he discovered that the bone did not move at all. This was simply too inconceivable. He had a divine body and was extremely powerful. However, at this moment, he actually couldn't do anything to this bone. One could imagine that it was definitely extraordinary. Kid, Look at the other side. Lin Xian flipped the bone over, and a shocking light appeared in his eyes. On the other side of the bone, there were countless black lines. Like Tao patterns, they were densely packed and formed one after another strange patterns. The eerie black pattern contained an aura of death, causing Lin Xian's hair to stand on end. What's going on? Why does it feel so similar to the aura of the mist of death? Still not going to talk? Lin Xian looked at White Bones. White Bones was lying on the ground, dying. He said, I'll talk, please save my life. Lin Xian snorted and threw the bone to him. White Bones pressed on the skull, and only then did he heave a sigh of relief, as if he had recovered. You're right, I'm indeed a minor saint. When I first came here, nothing happened. The aura of death around me wasn't strong. However, on the third year, the star world was suddenly enveloped by the mist of death. I couldn't resist it at all. I kept rotting, and my life force was taken away. I was so scared that I ran away. Finally, I escaped to a place where I found this piece of bone. With this bone, I was able to survive in the fog of death. Hearing this, Lin Xian was stunned. A bone could allow someone to survive in the mist of death. This was too unbelievable. Was this related to the chaotic land? He thought of this possibility, but soon shook his head. He had seen the chaotic land before. The two should have nothing to do with each other. What was even more strange was the black pattern on the back of the bone. It was very strange. He asked, What are the black patterns on the bone? Did you carve them? I didn't carve them. They were on the bone in the first place. Moreover, this is the special part of the bone. It's the black patterns that allowed me to survive. What's the secret of this pattern? Lin Xian asked. I don't know. I tried to draw the exact same Dao rune, but it was useless. It seems that only this bone is useful. White Bones seemed to be really scared and didn't dare to hide anything. He said, You should have felt it too. The black patterns on the bone are very similar to the aura of the mist of death. I guess that the two are of the same origin. So after I put this thing on, the mist of death thought that I was one of them, so it didn't attack me. Of the same origin. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He asked again, Where did you get this thing? Do you want to go to that place? White Bones' heart trembled. It seemed to have thought of something terrifying. He said, I can draw a map for you. You can go by yourself. Map? Why don't you bring me there? You still want to play tricks? A hint of cold killing intent appeared in his eyes. White Bones knelt on the ground. Big brother, don't kill me. I really don't want to die. That place is very strange. The last time I went there, I barely survived. I guess my good luck has run out. If you let me go there again, I will definitely die. If you don't go, I will kill you now. Lin Xian's killing intent became even colder. White Bones struggled for a long time and sighed helplessly. Forget it, I can't hide. I have been at death's door for thousands of years. It's time to put an end to it. Let's go. I will bring you there. White Bones will lead the way. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He followed silently. Although most of what White Bones said was true, he was sure that White Bones was still holding back. So he was always on guard. The two of them shuttled through half of the world and seemed to have arrived at the other side of the world. Finally, Lin Xian saw a black shadow in front of him. It looked like countless black mountains. White Bones pointed ahead and said, It's inside those mountains. When he said this, his bones were trembling. He seemed to be very scared. Lin Xian saw this scene and frowned. He asked, What is inside that can make you so scared? Chapter 3574. Lin Xian looked at the scene and frowned, but he didn't say anything. He waved his hand, and led White Bones forward. White Bones braced itself and followed, walking into the Black Mountain. The surrounding atmosphere was very oppressive and eerie. It was as if they had entered the fog of death. Lin Xian didn't feel his vitality being taken away, but he felt an indescribable suppression. White Bones followed closely behind, afraid that something would suddenly appear. Suddenly, Lin Xian stopped in front. White Bones bumped into Lin Xian with a bang. Its bones were about to fall apart, so it quickly took 2 steps back. "Why did you stop?" he asked carefully. Lin Xian said that there was a person in front. "What? There was a person?" White Bones trembled. Lin Xian turned around. "Didn't you come here before? Didn't you say that there was no one here?" White Bones was scared when Lin Xian saw it. It quickly said, "There really isn't anyone here. Let me see what that is." White Bones finally walked out from behind Lin Xian and looked forward. The next moment, it heaved a sigh of relief and said, "That's not a person. That person already existed when I came here. We'll know when we walk over. You walk in front. Don't try to play tricks." Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones had no choice but to lead the way. They walked forward. Sure enough, when they reached the front, Lin Xian found it. Indeed, it couldn't be a person. To be precise, it wasn't a living person. It was a dead person. That person stood there without any breath. Moreover, the flesh and blood on his body had long disappeared. Only bones and human skin were left. There were many small scales on the human skin. Even if this thing was alive, it wasn't a human, but a demon. Those who could come here were definitely not ordinary. They were at least saints or even minor saints. However, they were dead, and it seemed that they died because their vitality was sucked dry. It was a strange thing. "Let's go. Bring me to the place where you found White Bones," Lin Xian said. White Bones could only bring him through the mountains. Finally, they arrived at a ravine. There were many bone fragments. White Bones pointed at the ravine and said, "This is where I found this bone." "Here?" Lin Xian looked around and waved his hand. His huge soul entered the ravine and began to search. Soon, he retracted his soul. He didn't find anything special. At this moment, a lot of gray fog rushed out from the ground and swept in all directions. Feeling this qi, Lin Xian's tea, death fog. Lin Xian, death fog. You dare to deceive me? He grabbed White Bones' head, and White Bones trembled in fear. "No, I definitely didn't trick you. I didn't know what's going on. There was no death. Lin Xian scoffed and quickly retreated with White Bones. The aura of death around them began to spread, but fortunately, there were not many of them. Lin Xian's body was covered with sword qi, forming a sword domain. It shrouded him, and he set off towards the place where there was no death fog. After flying for a while, Lin Xian came to a stop, because something strange appeared in front of him again. A palace appeared in front of him. It was a black palace. It was tall, cold, and evil. He realized that the palace was built with stones. The stones were very similar to the stones in the surrounding mountains. It must have been made from local materials. There were many strange patterns on the stones. It was only when Lin Xian walked closer that he realized that the carvings on the stone pillars of the palace were all ferocious-looking figures. There were humans and demons. They were densely packed, as if they were evil spirits from hell. It made one scalp go numb. "There's a palace here. I didn't know about it." White Bones was also shocked. Lin Xian looked at him and realized that he really didn't know about it, because the soul fluctuation didn't seem to be faked. These stones were too strange. The figures on them were too similar. Lin Xian even felt that they were very similar to the person he met before. The person's life was sucked dry and was only left with human skin. Could it be that the life of these things was also sucked dry? Then they turned into human skin and breathed on the stone pillars? Thinking of this possibility, White Bones almost peed. Of course, he couldn't pee now. However, he was very frightened. If Lin Xian's guess was right, then it was too scary. These human skins were not inferior to him. They were at least minor saints. Now, there were so many minor saints who were sucked dry and made into pillars. What was going on? Who was this person? How could he have such a shocking move? Even He Shan was surprised. Kid, I realized that your guess was most likely correct. Whether it's true or not, we'll know after trying. Lin Xian took a deep breath. If he broke a stone pillar, he would be able to see whether it was made of real skin or just stone. With a wave of his hand, 9 vermilion bird divine feathers flew out and floated around him, breathing out terrifying flames. What are you trying to do? White Bones asked in horror. As soon as he finished asking, he screamed, because he saw Lin Xian making a move. The vermilion bird divine feathers turned into a ray of light and rushed forward. A terrifying sound was heard. Flames splashed, and the void cracked. This scene scared White Bones silly. He really didn't expect that the young man in front of him would be so bold to attack such a strange stone pillar. However, what made him relieved was that the black stone pillar was much harder than he imagined. Under this attack, it only shook violently and didn't break. Even Lin Xian was greatly surprised by this. What a tough stone. Humph! With a cold snort, he activated the vermilion bird divine feathers again. The 5 elemental laws revolved around the vermilion bird divine feathers. In an instant, more than 1 million attacks were carried out. No matter how powerful the stone pillar was, it couldn't withstand the attacks. Cracks appeared on it, and there were more and more cracks. Boom! With a loud boom, the black stone pillar finally couldn't withstand the attacks and broke into pieces. Pieces of human skin fell out. Lin Xian took a deep breath. His guess was right. It was indeed human skin. Why were there so many pieces of human skin? Were they all minor saints? He didn't dare to think about it anymore. What kind of existence was it? Was it the other party who built this palace? Why was the other party here? Why did he kill these saints? And was the other party still alive now? Thinking of this, he felt a chill down his spine. White Bones was also stunned. He didn't expect Lin Xian to succeed. He was shocked at first, but then he became curious and began to search inside the human skin. This human skin was not bad. He actually ate one of it and put it on his body. He was originally a skeleton. At this moment, after putting on the human skin, he looked like a walking corpse. Ugh. Suddenly, White Bones screamed and kept rolling on the ground. "Hero, save me!" He begged Lin Xian for mercy. Chapter 3575. Stop pretending to be mysterious and get up quickly. Lin Xian glanced at the other party and said coldly he had already used his soul to see that these people had no life force. How could the other party be affected? However, White Bones sent out a soul fluctuation in pain. "No, he has my soul. He wants to kill me. Please help me. Help me tear open the human skin." Lin Xian sneered and was unmoved. However, after waiting for a while, he realized that White Bones' aura was getting weaker and weaker. Its soul was like an extinguished lamp. He realized that something was wrong. He slashed out a sword chi and hit the human skin. White Bones let out a miserable cry, but the human skin did not leave. Seeing this, Lin Xian snorted coldly. The vermilion bird divine feather flew out, and an incomparable flame rushed over. This was the power of Yang, with an aura that could destroy everything. The human skin floated up on its own, and White Bones appeared inside. "Thank you for saving my life." His soul fluctuation was very weak. At the same time, He looked at the human skin in horror. Damn it, this is too strange. Could it be that these human skins are still alive? Lin Xian was puzzled. He grabbed one of them and observed it from afar. However, no matter how he looked, he could not find any signs of life. He asked Black Mountain, but Black Mountain shook his head. He did not know either. He said, "Kid, why don't you ignore these things and go inside to take a look?" Inside? Lin Xian was stunned. He naturally knew that the other party was talking about this black palace. Did he really have to go in? Taking a deep breath, Lin Xian felt that he had to go in. There might be a power that could resist the death mist inside. He was trapped here and could not leave at all. However, White Bones had a bone that could resist the aura of the death mist. This stone was very likely related to this black palace. Therefore, if he went in, it was very likely that he would obtain the secret of the death mist. This was a huge temptation. Therefore, he decided to go in once. He walked forward, and White Bones behind him was still bewildered. His scalp went numb as he looked at the human face that had attacked him. To be exact, it wasn't a human, but a human skin with fangs and purple scales. It should be an existence of the devil race, but he was no longer interested in observing it because he noticed Lin Xian's actions and immediately followed him. "I advise you to leave quickly. This place is too evil. Don't go in no matter what." Lin Xian said, "You can leave now. I have to enter this place." After saying that, he used his hands to push the two black stone doors. Boom, boom. The black door was slowly pushed open, and a dusty smell came out. It was obvious that no one had been here for tens of thousands of years. There was also a cold and gloomy aura coming from inside, which made people's hair stand on end. Ah! Suddenly, White Bones shrieked, scaring Lin Xian. Lin Xian's body was surrounded by sword energy. He took a few steps back, and the black door closed. Lin Xian frowned and looked at White Bones. "What are you screaming for?" White Bones was trembling in fear. He stuck to me again. Even his soul was stuttering. Lin Xian frowned. He had indeed seen the human skin from before sticking to White Bones back again. This made him feel a little uneasy. "Can't you stay away from him?" Lin Xian said coldly. White Bones was almost scared to tears. "Hero, I really had him thrown far away, but he floated over by himself." Lin Xian waved his hand. The 9 suns divine fire and the golden palm tore the human skin apart and threw him far away. Then he cast a 5-element seal and completely sealed him. Then he looked at the black door again. "This time, no matter what happens, you are not allowed to make a sound. If you dare to disturb me again, I will break your bones and destroy your soul." Before he made his move, Lin Xian warned White Bones. White Bones quickly nodded, looking very obedient. Lin Xian turned his head and walked forward. He pushed the black stone door open again. The cold and gloomy aura from inside flowed out again. At the same time, there was a disgusting smell, as if a corpse had rotted. This aura made Lin Xian very uncomfortable, so he didn't go in. Instead, he shot out 2 sword energy and stuck it on the black door. He opened the door and let the air outside circulate. After waiting for 3 days and 3 nights, the aura weakened a little. Lin Xian was surrounded by sword energy as he walked forward. He walked in and found that it was even darker inside. The whole building was made of black stones. Furthermore, this place was very strange. Even Lin Xian's soul was unable to probe too far. He couldn't even probe beyond 20 meters. It seemed that the whole palace was surrounded by a black fog. Could it be the fog of death? Lin Xian was shocked. At this moment, a cold wind blew, and the 2 sword energies stuck on the door were broken. With a bang, the 2 black doors were shut. This time, the light outside the door disappeared completely. The whole hall was pitch black. Lin Xian snorted. He released his divine fire, but it could only illuminate a small area. There was a trace of cold sweat on his forehead. This place was too strange. Suddenly, White Bones screamed and sat on the ground in fright. Then, its bones broke on the ground. Lin Xian was also shocked. Then, he was angry. Didn't I tell you not to scream? Seeing white bones scattered on the ground, Lin Xian was amused. However, he could not laugh now. He asked, "Why are you screaming?" White Bones' soul fluctuations spread out. The human skin from before had floated over again, flashing in the vicinity. What? Did the human skin come over? How was that possible? Lin Xian was shocked. Could it be that he had sealed the human skin with the 5-element seal? How could it follow him in? Don't talk nonsense. But I really saw it. White Bones felt wronged. Suddenly, he screamed again and pointed behind Lin Xian. There's a black shadow behind you. Heavens, he's alive. This scene also gave Lin Xian a fright. Behind him? Thinking of this, he snorted and turned around. The golden light in his eyes penetrated the 9 heavens and 10 lands. He really saw a black shadow floating in the air. Its ghostly aura was eerie, like a peerless demon. This gave him a fright. He could not help but attack. However, at this moment, the black shadow said, "Damn, kid, you're scared silly. It's one of us." Phew. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief, and his heart calmed down a little. This was because it was Black Mountain's voice. He said with a dark face, "Damn it, this place is so eerie. Why are you causing trouble? Do you think it's not scary enough?" Suddenly, Lin Xian's pupils constricted. He saw another shadow behind Black Mountain. Chapter 3576. What? There was no one. He Shan turned around and found no one. Then he let out a creepy laugh. It was because of this that I had to come out and take a look. Damn it, there was really a ghost. White Bones screamed in fear. He Shan floated over. Was this guy crazy? He was a small saint after all. How could he be so timid? Lin Xian rolled his eyes. Look at those human skins outside. Didn't you think he was crazy? This place was really too creepy. A small saint was casually slaughtered. This guy was probably very brave to not be scared to death. He kicked White Bone and put your bones away. This is one of our own. After making up his mind that He Shan didn't attack him, White Bones carefully put the scattered bones together. Then it looked around in shock. Why did we come here? Lin Xian said, "I'm looking for the secret of the fog of death. Can you use the stone on your forehead to sense it carefully and see if there's any effect?" White Bones nodded and poured energy into the bone. Then the black patterns on the bone shone. White Bones was stunned. Lin Xian was also stunned. It was indeed effective. At this moment, the surroundings suddenly lit up. There were a total of 81 lamps surrounding the entire hall. The originally dark hall was now illuminated, but the light was very dim. But it was much better than before. It seemed that this bone was indeed related to this place. Lin Xian looked around. He Shan was also floating around. Suddenly, he said, "Kid, this place is really not simple. Do you know what these lamps are made of?" Lin Xian's eyes shone with golden light. He looked carefully. It was blood. He realized that what was hanging on the wall wasn't oil, but blood. This was the blood of a saint, using a saint's blood to light up the lamps. Lin Xian was shocked. This was definitely not an ordinary saint. Furthermore, this blood should have been refined before. He really didn't know who the owner of this place was. Suddenly, He Shan screamed again. He floated to the sky above the hall and looked down. Then he said, "It's actually this thing. This thing is actually here? What did you see?" Lin Xian was shocked. He also came to the sky. The next moment he was also stunned. Under the 81 green willow, the wisps, the hall below could be seen clearly. On the ground of the hall, there was a huge pattern. What kind of pattern was that? It was a black fish and a white fish. They formed a circle. This was the yin-yang fish. Lin was shocked. Hey, Sean said, this is not an ordinary yin-yang fish. It has another name, Taiji. Taiji. Lin was taken aback. It's very similar to the Taiji. Indeed, he had interacted with the yin-yang sect more than once. The other party's yin-yang diagram was half black and half white. It was extremely profound. It should have been passed down from Taiji. Both of them were essentially the same thing. However, Taiji was even more mysterious. The two yin-yang fish spiraled, but the eyes of the two fish were completely different. Lin Xian was surprised to find that the eyes of the black yin fish were white, while the eyes of the white yang fish were black. This was indeed different from the Taiji of the Taiji. The Taiji of the Taiji was half black and half white. There was no such phenomenon. Is that Taiji? That's right, it's the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Could it be that some kind of existence built all of this here? But what's his purpose? Is it for the death mist? Hey, Sean kept guessing. Lin Xian was puzzled. What do you know? Who is that person? Do you know someone from the same era as you? He asked a series of questions. Hey, Sean took a deep breath. He's not from the same era as me. I've been around for too long. There was such a legend in the primordial era. Yin and Yang, who was stronger and who was weaker. Yin and Yang coexisted and ruled the world. Yin and Yang in the world. Some people cultivated Yang, while others cultivated Yin. It was very terrifying when cultivated to the extreme. However, no one had ever tried to combine these two forces, until a person appeared. He tried to combine the two forces, but he failed. In the years that followed, there were more than once people who tried to combine the power of yin and yang, but they all failed. In the end, a person appeared. That person succeeded and condensed Taiji. However, his inheritance was not passed down. It had been lost. Only the Taiji yin-yang diagram was passed down. The Taiji you mentioned should be a branch of the Taiji yin-yang sect, right? Everyone has different insights when looking at yin and yang. The owner of this palace should also be comprehending yin and yang. Yin and yang, the great Tao of heaven and earth. This person has a broad scheme. I wonder if he succeeded. I think he should have failed. If he succeeded, his name would have spread across the universe. However, there was no news of him at all. Hey, Sean muttered to himself. Buzz. Lin Xian was surprised. He felt that these words contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. Therefore, he landed on the ground and carefully sensed the Taiji yin-yang diagram. He walked slowly along the Taiji yin-yang diagram. Then he sat cross-legged and tried to comprehend it. The following days were very difficult. Bai Gu curled up at the side, not daring to breathe loudly. He Shan floated around and studied the surroundings. Lin Xian had been comprehending the Taiji yin-yang diagram. The Taiji yin-yang diagram was indeed mysterious. Lin Xian comprehended it and had a deeper understanding of his own great Tao of heaven and earth. However, he still did not understand the reason for the fog of death. He Shan said, "Kid, how long do you plan to comprehend here? 10 years or 100 years? Why don't you leave like this? Come back when you have the chance in the future." Or rather, he would directly take away this huge Taiji yin-yang diagram. He also felt that the surroundings were strange. He did not know who this owner was. It made him feel a little strange. Lin Xian also stood up. He said, "Let's see if there's a way to take this Taiji yin-yang diagram away. This is a good thing." He was not willing to let such a good thing go to waste here. With a wave of his hand, the vermilion bird divine feather flew out, releasing an incomparable light. Then it stabbed into the ground, wanting to completely pry open the Taiji yin-yang diagram and take it away. However, with this move, the Taiji yin-yang diagram actually started to spin. It was very slow at first, but it became faster and faster. The Taiji yin-yang diagram completely merged into one. Not good. Lin Xian felt an extremely terrifying force enveloping him. His 9-yang divine body instantly cracked. With a cold shout, the 9-yang divine body bloomed with light and quickly recovered. At the same time, sword chi covered his body, forming a dragon-shaped sword realm armor to block. However, he still could not block this force. It was really too strong. The white bones were instantly torn to shreds. Chapter 3577. Black Mountain floated to Lin Xian's side and released her great sage aura, but it was useless. This was true power, and Black Mountain couldn't scare the other party. He said, "Kid, take out the Great Sage Pagoda." Lin Xian had no choice but to take out the Great Sage Pagoda and cover his body. With a clang, the Great Sage Pagoda suffered an endless impact. It made a sonorous sound. However, it was blocked in the end. Lin Xian heaved a sigh of relief and looked outside. At this moment, a faint voice sounded between heaven and earth. Tao begets one, one begets two, two begets three, and three begets all things. All things carry yin and embrace yang. Rushing qi into harmony is taiji. This voice was ancient, low, and desolate, making one's soul tremble. Even Black Mountain was shocked, and his eyes widened. Lin Xian also removed the Great Sage Pagoda and appeared again. He found that the yin-yang diagram in front of him gradually slowed down and finally quieted down again. What was going on? Lin Xian was shocked. Black Mountain said, "Kid, this might be a chance for you to comprehend the secret of Taiji." Comprehend the secret of Taiji? Lin Xian was shocked. As expected, he saw the Taiji diagram in front of him change again. Countless black fog appeared where the yin fish was. It was the fog of death, emitting a cold aura. Suddenly, Lin Xian's hair stood on end. He couldn't help but take 2 steps back. Why was there so much death aura? What was going on? Lin Xian frowned. Black Mountain was also shocked. He looked carefully. "I finally know." "What do you know?" Black Mountain said, "Look, the Taiji diagram is also formed by the yin-yang fish. The yin fish represented the power of the moon, while the yang fish represented the power of the sun. The power of the moon was replaced by the fog of death. However, the power of the sun was actually missing. This also means that if you can make up for it, you can understand the secret of the Taiji diagram left behind by the other party." As he said that, he looked at Lin Xian again. "Kid, your luck is too good, isn't it?" What should he say? Lin Xian asked. "Now, even I can't forcefully steal the secret, because only you can do it. In order to replenish the power of the sun, it must be the power of the purest yang. I am a ghost, so I belong to the power of cold yin. If I try to take it by force, I would be instantly shrouded in the fog of death. Even if I didn't die, I would be severely injured. But you don't agree. The 9-yang divine body is originally a body of the purest yang. Therefore, even if others saw this Taiji diagram, they would not be able to take it away. Only you can take it. Kid, are you willing to take the risk and give it a try?" Lin Xian's eyes flickered. He knew that Heishan was right, but there was still a huge risk involved. Would his 9-yang divine body be able to withstand the power of the moon? That was the power of the death mist. However, he wasn't willing to leave. This was the secret of Taiji. Once he grasped it, he would be able to grasp the power of yin and yang. The yin and yang qi were originally the most primordial auras in the world. If he could comprehend it, it would definitely be a huge improvement to his strength. Furthermore, he might even be able to block the death fog with it. So after thinking about it, he gritted his teeth and said, I'll go all out. He walked towards the young fish. In the next moment, he felt the power of the death mist invading him. Humph! He released his divine body to the extreme. Come on, Lin Xian, will not be afraid of you. The 9 yang divine fire burned fiercely on Lin Xian's body. Boundless flames spread. On the other side, the death mist surged. He was gradually enveloped by the death mist. Block it for me. He gritted his teeth and roared, constantly circulating his body. Lin Xian felt that his vitality was instantly snatched away. This made all the hair on his body stand on end. However, he did not retreat. Instead, he roared crazily and circulated his body crazily. Just like that, 49 days passed. Suddenly, the yin and yang merged. The Taiji diagram under his feet spun again, carrying the power of the death mist and the 9 yang divine fire. Finally, it entered Lin Xian's body and disappeared. As for Lin Xian's body, it was completely enveloped by the yin and yang qi. A Taiji diagram appeared behind him. Did he succeed? When He Shan saw the scene, he was extremely nervous. He knew that this was an earth-shattering gamble. If he won, the benefits would be endless. However, if he lost, it was very likely that he would be sucked dry and turned into a pile of bones. As he waited nervously, the Taiji diagram slowly spun and finally disappeared completely. Lin Xian did not open his eyes. Instead, he sat down cross-legged again. There was a new message in his mind. This was a great divine ability that could combine the power of yin and yang to cultivate. It was called the Taiji art. At the same time, an aged voice rang out, reverberating in his mind. Fated one, remember my name, Zhang Jiuji. Bring Taiji to greater heights. Lin Xian was shocked. So it was the Taiji diagram left behind by Zhang Jiuji. The Taiji art was a divine ability that Zhang Jiuji created based on the most primitive Taiji diagram. Who was this Zhang Jiuji? Where did he get the Taiji diagram? How powerful was the Taiji art? How terrifying was the real Taiji? The Taiji diagram was a yin-yang fish diagram. However, everyone would have different understandings and insights when they looked at it. The divine abilities and martial arts that they created were also different. Zhang Jiuji created the Taiji art, which was also what Lin Xian was cultivating now. After cultivating for a month, Lin Xian opened his eyes. He stood up and slowly exhaled. I've succeeded. I've already started cultivating the Taiji art. However, I don't know its power yet. I need to try it out. After saying that, he walked out. The black door opened, and he walked out. He looked at the black palace and soared into the sky. There was nothing worth investigating here. The biggest secret was the Taiji diagram. He had already obtained it. As far as he knew, this palace was created by Zhang Jiuji. He used the fog of death here as the power of yin, and then studied the secrets of Taiji. The human skins outside were all powerful saints. At that time, due to various reasons, they came to this world of death and were captured by Zhang Jiuji. They were used as guinea pigs for various experiments. Countless saints were sacrificed before the Taiji art was finally created. Now, Lin Xian wanted to test the power of the Taiji art. He flew all the way and left the world of death. He Shan jumped. Damn. Kid, what are you doing? He quickly returned to the crescent moon pendant and asked quickly. Lin Xian didn't say anything. Instead, he went into the fog of death. Damn. Has this kid gone crazy from cultivating? Is he trying to kill himself? He Shan was surprised, but he soon realized that something was wrong. Lin Xian didn't die at all in the fog of death. Instead, he was like a fish in water, shuttling through it quickly. Soon, he rushed out and returned to the world of death. He looked at his own body and then laughed out loud. Great. It was a success. Taiji was indeed mysterious. He could use the power of the fog of death. Chapter 3578. Tai Chi was a kind of Tao. In the world of Tai Chi, the power of the world was divided into two types. One was called the power of the moon, and the other was called the power of the sun. The power of the moon included all the cold and dark power. For example, this fog of death could steal one's life force. It was extremely cold and belonged to the power of the moon. The power of the sun represented all the power of the sun. For example, flames and thunder belonged to the power of the sun. At this moment, after Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi, he could naturally use the power of the moon. Therefore, this fog of death was no longer a threat to him. Instead, it became his greatest help. Damn, kid, you really succeeded? Black Mountain was also very surprised. This way, you don't have to be afraid of the fog of death. You can travel through the fog of death. The other saints would probably pee their pants when they saw this scene. Lin Xian nodded. In theory, that's true. However, I've just cultivated the Tai Chi diagram and can't stay in the fog of death for too long. But it doesn't matter. As I cultivate, one day I will be completely fearless of the fog of death. In the following time, Lin Xian cultivated Tai Chi in this world of death. As he tempered his divine body, he absorbed the power of the fog of death. There was a Tai Chi diagram in his body that kept spinning. When he could condense the law of yin and yang, its power would be even more terrifying. In this way, Lin Xian became more and more proficient in the power of Tai Chi at first. He could only get close to the fog of death for a short period of time. As he cultivated, the time he could enter the fog of death also increased. In the end, he could even use some of the fog of death as a means of attack. This made him unconsciously excited. On this day, Lin Xian was still cultivating, but in the world of death, a ray of light quickly descended. After this ray of light descended, it transformed into three figures. These three figures were in a sorry state, and that ray of light drew a scroll that floated in the masked woman's hand. Many cracks appeared on the surface of the scroll. The decree actually broke. We can't fly anymore. We can only stay here for now. Let's see if there's a way to repair it. The masked woman said. These three people were none other than Yushirchia and the other two. Yushirchia had many guards by her side, but now there were only two left. Other than herself, there was also a little maid, Xiaoqing. The other one was a young woman. All three of them were injured, and their faces were pale. It was obvious that they had been chased all the way here. Their arrival naturally attracted Lin Xian's attention. Lin Xian sensed their presence through the death mist. When he saw the three of them, he was also greatly surprised. It was actually the three of them. The three of them had actually come here. How could Lin Xian forget Yushirchia? It was because of her that he ended up here. However, wasn't the other party being hunted down by people from the Fiend planet? It was truly inconceivable that he could escape. Back then, the Fiend Star had dispatched 2 bewilderment fog ships to chase after the other party. What sort of battle power was that? The other party actually managed to escape. That was really surprising. He wanted to go out, but Heishan said that something was wrong. He told Lin Xian something. This caused Lin Xian to temporarily hide, and he did not go out to meet with the other party. Instead, he observed from the shadows. After landing in the world of death, Yushirchia and the other two began to explore their surroundings. They found that there was nothing but black trees around them. There were no people, no demon beasts, only desolation and death. After all, there was not much death mist here, so it was safe. Therefore, the three of them also seized the time to recover. Yu Shiqie swallowed some heavenly materials and began to study the decree in her hand. Her delicate face was unbelievably pale. It was obvious that she had used many methods, but she was unable to repair the decree in her hand. Little Qing was also anxious at the side. That woman did not say anything, but her hands were hidden in her embroidered robes, forming hand seals. No one knew what she was doing. After about a few days, a meteor fell from the sky into the world of death, turning into a figure. It was a black-robed man with a sinister smile on his face. As soon as he arrived, he spread out his soul and enveloped the entire world. "I've found you." He turned into a stream of light and flew quickly, breaking through the void. Soon he arrived in front of Yu Shiqie and the others. "Bitch, you can't escape. Damn it, you actually came." Yu Shiqie and the other two were as if they were facing a great enemy. Their faces were ugly. This was impossible. Little Qing screamed. Yu Shiqie's face was also cold. "How did you find us? Could it be that you set up some array on us again? This shouldn't be." They had carefully checked. The tracking array had long been destroyed by them. Previously, she had indeed been chased by 2 fog ships. Her guards had tried their best to protect her, but they had all fallen. In the end, she had escaped with the decree in her hand. Then, she had completely lost her direction and came here. Originally, she thought that the most troublesome thing was that the decree in her hand was damaged. She was afraid that she could only wait for the passing fog ship, but she did not expect that the people of Demon Island would be able to find her. Was it a coincidence, or was there another reason? "Run. Why aren't you running? You actually made us spend so much time. You really deserve to die 10,000 times. Damn Poison Hand. Don't go too far. What do you want?" Yu Shiqie shouted, her eyes filled with a cold light. "We are not afraid of you now. You are the only one who came. Do you think you can catch us? We have 3 people on our side. What do I want?" "Yu Shiqie, aren't you asking the obvious? Don't you know the bloodline of your Yu family? You are the little princess of Yu family. Do you still need me to tell you the effect of your bloodline? If I'm not wrong, you haven't slept with other men, right? Just give me your first time. The effect will definitely make my strength undergo an earth-shattering change." "Ha ha!" Speaking of this, he roared towards the sky, his eyes burning with a fiery light. "Originally, capturing you was the order of the crazy demon child to capture you, and then send you to the demon child. But now, I have changed my mind. There are only a few of us here. I will not send you back to the demon child. I will train you to become my woman." Thinking of this, Poison Hand was excited. With your family's bloodline, it could nourish all things. It could definitely make his body, soul, and bloodline reach the next level. It was even possible for him to break through. This was simply a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, so he would definitely not let the other party go. "Humph, you're dreaming." Yu Shiqie snorted coldly. "Little Qing also said that we will definitely not let you succeed. We will protect little sister with our lives. Is that so?" "You think so, but others don't think so." Poison Hand sneered. "What do you mean?" Little Qing shouted angrily. Yu Shiqie's expression changed. Chapter 3579. Just as she finished thinking, she heard a scream. Little Qing's heart had been pierced, and she fell to the ground, twitching. "Who told you that I would protect my sister?" The middle-aged woman revealed a cold smile. The killing sword in her hand flickered with light, and blood dripped from its surface. Betrayed by her own people, she had been ambushed by her own people. What a wonderful scene! Poison Hand laughed heartily, as if victory was already in his grasp. "Damn it, you actually dared to betray your sister. Betray the Rain clan. Little Ching said weakly on the ground. The sword had pierced her heart. With her cultivation, it was not that fatal. However, the sword surface was covered in poison. That poison was not something a first-layer saint could withstand, and could only silently accept death. However, she did not believe that someone would betray their sister. Why? Why did you betray me? Yushurchia asked through gritted teeth. My Rain clan has never treated you unfairly. Is that so? The middle-aged woman sneered. However, the fiend star can give me even more. All right, Yushurchia, do you think you can still escape? Kneel down and serve me obediently. I can let you suffer less. Otherwise, I will make you wish you were dead. I will let you live in pain every day. In any case, I have plenty of time. No one in this world can find me. Saying this, he laughed complacently. Yushurchia felt her entire body turn cold. Her heart sank to the bottom. Was she going to despair? Fall into the hands of this fiend? Thinking of the future, she felt that death was better than living. She wanted to kill herself, but she did not have the courage. Her hands were trembling. She said, "Have you ever thought about how the Rain clan will react after you capture me? You should know how important I am to the Rain clan. If something happens to me, the Rain clan will go crazy. At that time, do you think you can survive? Therefore, I advise you to leave obediently and let me live. It will be beneficial for both you and me." Yushurchia, you are still dreaming. I admit that your Rain clan is very powerful, and you are very important to the Rain clan, but so what? I only need to capture you and enjoy you. When I obtain the nourishment of your bloodline, I will go into seclusion for 500 years. At that time, no matter how powerful your Jade clan is, where will you find me? I will give you 5 seconds. Will you kneel down and serve me, or do you want me to do it? The fire in his eyes grew stronger and stronger. However, at this time, he was stunned. A purple mouse ran out of his clothes and kept squeaking at a space far away. Who is it? Get out here. Merciless Tyrant roared furiously and countered with a palm strike. A large green palm submerged the entire space. The space shattered, and a figure walked out from it, to be able to discover my existence. The young woman and Yushurchia were both taken aback. They had already been here for many days. He didn't realize that there were people in this world. Who was this person? Where did it come from? In an instant, they thought of many things and looked over at the same time. The two of them exclaimed at the same time. To be honest, he was really too shocked. The middle-aged woman and Yushurchia were also surprised. They realized that this person was Lin Xian. They had seen him before. Shouldn't he have been captured by the people of the Fiend planet? Why was he here? Could it be that he was related to the Fiend planet? Thinking of this, Yushurchia's heart became nervous again. Poison Hand was even more shocked. That shouldn't be. Didn't this kid fall into the fog of death and die? How could he still be alive? This was too unbelievable. Back then, he knew that Lin Xian had escaped, but so what? Lin Xian didn't have the chaos soil. He couldn't even walk a meter in the fog of death. Lin Xian would definitely die. But now, Lin Xian had appeared here unscathed. It was too strange. Could it be that he had the chaos soil? It seemed that he had been careless. Poison Hand snorted coldly. He didn't expect that there would be a fish that escaped. It would be terrible if he let Lin Xian escape. But now that Lin Xian had appeared here, the heavens were helping him. If I kill you, no one will know about me. And Yushurchia. Indeed, if Lin Xian spread the news a little, then the people of the Rain clan would naturally know what he had done. However, he would not allow such a thing to happen right now. You reckless idiot. Obediently come over and take care of me. As he spoke, a large green palm covered the sky. The void shattered, and a terrifying poisonous gas erupted. The world shook. Lin Xian instantly dodged and appeared in another space. He looked down like a god. Humph, you actually dared to do such a shameful thing. You want to kill me? Can you do it? He dodged. Poison Hand's face was cold. Lin Xian was faster than he had imagined. The woman sneered. Just a brat. Let me deal with him. The killing sword on the woman's body moved again. A terrifying Dao pattern flowed and slashed forward. On the other side, Yu Shirqie took advantage of this opportunity to attack Poison Hand. Poison Hand sneered and fought. In truth, Yu Shirqie was very excited because this was an opportunity. She was also a favored daughter of the heavens. In a one-on-one fight, she wasn't afraid of Poison Hand. So now, someone was restraining the woman. This was the best opportunity for her. However, after exchanging 3 blows, Yu Shirqie's body swayed, and she spat out a mouthful of blood. She felt dizzy. Not good. She was poisoned. Yu Shirqie quickly retreated, her face pale. Damn it. How was this possible? She knew that her opponent was a saint who used poison and had been on guard. It was impossible for her to fight poison. Moreover, she didn't feel that she had been ambushed. What was going on? Could it be that the woman from before had done this? She hadn't known that the woman was a traitor, so she hadn't been on guard. At that time, she had been frightened by the woman and had been poisoned. Damn it, she had been careless. Yu Shirqie could feel her strength fading away, but Merciless Tyrant was laughing heartily. Little girl, do you think you can escape from me? You want to fight me? You don't know the difference between life and death. Don't worry, I'll let you have a taste of heaven later. He sneered and didn't immediately make a move. He was now a cat, and he could toy with his opponent as he wished. He was prepared to deal with Lin Xian first to prevent future trouble. But when he looked, it didn't matter. He was instantly stunned. Chapter 3580. It turned out that the young woman was instantly sent flying. Half of her body exploded, turning into a bloody mist. Ah! The young woman screamed, her face full of fear. She could not believe it. How could the other party be so strong? The other party was just an ant at the first level of heaven. He quickly retreated. Lin Xian, on the other hand, charged forward. The sword aura around his body tore apart the heavens and the earth as he charged forward. In an instant, it enveloped the young woman. The young woman was scared out of her wits. At the critical moment, a blue bead appeared between her brows and spun nonstop, blocking the sword chi. However, in just an instant, the blue bead was shattered, and the young woman was also cut into many pieces. A miserable scream sounded. The young woman's soul instantly escaped from her body, wanting to escape. However, Lin Xian shot out a wave of flames that enveloped the entire area. Her soul screamed miserably in the flames. Poison Prince, hurry up and save me. The young woman begged for mercy. The Poison Prince's expression was cold. What a piece of trash. He reached out a large green hand and grabbed forward. A terrifying poison spread in the flames and instantly enveloped the young woman's soul. Thank you, Poison Prince. Before she could finish speaking, the young woman screamed again. Damn it. How dare you attack me? She realized that the Poison Prince had enveloped her. Not only did he not save her, but he had also destroyed her soul. Why? Before she died, the young woman let out a roar of unwillingness. Poison Prince sneered. Why? You're asking me why? Your mission has been completed. As long as you're alive, I have to pay you a sum of natural treasures. If you're dead, I don't have to pay anything. Moreover, Yu Shirqie is already mine. She can't escape. What's the use of keeping you? I hate you. I hate you so much. The young woman's soul screamed at the sky. Soon, it was completely obliterated by the green poisonous hand. Lin Xian looked at this scene with a cold expression. What a vicious method. What a ruthless heart. On the other side, Yushurcha's face was also pale. If she fell into the hands of such a demonic person, would she have a good ending? Therefore, she turned to look at Lin Xian. Young Master Lin, I have a request. Can you help me kill this person? Or rather, you save my life. As long as you save me, House you will be eternally grateful. Yushurcha, are you retarded? You're actually placing your hopes on a level 1 ant? Merciless Tyrant sneered, completely unperturbed. Don't worry, I agree to your request. I will help you kill this person. Lin Xian said coldly. In fact, it did not matter even if he did not agree, because it seemed like Merciless Tyrant would not let him live. Since that was the case, there was bound to be a battle between the two sides. Then why didn't he agree to Yushurcha's request? He could even earn a favor from House Yu. This way, it would be more convenient for him in the second astral realm. With this in mind, Lin Xian looked at Merciless Tyrant. You want to fight me with just you? Poisonous Tyrant's eyes were filled with disdain. He was no ordinary saint. Instead, he was a third heaven saint. Adding on his poison Tao, his strength was unparalleled. Moreover, this time he had a terrifying saint weapon in his hand, so he was not afraid of anyone. Go to hell! He opened his mouth and spat out thousands of green poisonous arrows. These poisonous arrows were incomparably poisonous. Even a level 3 heaven saint would die from the poison. In an instant, they densely covered the place where Lin Xian was. Buzz! Lin Xian's 5 elemental law flew out and turned into a 5 elemental mountain, enveloping him. It blocked the poisonous arrows. Useless brat, you're still too young to fight me with the Tao of heaven and earth. The poison Tao and 5 elemental law collided continuously, causing the heavens to collapse and the earth to crack. Buzz! Lin Xian's black hair danced wildly. Like a demon, he attacked mercilessly. His golden palm turned into a heavenly monument, striking out continuously. It exploded in all directions, knocking away all the arrows. The difference in laws. Do you think that's possible? Do you really think you can kill me? Damn it, how could this be? Merciless Tyrant was stunned. He did not expect the opponent to be so powerful that he could knock away all the poisonous arrows he shot. It was unbelievable. One had to know that there was a difference of 3 realms between the two of them. Merciless Tyrant could crush the other party with just his cultivation and heaven and earth laws, but the other party was actually able to withstand it. It was really too strange. This brat was very strange. He must have secrets. He had to capture him. He rushed over. Lin Xian also fought with the other party. As they fought, he flew out of the realm. He did not want Yushurcha to see some of his techniques. For example, he had just obtained the Taiji art. Therefore, the two of them fought in the sky for 9 days. Yushurcha watched nervously from below. At the same time, she swallowed treasures to neutralize her poison. High up in the sky, Merciless Tyrant's expression was cold. Damn it, how was this possible? Who are you? He roared crazily. He really could not believe it. How could an ant of the first heavenly layer be able to contend with him for so long? Lin Xian snorted coldly. Go ask the king of hell. His fist bloomed with incomparable light. It was like a sun that illuminated the entire sky. He smashed it forward. The surrounding poisonous gas was ignited and turned to ashes. If you don't have any other methods, you can die. Lin Xian's voice was cold. Kid, I wanted to play with you, but I don't have that much time now. I'll kill you immediately, and then enjoy the beauties below. So now, you can die. As he spoke, he took out a bronze pot. It looked like a teapot. It was beautifully crafted, but there were countless ferocious demonic beasts on the surface, dark green in color. Kid, this is the myriad poison pot. It's a holy artifact. Do you think you can still fight me? Merciless Tyrant laughed. This was his true trump card. No matter how strong the other party was, could he block a holy artifact? A holy artifact? The myriad poison pot? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes. He had to admit that he could feel the terror of a holy artifact. The poisonous gas on his face gave him a sense of deadly threat. This merciless tyrant was very strong. No wonder he could make you Shurchia so miserable. Humph, Lin Xian sneered. So what if you have a holy artifact? Do you think you can kill me with a holy artifact? You really don't know what's good for you. As he spoke, he turned into a streak of light and flew into the distance. You want to leave? Do you think you can escape? Kid, it's useless. You can't escape from the 9 heavens and 10 lands. Merciless Tyrant sneered when he saw Lin Xian's actions. He thought the other party was afraid, so he quickly chased after him. Soon, he blocked Lin Xian's path. Run, keep running. Do you think I'll let you run? Chapter 3581. The two of them had already arrived at the outer realm. They were surrounded by the terrifying mist of death, but both of them were at the edge. Kid, the mist of death is in front of you. You have no way out. Kneel down obediently, and I can give you a quick death. Obediently become a vengeful soul under my myriad poison pot. The myriad poison pot in his hand emitted a dark green light like the eyes of a monster. Right? Then let me show you what I'm capable of. At this point, Lin Xian formed a seal. He used the Tai Chi art, and the Tai Chi diagram in his body began to spin. The surrounding mist rolled, and a chilly wind blew. The mist of death began to spread toward them. Feeling the chilly wind, Merciless Tyrant's body trembled, and a hint of surprise appeared in his eyes. He saw the mist of death begin to roll, but he did not think that it was Lin Xian's doing. He thought that there was a storm inside the mist of death. Therefore, he could not wait to make a move. Go to hell for me. The myriad poison pot lowered, shooting out beams of green light one after another. A total of 8 beams of green light fell from the sky. They carried the laws of the great Tao and completely enveloped Lin Xian. Go to hell for me. He believed that a 3rd heaven sage would not be able to block it. Even a 4th heaven sage would die without a doubt. Lin Xian also struck out with his palm. The surrounding weapons of death were completely mobilized, and they turned into countless black torrents that swept over. In an instant, they blocked the dark green path of poison. How is this possible? He blocked it. I don't believe it. Merciless Tyrant roared crazily. In the next moment, he sucked in a breath of cold air because he realized that what was blocking him was none other than the death fog. The mist of death turned into 8 black vortexes that blocked his path of poison. Is this the mist of death? Damn it. Is this a coincidence? Otherwise, how could this kid block it? Humph, you're just lucky, but your luck has come to an end. Lin Xian smiled. Lucky? Then I'll show you my strength. He waved his hand, and the mist of death rolled again, forming 2 large black hands that grabbed forward. You can control the mist of death? Impossible! Merciless Tyrant screamed in fear. He was so scared that he almost peed his pants. What did he see? He saw the most inconceivable scene, which really made him break down. No one could control the mist of death. Not even minor saints dared to enter it, so they could only call it the mist ship. Only by wearing armor made of the chaotic earth could they carefully travel through the chaotic earth. Even so, they still had a slim chance of survival. Yet now, there was actually someone capable of controlling the primal chaos mist. This was simply unheard of. Therefore, in an instant, he was scared silly. It wasn't until the 2 ghost weeping hands arrived in front of him that he screamed and came back to his senses. In an instant, he activated the chaos armor. First, he isolated himself from the deathly aura of the deathly mist. Then he placed the myriad poison pot in front of him. The myriad poison pot released countless green poisonous liquid, forming a shield in front of him. When it collided with the two black palms, an earth-shattering sound rang out. Merciless Tyrant was sent flying, a trickle of blood trickling down the corner of his mouth. Ah, damn it, this is too strange. He was so scared that his scalp went numb. He didn't dare to exchange blows with the other party anymore. This was a monster. Now, his only thought was to take Yushurtia away and leave for good. Turning into a stream of light, he quickly shuttled through the air. Lin Xian sneered. Do you want to leave? Do you think you can? The Tai Chi incantation completely erupted, and the surrounding deathly mist completely boiled, turning into countless black waves that rushed over. In an instant, the entire world was completely enveloped. No, damn it, get out of my way. Merciless Tyrant was scared out of his wits. He was completely surrounded. He could only use the chaos armor to support himself and the myriad poison pot in his hand to the extreme. In this situation, even if he encountered a fourth heaven saint, he could still escape. Unfortunately, he encountered Lin Xian. Under normal circumstances, he might be able to escape with his life. But now, surrounded by so much deathly mist, he couldn't escape at all. He was completely surrounded, and he screamed miserably. Even though he was wearing the chaos armor now, he couldn't survive. Even the sacred artifact couldn't save his life. The chaotic earth could resist the deathly mist, but it also depended on the quantity. Only the size of the fog ship could completely resist it. The chaos armor could only resist for a while. And now, the deathly mist was actively attacking. It was different from when those people shuttled through it. Its power was 10 times more terrifying. In the land of darkness, Lin Xian directly shattered Merciless Tyrant's armor with a punch, causing him to completely lose his resistance. The surrounding mist sucked his vitality dry, and even his soul was sucked dry. In almost the blink of an eye, Merciless Tyrant turned into human skin, white bones, and finally, even the bones and skin melted. Only the broken armor was still floating in the air. And of course, the myriad poison pot. Lin Xian put away the armor fragments, which all contained the chaotic earth. Then he looked at the myriad poison pot. As a sacred artifact, the myriad poison pot was very intelligent. After its master died, it immediately turned into a stream of light and fled. However, Lin Xian used the deathly mist to envelop it. Finally, he pulled it in, sucked it dry, and sealed it. Then, Lin Xian threw it into the Great Sage Pagoda and let the astral fire erase its soul imprint. In the future, he would slowly refine it. His body swayed, and he walked out of the deathly mist and descended. Below, Yushurtia had temporarily stopped the poison, but her expression was somewhat ugly. She was completely enveloped by the black mist, and she couldn't see clearly at all. She couldn't remember when the deathly mist had arrived. But at this moment, she saw a figure quickly descend. Who was it? She became nervous again. If it was Merciless Tyrant, then she would definitely die. When she saw the figure, she heaved a sigh of relief. It was Lin Xian. She couldn't wait to ask, "Where's Merciless Tyrant?" "He's already dead." "What? Dead?" Yushurtia was shocked. She couldn't believe this result. It was simply too unbelievable. She asked, "Did you kill him?" "Are you sure?" "He's dead. I broke his chaotic armor, and the deathly mist sucked his life force dry. So he was killed by the deathly mist." Yushurtia heaved a sigh of relief. She knew it. How could Lin Xian kill Merciless Tyrant? He couldn't beat the other party. However, she still said, "Thank you, Sir Lin, for your help." Lin Xian nodded, then asked, "How are your injuries?" "It's already under control. In a few days, it will be completely removed." "What about the agreement from before?" "Don't worry about that. I said that you saved my life, and the Rain Clan will thank you greatly. I heard you say that anything is fine. Are you sure you're telling the truth?" Lin Xian suddenly smiled, then looked at her. Chapter 3582. Yu Shijie felt Lin Xian's gaze and immediately blushed. Could it be that this fellow had designs on her? Thinking of this, she subconsciously took 2 steps back. Then, she said in a low voice, "Regardless of whether you want a cultivation method or a rare treasure, I can get it for you." Lin Xian nodded again. Then he smiled and said, "Don't worry, I'm not a bad person. However, the most important thing right now was to think about how to leave this place. At the very least, how to reach the second astral realm." Seeing Lin Xian not do anything out of the ordinary, Yu Shijie let out a sigh of relief. She said, "This is indeed a rather troublesome matter. My Rain Clan's decree is damaged. Otherwise, I wouldn't have been forced to descend here. It's extremely difficult to cross the death zone with just the 2 of us. It's practically a 9 out of 10 chance of dying." Rain Clan's decree, what was that? Lin Xian was shocked. Hearing her tone, it seemed that it wasn't damaged and could leave this place. "It's a treasure of my Rain Clan, and also my most precious treasure." As she spoke, she flipped her hand and took out a scroll. It was a simple and unadorned scroll. There were a few cracks on it, indicating that it was damaged. Lin Xian's eyes flickered. As for Heishan, he was shocked. "Kid, take it out and let me take a look." Hearing this, Lin Xian's brows twitched. "Could it be something good?" he said. "Can I take a look?" "All right." Yu Shijie handed it over. Lin Xian opened it and discovered that it was an extremely ancient scroll. It wasn't large, only the size of 2 palms. There were heaven and earth Tao patterns carved on it. However, this wasn't the most important thing. The most important thing was that there was a simple character in the middle of the decree. He didn't recognize it. He only felt that it was a talisman. Great Tao talisman? It was too simple. There were only a few strokes. What was this? He was shocked, but he didn't show it. He secretly asked, "Heishan, do you know what this is?" This should be a character from a Tao scripture. This Rain Clan wasn't ordinary. They could actually obtain a character from a Tao scripture. Lin Xian was shocked. Tao scripture? What was that? This was a very ancient scripture. Every word contained the great Tao of heaven and earth. It was said that it had already been lost. Only a few scattered characters were left behind in the myriad worlds. Who would have thought that the Rain Clan would actually have a character in their hands? No wonder he could escape the pursuit of the bewilderment fog ship. Hearing this explanation, Lin Xian was also very surprised. It seemed that this item was very precious. He asked, "Black Mountain, can you repair it?" "Sure." Black Mountain took a look and said, "The damage isn't that bad. The core isn't damaged, so I can repair it." "Kid, you can negotiate with her now." Lin Xian nodded, indicating that he understood. Then he raised his head to look at Yu Shijie. "I can fix your decree." "You can fix it." Yu Shijie was stunned. She couldn't believe it. The decree was a very wonderful magic treasure. Although it was not a sacred item, it was better than a sacred item. "Really? That's great." Yu Shijie was excited. Lin Xian said, "Don't get too excited. I have a condition. Didn't you say that you would agree to any condition since I saved you?" "That's good. Give me the decree. This way, it can be considered as repaying me for saving your life. I can also fix this decree. Next, I will take you away and return to the second astral realm. What do you think? Give it to you?" Yu Shijie was stunned. She didn't think that Lin Xian would actually want this thing. To be honest, she hesitated. This thing was very precious. In the Rain clan, there weren't many of them. It was also a treasure in her hands. Now, she wanted to give it to someone else? She was unwilling, but there was no other way. She had already promised the other party before, and the other party had indeed saved her life. Moreover, now that the decree was broken, it was a piece of trash in her hands. But in the other party's hands, it could be repaired. Thinking about it, Yu Shiqie decided that in order to save her life, she nodded and said, "Okay, okay. Then you can recover here for a while. I'll repair it." Lin Xian stood up and walked into the distance. In the following days, Yu Shiqie began to recover. As for Lin Xian, he began to repair the decree with Black Mountain. After about 20 days, the decree was repaired. When Lin Xian took it, Yu Shiqie was very surprised. Then, under Lin Xian's suggestion, Yu Shiqie removed her soul imprint on the decree. Then, she let Lin Xian plant his own soul imprint. Then, she told him how to use it. Lin Xian took it and cultivated for 2 days. Then, he said that they could go. This decree was indeed divine. Under Lin Xian's control, it was like a spirit boat. The ancient scripture characters on the surface flickered with light. The great Tao of heaven and earth formed rain that wrapped around them. Lin Xian felt that this rain was very wonderful. It could nourish all things and provide a strong vitality. No wonder the other party could pass through the fog of death so quickly. They even avoided the fog boat's pursuit. Yu Shiqie had a chaos armor. Lin Xian didn't have it. He didn't need to use it, but in order not to attract attention, he still got a set. This set was obtained from the young woman. After he passed through it, he and Yu Shiqie went on their way. They left the world of death and entered the fog of death. They began their long journey through time. After about half a year, Yu Shiqie stood up and looked ahead, revealing a hint of excitement. She felt the aura of their world. "Have we arrived?" Lin Xian asked. Soon. They would arrive in a month. Yu Shiqie was anxious. To be honest, this adventure was really too thrilling. Originally, she thought that if she kept a low profile, no one would be able to recognize her. Although she found someone tracking her in the first astral realm, she was completely relaxed with the Milky Way. Who would have thought that the Milky Way would be intercepted by the demon star? What followed was a life and death escape. She was chased by Poison Hand and even betrayed by her own people. In the end, she was poisoned and narrowly escaped death. Just as she was about to fall into the hands of Poison Hand, she was saved by Lin Xian. At that moment, Lin Xian was like a god. In the following days, she was also on tenterhooks, afraid that the people of the Demon Star would come to kill her. Fortunately, they finally arrived at their world. The Rain Clan's influence was very large and controlled 2 worlds. This strength far surpassed those of the families and sects in the first astral realm. After flying for more than 10 days, even Lin Xian felt better. He found that this 2-star realm was indeed extraordinary. Starting from the first astral realm, he didn't know how brilliant it was, especially the use of the universe's starry sky. It was simply too exquisite. The first astral realm was dominated by its own star world. There were very few people in the outer realm. Even if there were, it was a battle between saints or just passing by. But it was different here. The outer realm's starry sky was completely used. All sorts of formations were set up to form a huge star field. Here, the world looked like a city. The universe was the most vast. So when he came nearby, Lin Xian saw that there were many people in the surrounding void of the universe. When those people saw someone flying over, they also turned their heads to look. The next moment, they cried out in surprise. That was the Rain Clan's decree. It was Yu Shiqie. Chapter 3583. What? The Yu family's little princess? Many people exclaimed. That's right. It must be her. That was the Rain clan's decree. Everyone focused and looked over. Sure enough, they discovered that amidst the endless rain and light, there was a charming figure. There was another person standing beside Yu Shirchia. Moreover, it was a man. Everyone was surprised. What was going on? Rumor had it that Yu Shirchia was very cold, although her bloodline was amazing and attracted countless geniuses to pursue her. However, she didn't seem to have clearly expressed who she wanted to be with. Usually, other than her own clansmen, she would rarely be alone with a strange man. This time, the two were actually writing the decree together and flying in the sky. Were they traveling together? Could it be that Yu Shirchia had a heart? No way. Who was so fast? Who got Fairy Yu's heart? Screams sounded one after another. There were also people who were interested. This matter was fun. The people who pursued Yu Shirchia were lined up to the end of the world. Who knew what kind of reaction they would have when they saw this scene? There would probably be a big storm. Who knew who that kid was and whether he could withstand the anger of those pursuers? While everyone was discussing, the Rain clan's decree streaked across the void and flew into the distance. Lin Xian was surprised. He didn't expect this star field to be so prosperous. After flying for about 5 days, Yu Shirchia said that it was in front. Lin Xian raised his head and saw that in front of him there were 2 blue stars that revolved around each other. These 2 stars were both from the Rain clan. These 2 stars were called the Double Rain Star. Finally, they had arrived. Lin Xian came to the Double Rain Star and stopped first. Then he said, Fairy Yu, my promise has finally been completed. I have sent you safely. Why don't we part here? I still have some things to do. You are talking about the matter of the sacred city accepting disciples, right? No need to rush. There is still some time. Moreover, since we are already here, why don't you follow me back to the family and let me treat you well? After all, you saved my life. Moreover, with the Yu family's power, they can help you gather some news about the sacred city. Lin Xian thought about it and then nodded. All right, since it's like this, then I will disturb you. The 2 of them flew toward the star below. The moment they entered the dual rain planet, there were countless exclamations. Sis, you're back. It's Sis. Sis is finally back. Sis, you don't know how worried we are. Voices could be heard one after another. Yu Shirchia nodded and greeted them. These were all her clansmen. All of a sudden, the void shattered as 4 powerful figures descended from the sky. Lin Xian felt his hair stand on end. He was secretly shocked. Little saint. That's right, the 4 figures that appeared were 4 small saints. When they arrived, they looked at Yu Shirchia. Sis, you're finally back. How could you leave without saying a word? If something happened outside, how would we explain it? The patriarch has been looking for you. You should hurry over. Yu Shirchia had an apologetic look on her face. She said, I'll go apologize to the old ancestor. The 4 minor saints nodded and prepared to teleport. However, at this moment, they saw Lin Xian and frowned. Sis, who is this person? There was a trace of sharpness in their eyes. Their house Yu's little princess had never been alone with a strange man before. This made them suspicious. On the way back, I did encounter some danger and almost lost my life. It was this Sir Lin who saved me. He is my savior. My savior. I almost lost my life. The 4 small saints' expressions changed. What was going on? They were too shocked. Yu Shirchia said, Don't worry, elders. I'm back. We'll talk about the details later. As she spoke, she turned to Lin Xian. Sir Lin, I'll go see the old ancestor first. I'll have someone take care of you first. When I'm done here, I'll come see you. With that, Yu Shirchia began to give orders to her subordinates. Immediately, several maids came to receive Lin Xian. Yu Shirchia, and the four small saints broke through the void and teleported away. The news spread like wildfire. Yushurchia's return put the Rain clan at ease. She was the pride of their clan. Nothing could happen to her. They had been in a state of panic. They had even sent people to search everywhere, but there was no trace of her. They didn't expect Yushurchia to go to the first astral realm. During this time, there had been danger. They were shocked beyond belief, but fortunately, she had returned safely in the end. This made them feel completely relieved. However, at the same time, they felt even better. This time, Yushurchia had brought a man with her, an unfamiliar man. It was unbelievable. Who was he? In an instant, it attracted the attention of countless people. On Lin Xian's side, the three maids brought him to a valley. Inside the valley, spring water flowed, birds sang, and flowers bloomed. It was a scene of immortality. Lin Xian originally thought that he would wait quietly, but he didn't expect that the peace would be broken so quickly. Many people flew over from afar and landed in the valley. Some stepped into the void and asked condescendingly, "Who are you, kid? Why are you with the little princess?" Their eyes carried a trace of coldness. The maids beside them hurriedly said, "Don't mess around. This is Sir Lin. The young miss ordered us to treat him well." Sir Lin, the surrounding people frowned. The Lin clan, was there a powerful Lin clan in the second astral realm? The Lin clan did, but they weren't qualified to be compared to them. They thought about it and realized that the Lin clan that was worthy of their Rain clan really didn't have one. This made them feel even better. Who was the other party? Could it be that he wasn't from the clan, but some sect? They had to figure out the other party's identity. Otherwise, how could a stranger be qualified to stand with their Yu clan's little princess? Therefore, someone continued to ask, "Kid, where are you from?" In response to this answer, Lin Xian only said one sentence. "My surname is Lin. I'm from the Lin clan." Ooh, what he said was true, but the people around him were indeed stunned. Lin clan. Damn it, which Lin clan was it? Could it really be one of those mediocre Lin clans? Humph, they snorted coldly. If it really was that clan, they didn't have the qualifications to come here. Seeing the surrounding people discussing animatedly, Lin Xian also frowned. The three maids said, "You have to leave quickly. Sir Lin just rushed over and needs to rest. It was better not to disturb him." "You three lowly maids dare to control us?" The surrounding people sneered and ignored them. These were only three maids, although they were maids by Yushurchia's side. So what? Maids were still maids. Therefore, they ignored them. Today, they had to figure out who this person was. Not only were there people from the Rain clan, but there were also people from other clans. After all, there were many pursuers here. Therefore, how could they not be anxious? Chapter 3584. Lin Xian couldn't be bothered with him. He just sat there, unperturbed, not caring at all. His attitude infuriated the people around him. Fuck. How dare he pretend in front of them? He really didn't know what was good for him. Someone immediately stepped forward with a cold smile. It seemed that this brother was very arrogant. "Since you won't tell us, we'll have to test you ourselves. Stand up and fight me. I guarantee that I can guess your sect and clan within 3 moves." This person was very confident. After all, these people had extraordinary backgrounds, and their horizons were even broader. They couldn't be more familiar with the ultimate techniques and divine abilities of some large sects and clans. Therefore, they could guess the other party's identity after a simple exchange of blows. When the others heard this, they all nodded. Indeed, they could also tell. Moreover, when they saw the person who spoke, their hearts trembled. It seemed that there would be a good show to watch because the man who spoke was a very powerful suitor. His status and position were very high. Previously, he had always thought that only he was worthy of Ushertia. Now that a strange man had suddenly appeared, how could he not be angry? It was Brother Jean. Ha ha! It seemed that Jean Yunfei couldn't wait any longer. But that was good. Jean Yunfei was very powerful. With his help, they could quickly figure out the other party's identity. The others also nodded. Jean Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. His eyes flashed with a shocking murderous intent, but he quickly hid it. Just as the people around him had said, his status was indeed extraordinary. Moreover, his talent and strength were very dazzling. In his opinion, only he was worthy of Ushertia. Who was the other party? He was just an ant who didn't know what was good for him. Kid, let me see what ability you have to stand by Fairy Yu's side. Jean Yunfei's lips curled into a cold smile. He waved his arm, and a ray of light flew out. This was just a casual attack, but its power was terrifying. Terrifying Tao inscriptions appeared on the surface of the light. With terrifying power, it slashed forward. As soon as he attacked, the surrounding people cried out in surprise. In the valley, the 3 little handmaidens were also stunned. They didn't expect Jean Yunfei to attack. They couldn't afford to offend such a person. Moreover, even if they wanted to, they couldn't stop him. The power of this move could instantly kill them, so they could only retreat in fear. Lin Xian also frowned. Who was this guy? How dare he talk about fighting? No matter what, he had saved Ushertia. He was an honored guest of the Rain clan. These people from the Rain clan casually attacked him. Moreover, when they attacked, it was such a bitingly cold killing move. A hint of anger rose in his heart. A pair of black and white wings appeared on his back. With a light flap, he moved horizontally across the void and dodged the attack. Boom! The space he was originally in shattered, and a terrifying crack appeared. He dodged it. Many people cried out in surprise. They didn't expect Lin Xian to be able to dodge it so easily. However, some people were smiling coldly. How was that possible? That was Jean Yunfei. He wasn't an ordinary cultivator. As soon as he finished speaking, the blue light with the Tao pattern flew up again. It drew a strange arc in the air and headed straight for Lin Xian. This time, his target was Lin Xian's neck. Heavenly Cloud, Indestructible Slash. This was Jean Yunfei's specialty. Once it was used, it wouldn't stop until it was stained with the enemy's blood. This Jean Yunfei was actually so heavy-handed. It was nothing. This was just a casual attack from Jean Yunfei. If that brat was killed, it could only be said that his strength was too weak and his skill was inferior. Lin Xian's face darkened. He didn't expect that the other party would dare to attack him after failing to hit him. Did he really think he was a soft persimmon? He just came to the Rain clan and didn't want to be too ostentatious. After all, he was a guest. However, now that someone had repeatedly threatened his life, the situation was different. With a cold snort, Lin Xian didn't dodge this time. Instead, a trace of golden light circulated around his body. He stretched out his palm and waved it forward. This brat wanted to resist the Heavenly Cloud Indestructible Slash. What an idiot! What was Brother Jean's strength? He was definitely going to die. Under the mocking gazes of the crowd, Lin Xian activated Stellar Transposition. Originally, the crowd thought that there would be an intense collision. However, they discovered that when Lin Xian waved his palm, the blue light blade strangely turned in an arc. It attacked Jean Yunfei from an inconceivable angle. Hua! The crowd was in an uproar. What kind of divine ability was this? They had never seen it before. Jean Yunfei was also stunned. He instantly formed a seal with his palm, and the light blade disappeared into the void. His gaze was a little uncertain. It was obvious that he had not expected this to happen. The surrounding people were discussing spiritedly. What kind of divine ability was this? Did you know? Never heard of it. How did he change the direction of the attack? This brat was a little strange. Quickly look at his cultivation. Someone was shocked. Whoosh. The crowd checked one after another. Anne was stunned. A first heaven sage. How was this possible? A person at the first celestial layer was not considered a genius here. After all, there were too many heaven stage cultivators in the second astral realm. For example, Zhang Yunfei was a third heaven sage. There were also a few third heaven sages around him. A first heaven sage was nothing in front of them. Was such a person qualified to stand beside you, Shirchia? What a joke. Zhang Yunfei was also stunned. A first heaven sage? He had thought that it was some expert. He didn't expect it to be a piece of trash. Humph. Is a piece of trash like you worthy of standing beside Fairy Yu? I advise you to get lost obediently. Otherwise, your fate will be very miserable. After Lin Xian heard that, he frowned and looked at the other party. It was a very handsome man with prominent features, but his expression was very arrogant. He also smiled. Who do you think you are? How dare you criticize me? You're courting death. Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. The others were also going crazy. What was the other party saying? How dare he scold Zhang Yunfei? Did he want to die? Who was Zhang Yunfei? A first heaven sage dared to talk to him like that. However, Lin Xian didn't care. He said faintly, "Let me ask you, are you from House Yu?" "I'm not." Zhang Yunfei snorted. Lin Xian smiled. "If you're not, then what right do you have to criticize me in House Yu's territory? Do you know who I am? Do you know my relationship with House Yu?" You didn't know anything and attacked me impatiently. I can only say that you're a brainless idiot. Everyone was spitting. This kid really dared to talk back to Zhang Yunfei? What an eye-opener. Zhang Yunfei was trembling with anger. No one had ever dared to talk to him like that. Moreover, the other party was a first heaven sage. He was so angry that he laughed. "Then let me see who you are." As he spoke, a blue light blade appeared in his hand. The terrifying Tao inscriptions on the blade kept surging. Wung, wung, wung. His fingers moved, and two light blades flew out, one left and one right. It was even more terrifying than before. Chapter 3585. Lin Xian sneered. Since the other party was courting death, then don't blame him. He drew a circle with his hands and executed stellar transposition, causing the two light blades to fly backward again. At the same time, he also unleashed a terrifying light. The five-colored light formed a five-elements mountain that descended from the sky. It pressed down on the other party. The void collapsed, and the terrifying power made people look up. The three maidservants were already scared out of their wits. They did not expect that both parties would really fight. "Stop it!" They screamed and wanted to stop it, but their voices were drowned out by the terrifying thunder. Everyone exclaimed. They did not expect Lin Xian's counterattack to be so fierce. In an instant, danger came to Zhang Yunfei. Zhang Yunfei sneered. This little bit of danger was nothing to him. He waved his hand and controlled his two light blades. He was even more disdainful of the five elements mountain above his head. Boom! A terrifying power of the laws surged, trying to shatter the five elements mountain. However, just as he moved, the five elements mountain above his head suddenly burst open. The terrifying power of the five elements turned into a storm and directly shrouded the area. Not good. This kid dares to play dirty. Everyone screamed and quickly left. Zhang Yunfei also roared furiously. His voice was earth-shattering. Countless cracks appeared and devoured the power of the five elements. Zhang Yunfei walked out. His face was extremely gloomy. Although the attack just now did not injure him, it made him look miserable. It didn't match his usual handsome image at all. damn kid, how dare he play dirty? He was so angry that his body trembled, staring at Lin Xian. Do you want to die? You attacked twice, but you did not gain any advantage. Instead, you suffered losses. I really wonder how much of your cultivation base of the third celestial layer is fake. Lin Xian shook his head. He originally thought that the genius of the second astral realm was very powerful, but now it seemed that he was just SSO. Was he looking down on Zhang Yunfei? The surrounding people went crazy. Zhang Yunfei's face was gloomy. How dare you look down on me? You're courting death. I was just casually playing with you before, but since you dare to say this, you're definitely going to die. Next, I will show you my true strength. Endless radiance appeared around him as the great Tao of heaven and earth surged before him. Behind him, a phenomenon of heaven and earth formed, and a terrifying aura surged into the vast wilderness. At this moment, everyone was shocked. It seemed like Zhang Yunfei was really angry. Was he going to use his full strength to kill his opponent? That kid was dead for sure. That was because no matter how much an ant of the first celestial layer tried to escape, he would never be able to escape from Zhang Yunfei's palm. Moreover, he was the one who was courting death. His strength wasn't enough, yet he dared to have designs on Yushirchia. Wasn't he tired of living? Oh, did he use his power? Lin Xian narrowed his eyes as he sensed the terrifying power of heaven and earth around him. He had to admit that this guy had some strength, but that was all. Plus, there was a strange feeling in his heart. Logically speaking, he saved Yushirchia, and as a guest of House Yu, he should be treated with the utmost respect. Such a world-shaking law of heaven and earth should have long alarmed the experts of the Rain clan. Furthermore, in the surroundings, there were many Rain clan's martial artists that were watching. However, no one came out to stop him. This was too strange. This didn't seem like a guest at all. Instead, it seemed like they were trying to intimidate him. Rain clan, don't disappoint me, he snorted inwardly. He knew he had to make a move now to intimidate the people here. He stretched out his hand, and a terrifying aura appeared. The Taiji diagram in his body circulated, and the power of yin and yang rotated around him. He crossed his arms, and a mysterious aura filled the world, seeing that a great battle was about to break out. Everyone's hearts tensed. At the same time, Yushirchia was following four little saints into a palace on planet Twin Rains, a place filled with immortals. The palace was very special. It floated on the surface of a lake. The lake was very large and very blue. It was like a piece of sapphire. Yushirchia walked in front of it, causing countless ripples. Inside the palace, there was an old man in a water blue robe. His eyes flickered, and stars flickered as if they could pierce through the void and look at the other end of the distance. In front of him stood Yushirchia. The four little saints were waiting outside. Yushirchia looked at the old man in front of her, feeling nervous. This was their patriarch and also their ancestor. After a while, the old man retracted his gaze and said, the young man you brought is not simple. Where did he come from? He came from the first astral realm and came here on the bewilderment ship. Yushirchia recounted her experience in detail. Yushirchia didn't know much about Lin Xian's identity. She only knew that he was called Lin Xian and that he had the nickname Lin Wudi. He was very famous in the first astral tribulation. He was a top genius. What was invincible? The old man laughed coldly, his eyes filled with disdain. A first-level celestial realm ant dared to call himself invincible? Even House you didn't dare. So he came from the first astral tribulation. No wonder he was so arrogant. However, he was only at the second astral realm. He would soon despair. Every single one of the geniuses here could surpass him. Ancestor, don't look down on him. He's very powerful. Many people in the first astral realm are afraid of him. Yushirchia said, "You said it yourself. It's just the first astral realm. It's far from our realm." The old man shook his head and looked at Yushirchia. You're You seem to think highly of him. Could it be that you've fallen for him? Yushurchia blushed and lowered her head. Ancestor, please don't make fun of me. Seeing Yushurchia's shy appearance, the old man's eyes flashed with killing intent, but it disappeared in an instant. He said calmly, he couldn't tell that this brat was quite astute. Even you were tricked by him. Yushurchia raised her head. Ancestor, what do you mean by this? The old ancestor said faintly, you're so arrogant. There are so many geniuses in the second star boundary who are pursuing you, but none of them can catch your eye. Now, you actually have feelings for a first-level celestial. Don't you think it's strange? Sir Lin saved me, so I'm naturally grateful. Yes, he saved you. The old man laughed coldly. You said it yourself. In the world of death, there were only the two of you. Back then, you were poisoned, and he saved you, but he didn't fall for you. He even deliberately kept a distance from you. Do you think he's very elegant? Plus, he saved your life, so you felt a trace of joy. Do you think he's the elegant young master? You've been tricked by him. This was all set up by this kid. What? That's impossible. Yushurchia was shocked. She never thought of this. Chapter 3586. The old man continued. Moreover, what you said is very suspicious. No matter how powerful he is, he's only at the first layer of heaven. Do you think he could defeat Poison Hand from Fiend Island? But why was it that when the two of them reached the ninth heaven, only that kid returned? Where's Poison Hand? Is he really dead? Did you see his body? Did you see it with your own eyes? Yushurchia's forehead was covered in cold sweat. I was very weak at the time, and I was shrouded in the mist of death. I couldn't see clearly. Isn't that the end? You couldn't see clearly, so you believed what he said. But what if he and Poison Hand were in cahoots? No way. That's impossible, Yushurchia exclaimed. However, the old man sneered. How is that impossible? You're too naive. You don't know how sinister people can be. Think about it. That kid is only at the first layer of heaven. How could he defeat Poison Hand, who is at the third layer of heaven? That's simply impossible. Yushurchia fell silent. She couldn't understand this matter either. Now that her ancestor had said this, she was suspicious. Could it be that the other party had approached her with a motive to steal her heart? If that was the case, then his intentions were too evil. Elder sister, don't be so naive. That kid definitely doesn't have good intentions. At this moment, another voice sounded. A very handsome man walked in. He looked even younger than Yushurchia. Yushurchia turned her head and said in surprise, Little brother, you're here too. Elder sister, I've heard about what you just said. This is clearly a trap. You mustn't be fooled by them. That kid definitely covets your identity and bloodline. Otherwise, how can you explain how he could defeat Poison Hand? Even if you say Poison Hand was killed by the mist of death, why would that kid appear in front of you? You were able to leave the mist ship because of the chaos soil, but that kid didn't. How did he escape the pursuit of Fiend Island? Have you thought of this? Yushurchia's body shook. That's right. She really hadn't thought of this. How did the other party escape? Could it be that he really knew someone from Fiend Island and colluded with them? Thinking of this, her heart gradually turned cold. She had been tricked. Seeing this, the old man smiled. He knew that Yushurchia believed them. He looked at the young man again. That young man said, What an audacious fellow. He actually dares to have designs on my sister. I will definitely not let him off. Indeed, such people were very dangerous. The old man shook his head. Yushurchia came back to her senses. Was she going to attack him? However, he did save my life. If we attack him, won't we be biting the hand that feeds us? Don't worry. Houseu is magnanimous. We won't lower ourselves to his level. But for your safety, he can't stay here any longer. He had to leave as soon as possible. Don't come into contact with him in the future." With that, he glanced at the youth once more. It was Qianye who had sent him away. "Since he saved your sister, we will give him the corresponding benefits. But that's all. Do you understand?" "Don't worry, ancestor. I understand." Qianye nodded and prepared to leave. Yushirchie said, "I'll go with you." She was still worried. However, she had already believed the words of the ancestor and her younger brother from the bottom of her heart. "All right, then we'll go together." Qianye nodded, and the two walked out side by side. When they arrived at the valley, they saw that the laws of heaven and earth filled the valley. Lin Xian and Zhang Yunfei were about to attack. Seeing this, Qianye's lips curled up in disdain. A piece of trash dared to attack Zhang Yunfei. Yushirchie on the side shouted, "Stop!" Hearing this, the people in the valley all turned to look. In the next moment, they all cried out in surprise. Yushirchie had come. "Greetings, young master. Greetings, sister." Zhang Yunfei also retracted the laws of heaven and earth, so it was Fairy Rain and young Master Qianye. Lin Xian also retracted his aura and looked into the distance. He saw a young man beside Yushirchie. That young man was very cold. It seemed that he was also a young master of the Rain clan. Moreover, his relationship with Yushirchie was not ordinary. "Brat, for Fairy Rain's sake, I won't attack today. However, if I see you again, don't blame me for being impolite." "Humph," Lin Xian snorted. He really did not put the other in his eyes. The others looked at each other. They did not expect the two to stop at the most crucial moment. It was really disappointing. However, at this time, Qianye spoke. He went to the valley below and looked at Lin Xian. "You're the one who sent my sister back?" "That's right." Lin Xian nodded. "It really is you." Qianye waved his hand, and a servant beside him walked over. He handed over a storage ring. Qianye pointed at the storage ring and said, "Thank you for sending my sister back. The Yu clan is very grateful. Here are 50,000 kilograms of divine crystals and 10 bottles of pills. Take the things and leave quickly." When these words came out, the crowd began to talk. Lin Xian frowned. Looking at the other's attitude, it seemed that he was not very friendly. Moreover, he wanted to thank him for this little thing. To be honest, Lin Xian did not believe it. One had to know that the entrance fee for the fox ship was 10,000 kilograms of divine crystals. Now, the other party was only giving 50,000? Too insincere. What was this situation? He was not too sure, but he said that he did not need these things. He really did not need these things because his deal with Yushirchie had been completed. That was the decree of the Rain clan. However, this thing was not in his hands now, because when he came, 4 minor saints suddenly appeared, which surprised Lin Xian. When the 4 minor saints left, not only did they take Yushirchie away, but they also took the decree with them. Therefore, Lin Xian now saw that the other party's attitude was not right. He only wanted to take back the decree. As for the things the other party gave, to be honest, it really made him feel a little disappointed. Those things were really pitifully little. Hearing that Lin Xian did not want it, the surrounding people were stunned. Qianye's face darkened. "What? Young Master Lin does not like these things? Or do you have other motives?" This voice carried a trace of coldness. It was obvious that the other party was warning him. The others were also discussing spiritedly. This kid did not know what was good for him, right? He actually dared to reject young Master Qianye's things? Yes, who did he think he was? The Yu clan gave him face by giving him something. He actually dared to reject it. He really did not know what was good for him. I feel that he must have some ulterior motives. He must have designs on Fairy Rain. With him, a toad wants to eat swan meat. Mocking voices rang out one after another. Chapter 3587. Uchenya put his hands behind his back and said proudly, "Kid, I know what you're thinking, but now I can tell you clearly, there's no such possibility. Know your own identity. I hope you don't make a mistake." Lin Xian's face sank, and there was a trace of impatience in his heart. It seemed that the Rain clan's attitude was very unfriendly. Previously, when he fought with that person, the Rain clan didn't come out, which made him a little angry. However, he didn't say much. Now, a young master of the Rain clan warned him in front of everyone. The meaning was different. The young master of the Rain clan definitely wouldn't speak carelessly. Perhaps he represented the will of the Rain clan. The Rain clan was warning him. Thinking of this, Lin Xian's face sank. He ignored Uchenya and looked at Yushurtia, asking in a deep voice, "Then, what do you think?" Being questioned by Lin Xian, Yushurtia became nervous. However, when she thought of her ancestors' words, her heart also became cold. She said coldly, "I thank Mr. Lin for escorting me back. However, after all, our identities are different. I hope Mr. Lin can take these things and leave as soon as possible." Hearing this, the surrounding people all sneered. They knew that Yushurtia was drawing a line between them. Lin Xian was stunned after hearing this. Then he laughed loudly. His heart gradually became cold. "Very good. Your words let me see a person clearly. Since it's like this, we have nothing to say. It's best if there's nothing to say. Mr. Lin, please." Uchenya's voice was cold. Lin Xian said, "I can leave. However, return the things to me first." "Things? What things?" Everyone was stunned, but Yushurtia's face changed. Lin Xian continued, "Yuxianzi, we agreed before that I would save your life and escort you back to your clan. You would give me the decree of the Rain clan. You didn't forget this, right?" "What? There was such a thing." Everyone was in an uproar. Even Uchenya was stunned. He didn't know about this either. Yushurtia's face changed. "What? You don't want to give it to me? Or are you going back on your words?" "Humph!" Uchenya roared in anger. "Damn it, little brat. You really are scheming something. You actually dare to covet my decree." The others also had murderous looks in their eyes. Lin Xian laughed. "Me coveting your clan's decree? What a joke. Ask Yushurtia what the situation was like back then. When they made this deal, both sides were willing. Did I ever force her? Moreover, the decree back then was already damaged. If I didn't repair it, it would just be a pile of trash. It was completely useless. I was the one who repaired the decree and then escorted your Rain clan's princess back. I hope you can understand this point clearly. Damn it, how is this possible? You think you can make a decree? Yes, you must have used despicable means to coerce Fairy Rain." Screams and roars rang out one after another. They really couldn't believe it. Uchenya's face was even more gloomy. He couldn't wait to kill this brat in front of him. However, Yusiki did not say a word. Lin Xian didn't care about the threats around him. He stared at Yushurtia. "Why? Can you speak? Or do you feel guilty?" Nomological laws pulsed in his hand as he said, "Do you want me to use an array to recreate the scene back then? There's no need." Yushurtia sighed. "I did say that. So, I will give you the decree." At this point, she waved her hand, took out a scroll, and threw it to Lin Xian. Everyone was stunned. Heavens, what was going on? The surrounding people were stunned. Even Uchenya was stunned. "Sister, you can't. This is our clan's treasure." "Brother, don't say any more. I did promise him this matter. Yushurtia, am a woman of my word." After saying this, she looked at Lin Xian again. "I've already given you the thing. Hurry up and leave." With that, she turned and left. Lin Xian took the decree and said coldly, I escorted you back, and you gave me the decree. This is a matter of course. From now on, we are even. We don't owe each other anything. Yu Shiqia's body trembled, but in the end, she didn't look back. She directly walked into the distance and disappeared. The Rain Clan's warriors were filled with killing intent as they stared at Lin Xian. Yu Qinya's eyes were filled with a terrifying light. Lin Xian turned and said, Why? Is this how you treat your savior? Let him go. Yu Qinya shouted coldly. Immediately, the crowd parted to form a path. Lin Xian strode away. After Lin Xian left, the surrounding people said, Young master, are you letting him leave like this? Yes, this brat is too hateful. He actually dares to have ideas about our decree. Who does he think he is? We must catch him and tear him to pieces. Don't worry, I know what to do. My Rain Clan's decree isn't so easy to take away. Yu Qinya's eyes were filled with a biting, cold, killing intent. He looked at Zhang Yunfei and the others and said indifferently, Don't know what trick this brat used to deceive my elder sister and snatch the decree. That thing is my elder sister's favorite treasure. If anyone can help me get it back, they'll definitely win my elder sister's heart. When these words came out, Zhang Yunfei and the rest's eyes also bloomed. Ha ha! Young Master Qinya, don't worry. We'll help you with this small matter. As they spoke, several figures quickly tore through the void. It looked like they wanted to secretly get rid of Lin Xian and take back the decree. Looking at the cracked void, Yu Qinya laughed coldly. Going against my Rain Clan, truly reckless. On the other side, after Lin Xian obtained the scroll, he made a few seals, completely erasing the aura on his face. Then he quickly threw out his shield. His mood was somewhat gloomy. Originally, he thought that Yu Shiqia would entertain him well, and then ask about the holy city's information. He didn't expect that such a thing would actually happen. Don't know what this Yu Shiqia heard, for her attitude to change so quickly. Shaking his head, he ignored it. Originally, he didn't plan on borrowing too much of the Rain Clan's power. Saving Yu Shiqia was also a casual action. Since the other party's attitude wasn't good, then he would just ignore it. His goal in coming to the second astral realm was to join the holy city. Thinking about it, such a major matter, casually asking around, should be able to find out. Amen? Suddenly, Lin Xian's brows furrowed. They actually still chased after. He felt that there were several auras behind him, faintly discernible, locking onto him. People from the Rain Clan? Really sinister, actually wanting to kill him. Thinking up to here, he increased his speed, instantly tearing apart the gale wind. Arriving in the outer realm, those few figures behind also increased their speed. They thought that Lin Xian was going to escape, but after arriving in the outer realm, they were stunned. Chapter 3588. They realized that Lin Xian didn't run away at all. Instead, he stood in the starry sky outside the realm, waiting for them. Buzz. 3 silhouettes appeared behind him. They sneered as they surrounded Lin Xian. This scene astonished the martialists and sages from the outer world. What's going on? Is there a battle? Who is this person? Why is he being attacked by 3 people? He must have caused some big trouble. Discussion sounded. They realized that Lin Xian's face was very unfamiliar. However, when they saw the other people, they were extremely surprised. That was Zhang Yunfei. What? Zhang Yunfei? That's impossible. The young master of the Zhang family. A top genius? Why is he chasing after someone? Could it be that the enemy is very powerful? Sounds of discussion could be heard. When they saw the 2 people beside Zhang Yunfei, they sucked in a breath of cold air. These 2 people were also the young masters of large families' top geniuses. 3 top geniuses working together. Who is the enemy? Was he an extremely terrifying veteran expert? They looked carefully, But soon, they were dumbfounded. A first heaven saint? How is that possible? What is going on? 3 young masters, top geniuses, working together to kill a first heaven saint? It's too unbelievable. These people were all stunned. Kid, do you think you can run away? Zhang Yunfei sneered. Hand over the things obediently, then kneel down and accept your death. Threatening me? With just you? Lin Xian sneered, not caring at all. What a reckless idiot. Where do you think you are? This is the second astral plane. You, a brat from the first astral realm, dare to be arrogant in front of me? You might be very powerful in the first astral realm, but here you can only crawl under our feet. One of the young masters walked out and said coldly. The other person also had a look of disdain in his eyes. They emitted a terrifying power of heaven and earth, forming a sacred domain that enveloped this part of the world. Facing such a terrifying scene, Lin Xian didn't retreat at all. He didn't make a move either. Instead, he said loudly, "Why? Did the Rain clan send you? Is the Rain clan going to repay kindness with enmity?" A dignified, top-notch clan actually treated their benefactor in such a manner. It was truly shameful. This voice was like thunder, clearly passing through the sacred region and spreading in all directions. What was going on? When the surrounding sages heard this, they were stunned as well. The benefactor of the Rain clan? Biting the hand that feeds him? What was going on? This brat looked a little familiar. Some people were puzzled. Suddenly, someone shrieked. "That's right, I saw him before. He was standing with Yu Shijie in the Law Decree land. Was it someone close to Yu Shijie? What was going on?" He had heard that Yu Shijie had returned from the first astral plane. During this period, he was even hunted down. She heard that an expert had sent her back. Could it be this brat? No way. If that was the case, then he really was House Yu's benefactor. Why did the Rain clan attack him? Was he really biting the hand that fed him? If he really did that, wouldn't it be too chilling? Discussions sounded one after another. Although the Rain clan was powerful, they still couldn't do such a shameless thing. Damn brat, what nonsense are you spouting? Zhang Yunfei and the others roared. They came to curry favor with Yu Shijie, not to ruin the Rain clan's reputation. If the Rain clan's reputation was ruined, then Yu Shijie would definitely not let the 3 of them go. That was why the 3 of them roared in exasperation. Definitely your mouth. A bunch of nonsense. Don't be fooled by him. This brat had evil intentions. He got close to Yu Shijie and didn't have good intentions. Didn't have good intentions? Humph, Lin Xian sneered. Which eye of yours saw that I didn't have good intentions? I just entered the Rain clan and was treated coldly. Now that I took the initiative to leave, the Rain clan actually didn't let me go. Did they want to completely kill me? Nonsense. Those people were about to vomit blood from anger. Lin Xian sneered. You dogs of the Rain clan, if you want to make a move, then come. I won't be afraid of you. Dogs of the Rain clan. The surrounding people sucked in a cold breath. These young masters, were they really going to become the dogs of the Rain clan? Zhang Yunfei and the others were mad with anger. Brat, you actually dared to insult us. It seems you really don't want to live anymore. The killing intent on their bodies was terrifying. What? Did I say something wrong? You work for the Rain clan. Aren't you dogs of the Rain clan? Or do you think you can get Yu Shijie's heart like this? Truly laughable. The surrounding people also understood. It seemed this youth in front of them had a conflict with the Rain clan for some unknown reason, and Zhang Yunfei and the others, in order to pursue Yu Shijie, would definitely make a move against this youth. Only they didn't expect this youth to see the crux of the problem with a single stab of blood. However, there were also people who sneered. This brat's mind was clear, but his strength was too weak. That's right. A first-layer saint, no matter how powerful he was, couldn't escape from Zhang Yunfei and the others. In the end, this was a world where strength was respected. Sure enough, A young master sneered. In the end, you can only rely on your mouth. Soon, you'll go to hell. Ha ha! Lin Xian laughed loudly. Come, do as you wish. You dogs, kill me for the Rain Clan. Kill me. I'll see who dares to cooperate with the Rain Clan in the future. The Rain Clan even killed their savior, let alone other people. When these words came out, everyone's hearts turned cold. As for the three young masters, they were all so angry that they vomited blood, especially Zhang Yunfei, whose face was gloomy. Damn, this brat was actually so eloquent. Brother Zhang, let's kill him together. Shut up, Zhang Yunfei roared angrily. Looking at his two companions beside him, he was so angry that he vomited blood. These two were really pig-like teammates. Don't act blindly without thinking. This matter might not be easy to handle. Indeed, if they had hidden their identities and secretly assassinated the other party, then it wouldn't have been a big deal if the other party died. But now the other party had told them the cause and effect. How could they make a move? If they really killed the other party, then the Rain Clan would completely bear the reputation of biting the hand that fed them. This way, they would definitely be affected by other things. Although these great powers could cover the sky with one hand, they didn't care about anything, but they still wanted face. If this matter was spread out, the Rain Clan's reputation in the second astral realm would be completely destroyed. Reputation was the most important thing to a great family. If they dared to ruin the Rain Clan's reputation, the Rain Clan would definitely fight them with their lives. This was different from their original intention. Therefore, the three of them were all stunned. They didn't know what to do. What's wrong? You don't dare to make a move? Is it because you have a conscience and want to turn over a new leaf? Or do the three of you feel that you're not my opponent? Don't worry, if you want to make a move, I'll only use one hand. Lin Xian sneered. He had an indifferent expression. Damn it, brat, don't be so arrogant. If you have the ability, then let's have a fair fight. Chapter 30, 589. A fair fight? Lin Xian glanced at him. Fine. Suppress your cultivation to the first layer, and we'll have a fair fight. If I can't kill you, my surname isn't Lin. That person was so angry he couldn't speak. Suppressing his cultivation to fight with the other party? His brain must have been flooded. But he said it was a fair fight. If he didn't suppress his cultivation, wouldn't that be slapping his own face? What? You don't dare to fight. Since you don't have the ability, don't pretend to be fair. Otherwise, you'll be the one slapped in the face. Lin Xian sneered. The surrounding people were shocked. Who was this kid? He was too sharp-tongued. Yes, he was surrounded by 3 experts. This was a situation of certain death, but he resolved the danger with just his mouth. What a genius! These people were stunned. Zhang Yunfei and the other two's faces were dark. Embarrassing, really too embarrassing. Now, they wanted nothing more than to find a place to hide. They were originally full of confidence, thinking that killing the other party and taking back the decree would win you Shurchia's heart. Who would have thought that this matter would be a hot potato? Not only did they not kill anyone, but they were ridiculed instead. They had lost all face. Damn it, this brat. The 3 were so angry they were trembling. All of them were here. At this moment, a voice came from afar. Everyone turned to look. Flowing light flickered in the distance. Several large demon beasts were pulling a war chariot, passing by quickly. Several figures stood on the war chariot. They were all beautiful maids. Standing at the front was a handsome man. That person was Yuqinya, the young master of the Yu family. Everyone exclaimed. Zhang Yunfei. And the other 2 also turned to look. They were also stunned. Young Master Qinya, why are you here? Only Lin Xian sneered. He had the divination divine eye, and he had long discovered the other party hiding nearby. It seemed that he wanted to see if he had been killed. Now that he saw that the situation wasn't right, he walked out. Indeed, although Yu Qinya had a smile on his face, he was furious. Damn it, this Zhang Yunfei, didn't they say he was an expert? Why did he look like trash now? He was about to go mad with anger. He didn't think that Zhang Yunfei and the others would not only fail, but also cause House Yu's reputation to be in danger. If he couldn't explain it well, then his Rain clan's reputation would be ruined. Who would dare to work with them in the future? Therefore, at this time he could only come out to smooth things over. At least he could resolve this crisis. Wasn't that young Master Lin? Brother Zhan, are you chatting with young Master Lin? Zhang Yunfei was stunned at first, then they laughed and said, "That's right, we are indeed discussing martial arts with young Master Lin." Initially, they had wanted to work together to solve some problems regarding cultivation. But who could have known that such a misunderstanding would occur? Discussing martial arts and Taoism? The corners of the mouths of the surrounding people twitched. Fuck, he was lying through his teeth. But who asked him to be so powerful? The surrounding people didn't dare to say anything. Humph! Lin Xian sneered. You want to discuss martial arts with me? Why didn't I know? Why do I feel like the three of you are trying to assassinate me? Zhang Yunfei and the other two's expressions changed. They then laughed awkwardly. Young Master Lin, you're overthinking things. How could we possibly assassinate you? That's right, we were just chatting with you. Maybe the way we talked was wrong, which caused you to misunderstand. Since it's a misunderstanding, we'll explain it clearly. Brother Zhan, send young Master Lin off properly. After all, he's an important guest of our Rain clan, Yu Qinya said while giving a signal with his eyes. Zhang Yunfei expressed that he understood, and then said with a smile, Young Master Lin, you just came to the second astral realm, so you're definitely not familiar with the situation here. Why don't the three of us send you off? Yes, where do you want to go? We'll personally escort you. The other two young masters also laughed. However, there was a cold glint in their eyes. They knew that it was impossible to make a move here. They couldn't make a move in front of so many people, but if they brought Lin Xian to other places, the cold universe was very vast. There would always be a place where there was no one. Once there, the other party wouldn't be able to escape. He would make the other party suffer a fate worse than death. Lin Xian's face sank. His eyes were filled with a trace of monstrous anger. What a good Rain clan. They really didn't give up. After failing to kill him this time, they actually wanted to make a move on him. He understood the other party's gaze just now. He sneered. Still want to make a move? Your Rain clan. Do you really want to kill me? I don't know how I offended you clan. Young Master Lin, you've misunderstood. We already said that this is a misunderstanding. Misunderstanding, right? 3/3 celestial layers teamed up to discuss martial arts with me. I don't know what you have to discuss with me. Your assassination failed. So, you're looking for an excuse to lure me to another place. Do you really think I'm an idiot? Or that you're all idiots? What do you mean? Are you doubting me? How can I make a move on you? Yu Qinya's face also sank. He already gave the other party enough face. He didn't shed all pretense of cordiality in front of everyone, but the other party still dared to question him. What kind of identity did he have? Was it something an ant could question? The atmosphere between heaven and earth instantly froze. The surrounding people didn't even dare to breathe loudly. Lin Xian didn't care at all. What? You want to kill me, but I can't even question you? The Rain clan was really insolent and arrogant. No wonder you all dared to do this. In the first astral realm, I met your older sister. Your older sister was being chased by the Fiend Stars people and was saved by me. I repaired your damaged decree and sent her back to your Rain clan safely. But what did your Rain clan do? Giving me 50,000 caddies of divine crystals? Really extravagant. What? Yu Shirchia was being chased by the Fiend Stars people. The Rain Clan's decree was once damaged, gave the other party 50,000. If the matter was true, then this Rain Clan was really too trashy. One had to know this was a life-saving grace. The one saved was even Yu Shirchia. Giving 5 million caddies was not excessive, but the other party actually only gave 50,000. This was simply stingy to the max. "Shut up for me," Yuchinya shouted angrily. His voice shook the 9 heavens. Everyone's scalps went numb. Heaven and earth regained tranquility once more. What? Embarrassed? Flying into a rage out of humiliation? You also feel that giving 50,000 caddies is too little? Then why are you still so arrogant? Do you feel that I came from the first astral realm alone and weak, easy to bully? Or do you feel that your older sister's life is only worth 50,000 divine crystals? Yuchinya was so angry that his entire body trembled. But very soon, he calmed down. His eyes blossomed with a strange light as he said in a clear voice, "A bunch of nonsense. My Rain Clan clearly gave you the decree as a reward. That's our clan's most precious treasure. But you are insatiably greedy. Not only do you covet the treasure, you even have ideas about my older sister. That's why I chased you out. But what about you? Not only are you not grateful, you actually slandered my Rain Clan. Do you really think that my Rain Clan is easy to bully?" Chapter 3590. When these words came out, everyone was speechless again. Why was this version different from what the other party said? That's right. Which of these two people was speaking the truth? Everyone was puzzled. Zhang Yunfei and the other's eyes lit up, as expected of the Rain Clan's young master. He was smart enough. With just a few words, the situation changed. They hurriedly said, "That's right, kid, you're too arrogant. We obviously gave you many treasures, and even gave you the Rain Clan's decree. How big of a favor was that? But you actually dared to have ideas about the Rain Clan's sister. Do you have the qualifications? You're the ungrateful one. You actually dared to frame the Rain Clan. How should you be punished? The Rain Clan was magnanimous and didn't want to kill you. But you actually acted so recklessly." Voices quickly came one after another. Gradually, the people around him began to believe him. The way they looked at Lin Xian changed. Could it be that this kid was the main culprit? That's right. Perhaps he really was too greedy. The Rain Clan was indeed merciful. Seeing the changes in the surrounding public opinion, Yuchinya stood high above with a smile on his face. "Humph, kid, you're still too inexperienced to fight with me." "Ha ha ha." Facing countless doubts, Lin Xian faced the sky and laughed. What a good method. As expected of the Rain Clan's young master. You've indeed inherited your clan's despicable shamelessness, your method of inverting black and white, but your cultivation is much more powerful. You're actually pouring dirty water all over me? You gave me countless heavenly treasures. May I ask where they are? You gave my Rain Clan's decree? I'm sorry, but this decree was a fair exchange between me and your sister. It's not a favor from your Rain Clan. As he spoke, Lin Xian waved his hand. Countless laws danced in the air, forming an illusion. The illusory land showed the scene of the Rain Clan's valley. Lin Xian, Zhang Yunfei, Yuchinya Yusiki, and the others' figures were all there. Yu Shirchia's voice came from inside. Brother, don't say any more. I indeed promised young Master Lin. I gave him the decree willingly. Yu Shirchia, am a woman of my word. After seeing this scene, the surrounding people all burst into an uproar. Fuck, it was actually the Rain Clan that willingly gave it to them. Damn it, I was almost tricked by this young master of House Yu. Everyone was shocked, and they looked at the Rain clan with strange expressions. Eugenia's pupils also shrank. He didn't expect that the other party had actually used an array formation to record that scene. This caught him off guard. It was a slap in the face. Moreover, the other party had taken out evidence to slap them in the face. They had been slapped so hard that they couldn't retaliate at all. Lin Xian sneered. "Why? Are you still giving it to me now? Where are the treasures that you gave me?" Lin Xian's every word was like a slap to Eugenia's face, causing his face to turn ashen. The other party couldn't even speak. Furthermore, the illusion created by the formation was still continuing. After that, it was Eugenia who instigated Zhang Yunfei and the others to assassinate Lin Xian. This scene was only halfway through when it was shattered by a stream of light. Only then did Eugenia come back to his senses. Damn it, he was too angry just now, and almost let the scene spread out. If this news were to spread, then his reputation would take a nosedive. But fortunately, someone acted at the critical moment. Who was it? He turned to look and saw a beautiful woman standing there. "Sister, why are you here?" Eugenia was shocked. "Was Yushurtia here?" Lin Xian also narrowed his eyes. Yushurtia's expression was cold. She didn't say a word. She really didn't expect that her brother would do such a thing. And from the looks of it, he had completely broken off relations with Lin Xian. "Young Master Lin, this matter was my brother's own initiative. I apologize on his behalf." With that, Yushurtia turned and left. Eugenia's expression also adjusted. He snorted and turned to leave. But at this time, Lin Xian said, "Wait, what else do you want?" Eugenia turned around, his eyes looking like they could eat people. Lin Xian sneered. "What's the matter? Since you said that you would give me a shocking treasure, then you have to keep your word. Otherwise, if you, the young master of the Yu clan, go back on your word, it won't be good for your clan's reputation." "Damn brat. What did you say?" Eugenia was so angry that he vomited blood. He originally just said it casually to frame the other party. He didn't expect that the other party would actually dare to ask for it. "What I said was naturally human language. Don't you understand? After all, I saved your sister, and you just agreed to give it to me. How about this? I won't make things difficult for you. With your Yu clan, such a top clan, plus your young master identity, casually giving me 5 million caddies of divine crystals is nothing." Puffed. Eugenia directly vomited blood. Zhang Yunfei and the rest also felt their scalps go numb. The others almost fainted from fright. 5 million caddies of divine crystals? This really was the word of fate. Although in theory, it should be so much, but to really give, who would bear to? The surrounding people also burst into an uproar. They didn't expect that Lin Xian really dared to ask for it. This brat, wasn't he afraid that he wouldn't have the life to take it? "Brat, are you sure you have the life to spend 5 million caddies of divine crystals?" Eugenia was already warning him. It was very obvious that he wanted to kill him. However, Lin Xian didn't care at all. Since he had already shed all pretense of cordiality with the other party, why not ruthlessly extort a sum of money? So he said that this matter didn't need young Master Yu to worry about it. "What could it be that your clan can't even take out 5 million divine crystals? Since that's the case, why are you boasting? Apologize to me in public, and I can consider not taking it." Apologize in public? What a joke! Eugenia wouldn't do that even if he was beaten to death. He was a proud person. Moreover, the other party already had such a relationship with their Rain clan. If he apologized, the elders and experts in the clan would probably kill him. He couldn't accept it in his heart. So he wanted, "Fine, to our Rain clan, 5 million is indeed just a drizzle. Young Master Lin, follow me back to the clan to get it." "Follow you back?" "No need. Since it's nothing, why don't you bring it with you? It's really disappointing. How about this? I'll give you an incense stick's worth of time. Go back and get it. If you can't get it in an incense stick's worth of time, the strength of your Rain clan is really worrying. Lin Xian said indifferently with his hands behind his back, looking at the other party, who was vomiting blood. What? Still not going? You really don't want to give it? Fine. I'll give it. I'll give it. Yu Qinya gritted his teeth to the point of shattering. With a wave of his sleeve, he turned around and left. It seemed that today's matter couldn't be resolved. Then he could only give the other party 5 million divine crystals. However, so what if he gave it to the other party? He dared to guarantee that the other party would have the life to take it, but would definitely not have the life to spend it. Young master, you really went back to get it? Heavens, this is a big matter. He had to see it with his own eyes. Not only did the surrounding people not leave, but they gathered even more. Who is this brat? He's simply a ruthless person. I reckon his end will be very miserable. So what? At least he's famous today.